Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku the Decipher Becomes Yakuza? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a world where 80% of the population possesses superpowers known as quirks, heroes and villains emerged. Midoriya Izuku aspired to be a hero. Congratulations, Izuku has 2 quirks, the doctor announced enthusiastically. Inko, his mother, smiled proudly at her son. Hear that, sweetie? You can become a hero, just like All Might, she encouraged, beaming at him. Yeah, Izuku exclaimed, happily running around with his All Might figure in hand. Now Kaken and I can become symbols of peace. Inko turned back to the doctor. What are his quirks? She asked. He has telekinesis and pyrokinesis. Telekinesis allows him to move objects with his mind, but if the objects are too heavy, he may experience headaches and migraines. Pyrokinesis enables him to emit flames from any part of his body, but the higher the temperature, the more his body reacts to it. You and your son are very lucky, Mrs. Midoriya, the doctor explained. Inko nodded enthusiastically. They soon left the hospital, walking home hand in hand, chatting and laughing. Everything seemed perfect. But then, for years later, everything changed. Why did this have to happen to me? Izuku thought, dropping to his knees as he watched his house burn and crumble before him. His mother was still inside. How could this happen? Inko had been late to pick him up from school, which was unusual. He had sneaked out and walked home alone, only to find his house engulfed in flames, along with his mother. Heroes were trying their best to control the situation, but none could save her. Izuku choked out, tears streaming down his face. Overwhelmed by grief, he ran away, not knowing where to go. Oof! He yelped as he bumped into a tall figure, falling onto the ground. He rubbed his head, tears still flowing. Oh dear! Are you all right? A feminine voice asked. Izuku looked up to see a woman with scarlet red hair and greenish-golden eyes behind rounded glasses. He stood up and tried to wipe away his tears. Why are you crying, dear? Was all he could manage between sobs. Are you lost? The woman asked, gently patting his soft green hair. There is fire. Heroes tried to save her, but it was too late. Izuku stammered, more tears trickling down his cheeks. The woman looked shocked. Then her expression softened as she pulled him into a hug. I'm sorry you had to see that, little one. Do you want me to take you to the police station? She asked. Izuku hesitantly shook his head. Scary, he mumbled. The last time he had been taken to the police station, it was after his father was arrested, leaving him devastated. The woman sighed and ran a hand through her hair. Sensing her distress, Izuku embraced her tightly. I'm sorry, he mumbled, wiping his tears. The woman smiled gently. My name is Rashingu Mieto. What's your name? Midoriya Izuku, he replied. Mieto rubbed his cheeks softly. How old are you, Midoriya? She looked surprised, then sighed. Do you want to live with me? I know we just met, but if you don't want to go to the police station. She was interrupted by Izuku hugging her and nodding vigorously. She smiled and hugged him back. From that day on, Mieto became Izuku's guardian. She raised him as her own, and although he had the option to change his last name, he chose to keep Midoriya in memory of his loving mother. Izuku developed the belief that heroes alone weren't enough and, at the young age of 12, he joined a Yakuza group to assist heroes and prove a point. Initially, Mieto disapproved, but eventually she joined him. Many villains and heroes alike resonated with his ideology and joined the Yakuza, which quickly rose to power and popularity, becoming known as the unknown Passcodes. Izuku became well known in the underworld as Decipher. As years passed, they were feared and sought after by both heroes and villains. Each member of the Yakuza pledged loyalty to Izuku, most unaware of his true identity. 6 years later, maniacal laughter echoed through the hallways of the unknown Passcodes base, hidden beneath a seemingly ordinary house. The laughter belonged to Izuku, now dressed in his villain costume, a blood-red dress shirt, a black vest, and polished black boots. To conceal his identity, he wore a shiny black masquerade mask with red highlights, his crimson eyes glowing menacingly. His once unruly green hair was now dyed black, completing his transformation. Izuku glanced at the man in front of him, his laughter dying down as he wiped away non-existent tears. Shigaraki Tamura had blue hair that reached below his shoulders and piercing blood-red eyes. His attire was a simple black long-sleeve t-shirt, black breathes, and red shoes similar to Izuku's favorite pair. Honestly, the outfit might as well be called pajamas, and strangely enough, he had hands covering certain parts of his body to attempt to look menacing. My apologies, that was quite immature of me. However, I am curious, Shigaraki Tamura. What do you have to offer for me to accept your request? Izuku picked up a glass of wine and took a sip, savoring the flavor. Shigaraki took a few seconds to contemplate the words. Power was all he responded with. Izuku raised a brow. Power? He repeated, confused. Amused, Shigaraki laughed and nodded. If you infiltrate UA and give the League of Villains information, we'll give you one quirk of your choosing. He displayed a 1 on his finger. Izuku was beyond shocked. The Yakuza boss sat back, contemplating the words. Could it be? Izuku shook his head at the thought. There was no way, he was deceased. All Might defeated him and made sure to eliminate him. Can my body even handle an additional quirk? If it can, it would prove useful if my fire and telekinesis ever failed me. Izuku nodded, redirecting his attention back to Shigaraki. All right, I will take you up on that offer. Shigaraki grinned ear to ear, pleased with Izuku's answer. After Shigaraki left the Yakuza base, Izuku contemplated the request further. It would be foolish to use both of my quirks for the infiltration, so I'll just use one. Pyrokinesis, perhaps? Izuku took off his mask, revealing 4 diamond-shaped freckles on both of his soft cheeks. He took out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and stared at it for a while. Taisei-san. Izuku shouted, getting up from the couch he was sitting on and leaving the room. Oh, boss, you're already done with that discussion? Tsujikame Taisei, one of the most trusted few in the Yakuza who knew of Izuku's true identity, asked. He was a 37-year-old man with slicked-back auburn hair and shiny golden eyes. His quirk, called fatigue loss, allowed him to eliminate fatigue in others, but it drained his energy rapidly. Indeed I am, Izuku responded, smiling innocently as he waved the packet of cigarettes in front of his friend and follower. Care to accompany me? Taisei grinned, making his way to the elevator. The usual spot? Izuku nodded and followed beside the brunette. Taisei-san, I was wondering if you could train me supplementally starting from today. Since Taisei had the power to restore energy, he was Izuku's main trainer. Of course, boss. Why though? Taisei asked curiously. Shigaraki Tamura wishes for me to get inside information for his League of Villains. Taisei cringed at the name, causing Izuku to giggle a little. That's rough, buddy, Taisei joked, laughing afterward. Izuku didn't get it, so he ignored the comment. Time flew by quickly. Before he knew it, 10 months had passed, and so had Izuku's 15th birthday. Izuku was making his way to UA to partake in the entrance exams. He wasn't nervous in the slightest. He knew he was going to pass even with half of his power. The Yakuza boss was wearing casual clothes, a skin-tight long-sleeved black shirt, overlapped by a short-sleeved loose gray shirt, black jogging breathes, and comfortable sneakers. Mieto had bought him a pastel green sling bag for his birthday, so he brought it along to store his additional items. While walking, he whistled a song with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he tripped on his own foot. Before he could use telekinesis to catch himself, he felt a light tap on his head and started levitating. It felt like all the weight on his shoulders was lifted. Sorry for using my quirk on you. It'll be bad luck to fall before an exam, don't you think? A cheerful feminine voice claimed. She had shoulder-length brown hair and big round brown eyes, wearing a brown oversized coat and a pastel pink scarf wrapped around her neck. Izuku could only nod, mesmerized by the brunette's quirk. I'm going to deactivate my quirk. Get ready, okay? Izuku nodded and positioned himself to land perfectly. Since he knew how to fly with telekinesis, he understood how to manipulate the air. The slightly surprised brunette pressed her fingers together and mumbled a soft, "Release." When Izuku was released from her quirk, he landed on his feet and smiled sweetly at her. "Thank you for saving me," he said, bowing slightly. The brunette nervously chuckled. "That's what heroes do, isn't it?" Izuku nodded solemnly, looking a tad sad. He suddenly shook his head and extended his hand. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. Pleased to meet your acquaintance," he greeted, grinning brightly. "Raraka Ochako," the brunette said, her cheeks slightly red. She took his hand and lightly shook it. "Well, let us go in now. Don't want to be late before school even starts, right?" Izuku said, walking off. Uraraka stared after the brunette, feeling her chest flutter. There are two parts to the entrance exam in UA. First, the written exam. Of course, there isn't much to say here. Izuku was a natural genius. He didn't need to study to ace such an easy exam. The brunette was confident he had answered every question correctly and finished the earliest. As the examiner collected the papers, Izuku spun a pencil around like it was his precious scythe. He preferred to use a scythe as his main weapon, a detail that might have been hinted at by the book cover. Now, Izuku was waiting for the second part of the exam to start, the practical. He continued twirling his pencil, lost in thought, until he heard a familiar voice. "I, Izuku." He turned to his right and saw his childhood best friend and crush, Bakugo Katsuki. Katsuki had spiky blonde hair and appealing ruby-red eyes. His quirk, Explosion, allowed him to create explosions from his palms, thanks to his nitroglycerin-like sweat. Izuku's focus shattered, and the pencil he was twirling fell to the ground and broke. Tears welled up in Katsuki's eyes as he embraced his long-lost friend. "What the heck, Izuku? Where did you run off to for 6 years?" Katsuki yelled, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Kaken." Izuku mumbled, tears threatening to spill. He hadn't considered how his disappearance would affect Katsuki, and seeing him again filled him with regret. "I'm sorry." "Sorry, Mai." Before Katsuki could finish, Present Mike walked onto the stage and instructed all the examinees to settle down. The loud hero had a brief internal debate but decided to let Izuku off the hook for now. As Present Mike explained the first 3 robots to the audience, Izuku muttered a plan to himself. With his pencil broken, he resorted to his habit of muttering. Suddenly, a blue-haired male stood up and pointed at him. "And you, the one with the unruly green hair. You've been mumbling ever since Present Mike started. If you can't take this exam seriously, then leave." Izuku snapped back to reality and glared at the blue-haired male, softening his gaze when he recognized him as Iida Tenya, the younger brother of Iida Tensei, also known as Ingenium. "I'm sorry. It's a habit," Izuku stammered, pretending to be nervous while fidgeting with his fingers. Also, Present Mike was going to explain the 4th robot last since it is an insignificant obstacle. Realization dawned on Iida's face, and he apologized to Present Mike before sitting back down, some in the audience snickering at him. Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for the teen. "It's all right, examinee number 420. Present Mike continued his explanation. After the presentation, all the examinees boarded separate buses to the exam location. Slightly relieved, Izuku found himself separated from Katsuki. He missed the loud blonde but wasn't ready to answer his questions just yet. While stretching, he spotted Uraraka looking nervous, sweating even though the exam hadn't started. He sighed, intending to calm her down. "What are you doing?" Iida Tenya appeared in front of him. "Are you planning to distract her?" Izuku's left eye twitched. "And no, I'm sorry, I just wanted to calm her down." Just as Iida was about to respond, Present Mike shouted, "Go!" as the gate opened. Without hesitation, Izuku dashed inside, prompting other examinees to follow suit. A few minutes into the exam, Izuku was racking up points, taking down robots effortlessly while maintaining a low temperature to avoid exhausting himself. He had already scored enough points to pass. Suddenly, the ground shook, and high-pitched screams filled the air. A gigantic zero-pointer robot was slowly advancing, crushing everything in its path. Just as Izuku was about to join the fleeing crowd, he heard a call for help. "It'll be bad luck to fall before an exam, don't you think?" He chuckled, but before he could think further he sprinted toward the trapped brunette. Uraraka's ankle was stuck under a pile of rubble. He quickly burned away the debris. "Are you all right?" he asked, kneeling to inspect her ankle. "I can't walk, I'm sorry," Uraraka admitted, her voice filled with despair. Just as Izuku was about to respond, the ground shook again, warning him that the zero-pointer was getting closer. "Tisich, I have to take it down." Izuku stood up to his full height and glared at the humongous robot before him. The brunette took a deep breath and held his hands out in front of the zero-pointer, igniting his palms with flames. The swerving heat surrounding him made him relieved that his clothes were fireproof. Still, despite the intense heat, the zero-pointer was nearly unfazed. Irritated, Izuku increased his firepower. He could feel his skin burning but ignored it. Slowly, the blazing orange fire turned into a fierce blue. The blue flames engulfed the zero-pointer, leaving nothing but ashes and the smell of burnt steel. As the exam ended, Izuku collapsed, unconscious from Quirk overuse. He was immediately brought to Recovery Girl's office. Meanwhile, in the observation room, a woman gasped, "He's strong." Kiyama Nomuri, known as the pro-hero Midnight, stared at the green-haired teen through the screen, wide-eyed. "Indeed he is," Nizu, the principal of UA Academy, responded. He appeared to be a combination of several different animals, intrigued by the scene. He pushed past his limits just to save one girl. Tashinori Yagi, known as the #1 pro-hero, murmured. His attire consisted of a plain, oversized, short-sleeved shirt and baggy jeans. "Yagi, are you planning on giving it to him?" Nizu asked. Tashinori nodded determinedly. "He's willing to sacrifice his life for another. To me, he's the perfect candidate." With that, Tashinori walked off toward Recovery Girl's office. Izuku's eyes fluttered open to an unfamiliar white ceiling. He sat up and inspected his surroundings. A hospital? He tried to recall his last moments before he passed out. When he placed his hand on his forehead, he noticed the bandages wrapped around his hands. "That's right, I protected Uraraka. What was I thinking? I'm not a hero." "Ah, Midoriya, you're awake," an old and feminine voice said. Izuku turned to see an elderly woman with gray hair styled into a bun and a cane designed like a syringe. "Recovery Girl?" Izuku mumbled, observing her. She smiled but then frowned. "What were you thinking? You're too reckless. You had second-degree burns all over your hands." It's the drawback of my quirk," Izuku complained, rubbing his head. "Uraraka would be much more injured than I was if I had just ignored her." Chio sighed. "Yes, I suppose so. Though, I expect you to not get this injured from today onwards." Izuku nodded and got up from the bed. "I'll wait. Before you go, someone wants to talk to you." Chio hurried to the door and opened it, gesturing for someone to come inside. Tashinori walked in and smiled at Izuku. "Isn't that All Might?" Izuku's eyes widened. "What could All Might possibly want with me? Is something wrong, my boy?" Tashinori asked. Izuku hastily shook his head and stared at him. "Midoriya, meet Tashinori Yagi," Chio introduced. Izuku nodded, forcing a smile. "And nice to meet you, Mr. Yagi," he exclaimed with as much enthusiasm as he could muster. "Likewise, young Midoriya," Tashinori replied, bowing slightly. "Recovery Girl said you wanted to speak to me?" "Yes." "Please, sit down. I have a lot of explaining to do." Izuku nodded and sat back down on the bed, followed by Tashinori. Chio left the room to provide privacy. Tashinori explained his hero career, the injury that affected his abilities, and one for all. Izuku already knew everything but nodded along, acting shocked to avoid looking suspicious. After a while, he realized what Tashinori wanted him to do but felt guilty about taking one for all. Despite being a Yakuza boss, he had a heart unlike most. The conversation ended with Tashinori requesting Izuku to take his power. The brunette could only look down, not wanting to meet the pro-hero's eyes. "I appreciate the offer, Mr. Yagi, but I'm not aiming to become a hero," Izuku admitted, keeping his head low. The statement shocked Tashinori. "Give your quirk to someone who is aiming to become a hero. Make it count, please." As Izuku was about to leave the room, Toshinori grabbed his wrist. Why aren't you aiming to become a hero? Toshinori asked, surprising Izuku. He shook his head. I'm not hero material. Sorry to disappoint. Izuku just wanted the man to let go of his wrist. He wanted to go back to his base and report to Shigaraki, but something was telling him to stay and take Toshinori's offer. Yes, you are. You saved Miss Uraraka. Your body just moved on its own, didn't it? Toshinori could tell by Izuku's shocked expression that he was right. You are hero material. You just didn't realize it. Izuku stayed silent, looking down as tears stung at his eyes. Then, with newfound determination, Izuku turned around and met Toshinori's bright blue eyes. Fine, he said, though doubt lingered in his mind. The same thought swirled in Izuku's mind for the next 2 hours as he paced his room. He was wearing a dark green oversized long-sleeved hoodie and comfortable skin-tight black briefs. Knocks were heard on Izuku's door, directing his attention to it. Izuku, are you all right? I can hear your footsteps thumping loudly from downstairs. Mieto, Izuku's legal guardian, called out. She was 25, and her quirk, super hearing, heightened her hearing significantly, making her ears extremely sensitive. Izuku opened the door gently. Ah, Mieto. Nice to see you again. My apologies for the noise. I didn't mean to make you worry, he said, lowering his voice. It's quite all right, Izuku. Do you want me to cook dinner tonight if you're busy? Mieto asked, taking out her phone to search through recipes. That would be greatly appreciated, Izuku replied, smiling sweetly. Mieto returned the smile and left the room, gently closing the door. Izuku sighed and sat on his bed, relaxing slightly. So, I have one for all now. Hopefully, I learn how to use it before I hurt myself. With that last thought, Izuku unintentionally drifted off to sleep. 2 weeks later, Izuku was sparring with Taisei when the doorbell rang. Could someone be a deer and get that? Izuku requested, aiming a punch at Taisei's gut. The older male narrowly avoided it but got punched in the face with Izuku's other hand afterward. On it, boss. Taisei replied. Let's take a break today, he added between gasps for air as he dropped down to the floor. My apologies, I think I went overboard, Izuku said worriedly, helping Taisei back on his feet. No. I just used my quirk to help a hero today, Taisei responded, waving a hand to show he was fine. You shouldn't overwork yourself. You know how vital your quirk is, Taisei, Izuku pleaded, crossing his arms with a pout. Taisei sighed. Even if you're the boss of an infamous Yakuza, you're still a kid. Izuku ignored the comment and turned around with a huff. Boss, there's a letter for you. Tsunaka Reiko called out. She had long silver hair and chocolate brown eyes. She was 17 and quirkless, but Izuku didn't mind. Izuku perked up and glanced at the envelope Reiko was holding. Thank you, Reiko, he said, walking towards her and gently taking the envelope. He immediately recognized the stamp. This is from UA. I have earned my interest, Mieto said, standing behind Izuku as he sat on the couch. Reiko sat beside him, staring intently at the envelope. Taisei, intrigued, sat on the other side. The green-haired Yakuza boss opened the envelope and found a button. He raised a brow and placed it on the coffee table. Reiko, would you prefer to do the honors? Izuku asked, gesturing to the button. Reiko nodded and pressed it with her index finger. A hologram suddenly popped up, startling the four of them. They saw a silhouette of a bulky figure and recognized it. All Might. Taisei gasped, his eyes going wide. Indeed, I heard he is going to be teaching at UA, Izuku informed. Mieto hummed in acknowledgement. I am here as a hologram. Young Midoriya, congratulations. You passed the entrance exam with flying colors. The All Might hologram boomed, causing Mieto to cover her ears. Izuku looked at her worriedly. Go back to your room. I'll tell you the results later, he said. Mieto nodded and ran off, leaving the three on the couch. You think she'll be okay? Taisei asked. Izuku nodded. She wouldn't be in my Yakuza if she couldn't handle that. The two members beside him nodded proudly. You answered every question correctly in the written exam and have a total of 129 points in the practical exam, which got you to first place. All Might boomed. 129? Izuku mumbled, raising a brow. Was that not your score? Reiko asked. The boy shook his head. You might be wondering, 129 points? But I only had 69 points. Well, as a future hero, combat points are not all you need while fighting villains. That's why we have. The All Might hologram continued. Rescue points. Both All Might and Izuku said simultaneously. Being a hero doesn't only mean fighting villains. You also have to save the citizens caught in the crossfire. All Might continued confidently. This is how heroes inspire others, why we're called heroes. See, young Midoriya? You're hero material after all. Izuku looked down, avoiding the gazes of his followers. I'd rather not talk about that, he mumbled. The two members beside him nodded and turned back to the hologram. Young Midoriya, welcome to your Hero Academy. All Might finished as the hologram cut off. The room filled with silence as no one knew what to say. Izuku sighed. Ignore what he said, I am not a hero, he said, and his Yakuza members could only stare sadly as he walked away. Izuku was sitting on his bed, scrolling through his phone when he heard knocks on his door. You may enter, he said, looking up. The door opened to reveal Taisei. How may I aid you, Taisei? We haven't hung out in a while. Want to go outside for a smoke? Taisei asked, holding up a box of cigarettes. Izuku smirked and stood up. Let me change first, he replied, walking to his closet. Taisei nodded and left the room. Izuku sighed. Being a Yakuza boss came with a lot of responsibility, which was quite stressful for a 12-year-old. Taisei had introduced him to smoking, wanting to help him cope. Izuku had been smoking for 3 years, with no intention of stopping. He walked out of his room wearing a black hoodie, jogging briefs, and his signature red sneakers. As he approached the elevator, Mieto called out to him. Hey, Izuku. He turned and waved back. Where are you off to? Just outside to smoke with Taisei, he replied, tucking his hands in his pockets. What about you? I'm going to the arcade with my husband, Mieto said. Izuku nodded, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Don't worry, Izuku. You're very likable. I'm sure you'll find someone soon, she reassured him. Izuku pouted. I doubt Kaken would like me back after I abandoned him. No one can stop loving you, Izuku, Mieto said, ruffling his hair. You're adorable. I am also a criminal. Izuku huffed, swatting her hand away. Mieto looked at him sadly, but before she could say anything else, the elevator doors opened. Good luck, boss, she said before walking off. After a moment, Izuku smiled and shook his head. Yo, boss, Taisei greeted as Izuku joined him. Taisei handed him a cigarette and gestured for him to light it. Mind lighting it for me? Izuku chuckled. What happened to your lighter? He lit his index finger and ignited the cigarette. Fell in a hole, Taisei sighed. How did that happen? Izuku questioned, exhaling a puff of smoke. Just happened, Taisei replied, and they both laughed. As night fell, Izuku felt tired and decided to call it a night. He put out his cigarette, waved goodbye to Taisei, and headed back to his room, hands in his pockets. He sighed, thinking about school the next day. After changing into his pajamas, he noticed the scars from battles with rival mafias, which he hid under long sleeves and gloves. I'll have to wear these at school. Such a hassle, he muttered before heading downstairs to cook dinner. He preferred cooking for himself, even with personal chefs available. The next morning, Izuku whistled as he walked to school, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. His uniform was neat, and he wore his gloves to cover his scars. If you do the cooking by the book, he sang, then you'll have... Break it down, Bish. Let me see you back it up, a voice interrupted. Izuku turned to see Katsuki behind him. Kaken, he stammered. Hey, Izuku, Katsuki growled, irritation evident on his face. Are you going to answer my questions or not? Izuku gulped. What do you need to know? Where have you been these past 6 years? Katsuki demanded. I started living by myself, Izuku replied, fidgeting. He knew he couldn't reveal everything. Do you know how much I missed you? Katsuki asked, stopping abruptly, causing Izuku to halt as well. The blonde clenched his fists, tears welling in his eyes. I had no idea if you were alive or not. Do you know how scared I was? Guilt washed over Izuku. He had left his best friend behind without a word. He wrapped his arms around Katsuki, tears streaming down his cheeks. I'm so sorry. Katsuki embraced him tightly. Please don't leave me again. I promise, Izuku said sincerely. Katsuki chuckled through his tears. Together forever until the end. The two friends walked to class side by side, chatting about the years they had missed. Izuku kept the Yakuza details to himself, feeling warmth from Katsuki's presence, as if the ice around his heart was melting. He didn't know how to describe the strange feeling. All he knew was that he only felt it around the green-haired teen. When they reached the classroom, they saw a blue-haired teen that they both recognized. Greetings, new classmates. Iida chirped, walking towards the two. Izuku felt annoyed but kept up his friendly demeanor. Hello. Izuku greeted. Katsuki ignored him and continued walking to his seat. My name is Iida Tenya. I am from Sumai Academy. Katsuki paused in his step, turning back around. Sumaiha? So you're an elite? I'll have fun kicking your butt. Bakugo said, grinning. Izuku deadpanned at the action, while Iida looked offended. That is not behavior befitting of a UA student. Iida berated. As the two started arguing, Izuku ignored them and walked to his seat. Sighing, he sat down at his desk and looked out the window. Hey, I'd know that fluffy hair from anywhere. A cheerful voice echoed in the room. Izuku barely managed to stifle a groan as he turned his head around. If I remember correctly, you're Midoriya, right? Up. And you're Uraraka. Izuku nodded as Uraraka grinned. Looks like we both made it to the hero course. By the way, your quirk is amazing. Uraraka exclaimed, way too cheerfully. Thanks, yours is too. Izuku said with equal enthusiasm. Just as Uraraka was about to respond, another voice interrupted. If you're here to make friends, you might as well leave now, a tired voice said. Everyone turned their attention to the doorway. Izuku recognized the person standing there as Aizawa Shoyuta, or the underground pro-hero, Eraserhead. Aizawa was a slender and tall man with messy, shoulder-length black hair that partially hung in front of his face and often had half-opened black eyes. I am Aizawa Shoyuta, your homeroom teacher this year, he said, pulling out multiple UA gym uniforms. Put these on and go to the PE grounds. Be late and you're expelled. Everyone remained still in shock as Aizawa walked out. Does he mean that? Kirishima Idra asked, worried about getting expelled. I'd rather not stick around to find out, Izuku said nervously, getting up from his seat and grabbing a gym uniform. Without saying anything else, he dashed out to the hallway. Izuku hastily changed into his gym uniform. He knew about Aizawa's frequent expulsions, and he didn't plan on failing his mission so early. Whoa, Midoriya-kun. Where did you get those cool scars? Kaminari Denki asked, inspecting the green-haired teen. Izuku, feeling uncomfortable, quickly changed and left. Izuku hurried outside and into the field, where he saw Aizawa sleeping in his yellow sleeping bag. Out of curiosity, the brunette poked it. Mr. Aizawa, are you alive? Izuku mumbled, poking the sleeping bag. Yes, but I might as well not be. Stop that before I expel you. Aizawa peered out from his sleeping bag, surprising Izuku. Hi, sensei. Izuku complied, standing up straight while smiling at his teacher. A few minutes passed, and the students of Class 1A slowly poured out from the changing rooms. By now, Aizawa was out of his sleeping bag. That took you all too long. Work on your timing. Heroes don't have time to spare, Aizawa said, shooting a glare at his students that sent chills down their spines. Aizawa picked up a ball and handed it to Izuku. Midoriya, how far was your softball throw in middle school? The brunette blinked in confusion at his teacher. I was homeschooled, sir, Izuku said, tilting his head to the side. Aizawa hummed. Stand at that circle and throw that ball with your quirk. Aizawa pointed to the circle, then to the ball. Izuku nodded and stood inside the circle. Just don't step out of the circle. Izuku glanced at Bakugo, who barely noticed the look, then took a half step back and pulled back his arm. He had discovered during his training that he broke his bones whenever he used one for all, which would be a problem if he were to fight a durable enemy. However, he could release a lot of force. He concluded that instead of breaking his arm right off the bat, he could focus the power on one specific part of his body to avoid being powerless after one attack. He focused one for all on his index finger and threw the ball to the best of his ability. The force broke sound barriers and even slightly pushed back some of his classmates. 705.3 meters, Aizawa stated nonchalantly, showing a device to the class. Some of the class gasped, shocked at the large number. Izuku found himself not caring for anyone else's opinion, except Katsuki's. He wanted to impress the blonde, to make him proud, to receive a compliment, to feel his affection. Izuku's eyes widened as a blush stained his cheeks. He covered them shyly as he stared at his explosive friend. Now wasn't the time to have a panic. He had a mission to accomplish. We're allowed to use our quirks? This is going to be so fun. Ashido Mina exclaimed with excitement. Aizawa's left eye twitched. Fun? You think this is going to be fun? Mina gulped at his tone, her excitement dying down. Then, whoever gets last place will be deemed to have no potential and will be expelled immediately. The class gasped, and some even stopped breathing for a moment. Why, you can't be serious? We worked so hard to get this far. This isn't fair. Uraraka complained, receiving a few nods from others. Izuku decided to step in. Sorry, Uraraka, but this is the harsh reality. Villains won't be fair to you, and natural disasters won't be fair to you. It's just how it is, the brunette explained, rubbing the back of his neck. Midoriya is right. When you become heroes, you'll have to face the harsh reality of the world, Aizawa said. The atmosphere dropped as students began to contemplate his words. Do your best in the tests, go beyond plus ultra. The Quirk apprehension test, as Aizawa called it, went smoothly. Izuku managed to place in the top 5 in every test, except for repeated sidesteps, despite not being able to use much of his fire quirk or one for all. First, Yaoyoro's Momo. Second, Todoroki Shudo. Third, Bakugo Katsuki. Fourth, Midoriya Izuku. Fifth, Iida Tenya. Sixth, Tokoyami Fumikichi. Seventh, Shoji Mizo. Eighth, Mashireo Ojiro. Ninth, Kirishima Ijuru. 10th, Ashido Mina. 11th, Uraraka Ochako. 12th, Kuji Kuda. 13th, Rikido Satu. 14th, Tsuyu Ajui. 15th, Yuga Oyama. 16th, Hantasiro. 17th, Kaminari Denki. 18th, Kyukajire. 19th, Hagakure Turu. 20th, Mineta Minoru. Izuku smirked to himself, proud of his results. No! Mineta wailed, crying his eyes out. Kaminari tried to comfort him, but the tears continued to flow. Feeling a bit of sympathy for the small purple-haired boy, Izuku walked over to him. The brunette smiled and patted Mineta's head gently. It's okay, Mineta-kun. You'll do better next time. Mineta stopped sobbing and looked up to meet Izuku's warm, emerald gaze. Without saying anything, Mineta jumped onto Izuku and embraced him. The brunette awkwardly hugged back. You are such an angel, Midoriya. Mineta cried. The comment caused Izuku to sweat drop. As the short teen continued crying on Izuku's shoulder, the green-haired teen patted his back gently. Aizawa sighed. No one is getting expelled. That was just a logical ruse to push you all to do your best. The statement caused an uproar as students began complaining. You guys didn't know? Oh, I guess I should have said something, Momo said. The class deadpanned at her statement. No, Aizawa is known to have expelled many more students than I have weapons, Izuku thought, narrowing his eyes at the black-haired girl while still patting Mineta's back, who was now crying tears of joy and relief. Hear that, Mineta? You're not getting expelled, Kaminari said from beside the two embracing teens. Izuku smiled sweetly at the blonde boy. After he went to Recovery Girl's office to heal his finger, Izuku was about to exit the giant gates of UA High School when he heard someone call out, Hey, Midoriya-kun. He turned to face the person who had called him. Oh, hello Iida. Izuku greeted, waving at the blue-haired teen as he walked beside him. I want to apologize for my behavior during the entrance exams, Iida said, bowing lowly. Izuku stepped back in surprise. I was behaving immaturely and called you out on something you couldn't control. I'm sorry, Iida continued. Izuku was momentarily speechless, standing there in shock. Realizing this, he snapped himself out of his stupor. No, it's fine. Why, you were just acting like a proper student. Izuku stammered, still dazed. Iida stood up to his full height. Do you want to start over and become friends? The blue-haired teen extended his hand for Izuku to shake. Nervously, Izuku took the hand and shook it. I don't think I've introduced myself yet. My name is Midoriya Izuku, the green-haired teen chirped happily. Iida smiled and nodded. Both withdrew their hands and were about to walk away when another voice rang out from behind them. Midoriya. Iida. This time, both turned their heads and saw Uraraka. Hey Uraraka. Izuku greeted, waving at her. She waved back. Wanna walk home together? Uraraka asked, jumping with excitement. I don't mind. Midoriya? Iida said, gesturing to Izuku. Izuku merely shrugged in response and continued walking. Uraraka and Iida chuckled to each other and followed him. Meanwhile, Katsuki stood behind them, staring specifically at Izuku, feeling a mix of disappointment and confusion. The next day, the classes in UA were similar to any other school. The students studied basic subjects such as English, mathematics, and science. Later in the day, students of the Hero course had an additional lesson. Hero Basic Training. I am. Everyone perked up at the familiar voice. The door of the classroom suddenly burst open, and All Might entered in his usual flamboyant manner. Coming through the door like a normal person. As students murmured about All Might, Izuku spun his pencil with little interest. All Might slowly walked towards the podium in front of the classroom, standing behind the lectern. I teach Hero Basic Training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today. All Might struck a pose, making Izuku cringe slightly. Combat training. Combat. Bakugo grinned excitedly. Training, Izuku mumbled, feeling less enthusiastic than the others. All Might struck another pose. And to go with that are these. He pointed to the walls. The light blue stripes on the walls, which the students thought were just for decoration, began to move out from their sockets. Costumes made based on your Quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started, All Might announced. The class erupted in excitement. Costumes. Izuku mumbled aloud, still feeling a mix of anticipation and apprehension. After you change, gather in ground beta. All Might finalized. Yes, sir. All Might stood idly while waiting for his students to arrive. Finally, after they all arrived, All Might's grin spread wider than ever. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. All Might said, observing his students. Now, shall we begin? A few days ago. If I am going to be a hero, I will need a costume, Izuku mumbled, taking a sip from his drink. Well, if you need a costume, I have a few suggestions, someone chimed in from behind Izuku. The brunette turned around and rolled his eyes. When did you become a clothing designer, Mieto? Izuku joked. Mieto chuckled and sat next to him on the couch. May I have some of that? She asked, pointing to the bottle in front of Izuku. He smiled and nodded, passing her the bottle. So do you have any ideas? Not quite. I was originally planning to ask Taisei for suggestions, but I changed my mind. Izuku said awkwardly, remembering how messy the brunette's room was. Mieto chuckled and nodded. Wise choice. Please do not start. You have been playing a variety of video games lately, Izuku noticed. If you weren't my boss, I'd challenge you, Mieto commented, glaring at Izuku. As if you could, Izuku mocked with a scowl, taking another sip from his drink. Anyway, I think you should stick to something fancy. Perhaps, suspenders. Mieto suggested, taking a sip of her drink. Izuku smirked. Agreed. I, for one, Think I look quite nice in suspenders. Couldn't agree more. Maybe your blonde Pomeranian might recognize you more, Mieto teased. Izuku's face flushed red. Be quiet, he unintentionally stuttered. Mieto laughed as she left with her cup still in her hand. The brunette growled and started writing down ideas. That's how he came to a conclusion. Izuku's hero costume consisted of a green buttoned-up dress shirt, the sleeves rolled up, revealing the scars on his forearms. Black suspenders hooked onto black dress breaths, followed by well-polished black dress boots. The boots were modified to be shock-absorbent and, as well as everything else he wore, were fireproof. Izuku decided to forego a tie, since anyone could strangle him with it. The green-haired male walked out last, quickly noticing most of his classmates staring at him. "Whoa, Midoriya-kun, you look so cool," Uraraka complimented from beside him. He laughed and rubbed the back of his head. "Thanks, Uraraka-chan. My friend suggested the outfit," Izuku said. "I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing," Uraraka said, rubbing the back of her head. "In my opinion, you look remarkable," Izuku complimented, smiling sweetly. Uraraka chuckled slightly. "Thanks. The hero course is the best," Mineta commented, putting up a thumbs up. Izuku sighed, thinking about how he had comforted Mineta, believing he would be a great hero. Now, it's time for combat training. All Might boomed. He then started explaining the rules and procedures while answering every question the students had. All right. The teams are Team A, Midoriya Izuku, Uraraka Ochako. Team B, Mizo Shoji, Todoroki Shudo. Team C, Mineta Minoru, Yaoyorozu Momo. Team D, Iida Tenya, Bakugo Katsuki. Team E, Mina Ashido, Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato. Team G, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Tokoyami Fumikage, Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Mashireo Ojiro, Toru Hagakure. Team J, Hanta Siro, Kirishima Aijiro. It must be fate that we're partnered together. Uraraka chirped excitedly. Izuku only nodded in response as he spun a thin, black stick around. Taking notice of it, Uraraka spoke up. "What's that?" Izuku didn't even spare the brunette a glance as he answered. "It is a weapon. It is extremely dangerous in my hands, so I will only use it when necessary," he explained, impressively twirling the stick with his fingers as Uraraka stared at it in interest. "All right, let's see which teams are up first." All Might rummaged through 2 boxes and pulled out 2 ball, 1 black and 1 white. Team A, villains, and Team D, heroes. Teams, please make your way to the front of a building. Izuku sighed, then walked to a building, followed by Katsuki, Uraraka, and Iida. Uraraka and he were to enter the building first. After a few minutes, Katsuki and Iida would enter the building. Before Izuku and Uraraka entered, All Might briefly stop them. "Take this exercise seriously, like you yourself are a villain," All Might said. Izuku stared at the blonde man for a few seconds before nodding. "Act like a villain, I can do that," he mumbled as the two walked inside the building. He immediately began instructing his brown-haired partner. "Hide the bomb on the highest floor. It is confirmed that Katsuki will try to come after me, so try to fend off Iida for a while until I come to your rescue. Understood?" Uraraka took a few seconds to think through the plan before nodding determinedly and proceeding with it in mind. Katsuki and Iida had entered the building, thus beginning the exercise. "Oi, for eyes, how many quirks does Izuku have?" Katsuki asked, not facing Iida. Instead, he was observing his surroundings, hoping to find any clues about where the bomb might be. "From what I've seen, probably 2. One is to produce fire, and the other seems to be a strength enhancer that breaks his bones whenever he uses it." To be honest, Katsuki ignored everything else the blue-haired male had to say. Why was he so distressed over his relationship with Izuku? Katsuki clenched his fists tightly in frustration. Why wasn't Izuku telling him everything? Weren't they supposed to be best friends forever? Perhaps even more? Katsuki shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about such topics. "I'm going after him." Iida paused his explanation and stared at Katsuki in shock. "Bakugo, we need to work together. Without teamwork, we'll lose. Iida pleaded, making chopping hand movements. Shut up. I'm fighting him whether you like it or not. With that statement, Katsuki ran off. Iida sighed and continued looking around for the bomb. Katsuki had been walking around for about 3 minutes, yet there was still no sign of his best friend. The blonde was starting to get aggravated. Izuku, come out and fight me, you stupid nerd. Katsuki yelled at the top of his lungs. A moment passed, and Izuku was still nowhere to be seen. Katsuki growled. Where are you, Bisudi? Right here, Kaken. As soon as he heard that, Katsuki nearly snapped his neck when he turned toward the voice. Izuku was casually standing at the end of the hallway, smiling innocently with his hands behind his back. Hello, Kaken, Izuku greeted, bowing with a hand on his chest. Why wasn't he attacking? What's your plan? Izuku giggled at the blonde's question, making him fume with anger. A villain never reveals his secrets, Katsuki. Katsuki felt a shiver run up his spine when he heard Izuku say his first name. It was silent for a few moments. Then suddenly, Izuku charged full speed toward Katsuki. Taken by surprise, Katsuki's eyes widened as he threw a right hook. Izuku managed to grab his fist and elbow, dragging his feet a full 180 degrees before slamming his opponent onto the ground. The air in Katsuki's lungs escaped as he let out a gasp. The blonde tried to get up, only for Izuku to step on his head and push it back down onto the ground. I suggest you. Izuku was interrupted by Katsuki blasting a large explosion onto the floor, shooting himself up. Izuku was forced to jump away to avoid getting injured. That was rude, Kaken. I don't care, Katsuki coughed as he rubbed his cheek, where there was a bruise forming. Izuku felt a pang of concern when he saw Katsuki injured. He let down his guard and jogged toward the blonde. Kaken, are you all right? I'm so. His concern was met with an explosion to the face. That was well-deserved, Izuku admitted, covering his nose as blood trickled past his lips. As Katsuki tried to land another hit, Izuku jumped away. What happened to your telekinesis, huh? Katsuki growled with a scowl. Izuku felt not only blood but sweat trickle down his face as well. Ah, turns out I didn't have a telekinesis quirk. It was a strength enhancement quirk, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the brunette, suspicious. Izuku took his distraction as an opportunity to attack, dashing toward the blonde. He punched Katsuki in the stomach, making him stumble back. Quickly recovering, Katsuki aimed a right hook at Izuku. Izuku dodged and punched him in the face. This is getting nowhere, Katsuki concluded. He retreated a few steps before putting a finger on the pin of one of his gauntlets. Bakugo, no. Don't do that. All might boomed through Katsuki's headpiece. Katsuki's grin grew bigger as he replied, he'll be fine as long as he dodges. When the blonde pulled the pin, time seemed to slow down for Izuku. A large blast of heat was quickly approaching him, but he couldn't move. He didn't have anywhere to go. Putting his arms over his face in an attempt to defend himself from the explosion, he unconsciously held his breath. As soon as Izuku felt intense heat touch his skin, he gritted his teeth and allowed the blazing fire to engulf him. The brunette felt agonizingly hot flames lick at his skin, tearing it slightly. Then a moment of cold washed over him. It was brief, he almost didn't realize it was there. Then he didn't feel anything. No heat, no cold. He couldn't see or hear anything either, it was like his senses were completely blocked. Was he unconscious? Perhaps dead? There was no way an explosion like that could have killed him, right? He had been through so much, why must he die now? Izuku forced his eyes open, taking in the bright light of the hallway he was still in. He attempted to sit up, only to feel immense pain shoot through his body. He bit his lip and barely managed to contain the urge to cry out in pain. Young Midoriya? Are you all right? All Might almost screamed in his ear. Izuku heard a ringing for a moment before he opened his mouth to reply. I just got hit by what felt like a bomb, Izuku groaned out sarcastically, letting out a dry chuckle. Yeah, I think I'm perfectly fine. I'll get the paramedics. All Might was interrupted by Izuku. Don't, Izuku coughed. He managed to sit up, ignoring the agonizing pain he was feeling. I felt worse. I'll be fine. He wasn't lying either. He was still able to fight despite pain coursing through every part of his being. Young Midoriya, I will not permit you to continue this battle, All Might demanded. Izuku sent a glare to a nearby camera. I'll be fine, Izuku repeated, maintaining his glare. Watch. The green-haired male started rising to his feet, seemingly without a problem. His outfit was almost completely intact, thanks to the special fireproof feature. Izuku stretched, hearing multiple cracks. A dislocated arm, a few non-fatal broken bones, and several third-degree burns. Izuku mumbled, redirecting his gaze to the shell-shocked Katsuki in front of him. Were you trying to kill me? And no, Katsuki stammered. He had only intended to injure Izuku enough for him to forfeit. He never expected it to escalate to this point. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the blast to be so powerful. It's fine, don't worry too much about it, Izuku replied, biting his lip as he gripped his dislocated arm. He winced internally as he relocated it, hissing slightly at the pain. Let us continue, shall we? Katsuki was taken aback by Izuku's determination. He still wanted to fight even after everything? I won't fight you, Katsuki said, letting out a shaky breath and looking down, disappointment evident in his expression. I forfeit, Izuku raised an eyebrow. Are you looking down on me, Kaken? Katsuki shook his head. I might, but I don't like seeing you hurt. The greenette's eyes widened, and a smile formed on his lips. All Might's bright blue eyes widened in shock. With a gulp, he pressed a button and spoke into the microphone. Bakugo Katsuki forfeits. His voice trembled with concern for his successor. He released the button and glanced at the shocked faces of his students. Young Midoriya, please be careful, he mumbled, turning his attention back to the screen. Izuku pressed his earpiece. Uraraka, has Iida found you? Yeah. I'm trying to hold him off, but it's hard. I'll be there soon, Izuku replied, quickly making his way to the highest floor, moving slightly slower due to his injuries. Upon arrival, he saw Iida nearly touching the fake bomb. Acting on instinct, he shot flames at the blue-haired teen, causing him to falter and jump back. Nah, though we've come too far to fail now. Izuku yelled, kicking Iida in the side. Iida fell to the ground, grunting. Sorry, Iida, but you lost the moment you stepped into the battlefield. Izuku finished by wrapping capture tape around Iida. Villains 1. Recovery Girl's office. Katsuki's head rested next to Izuku's sleeping form. He felt exhausted from Chiyo's healing, which was why he had laid down. After a while, Izuku slowly stirred awake. He tried to lift his left arm but felt something, or someone, keeping it down. He turned his head and flushed upon seeing Katsuki using his arm as a pillow. Ka! He stopped himself, not wanting to disturb the peaceful-looking blonde. Instead, he lifted his other arm and gently petted Katsuki's soft blonde hair. I love you, Katsuki. With that confession, he drifted back to sleep. Little did he know, Katsuki had been awake the moment he felt a hand touch his hair. A deep blush stained his cheeks as he mumbled, I love you too, Izuku. He knew now that the greenette shared his feelings. He just needed to figure out how to express them. Pardon? Could you repeat that? Izuku asked, eyes wide as he held his phone to his ear. The caller was Shigaraki Tamura, requesting that he steal documents from Nisa's office. You heard me. Steal documents from that rat's office. After that, you'll get the quirk you longing, Shigaraki replied. Izuku grinned at the request. Is it that simple? He laughed. Are you certain you want to give up my services so early into the infiltration? Yes. Once everything is done, All Might will be dead, and we will rule over this country. Shigaraki rasped arrogantly. Izuku hummed, trying to suppress his laughter. All right, fine. You will get your documents. After exchanging farewells, he hung up. You are foolish, Shigaraki Tamura, he mumbled, placing his phone on his desk and turning off his lamp. How can someone so arrogant be the leader of a villain group? He smirked. I have yet to discover the answer. The next day, Izuku was spinning his pencil, paying no attention to Aizawa's lesson. Instead, he was plotting when to steal the documents. After school? No, Nizu would definitely still be in his office. Lunchtime would be the only time he might be out, but it would be suspicious to leave Uraraka and Iida behind. You will be choosing class representatives. Pick someone you can trust, Aizawa stated. Almost everyone raised their hands, eager to be chosen. Izuku twitched at the noise but kept quiet to avoid drawing attention. Aizawa rolled his eyes and crawled inside his sleeping bag. Izuku thought, I wish I could do that. Silence, everyone. The class representative's duty is important. It cannot be decided so vaguely. I suggest we create an election. Iida proposed, his hand raised shakily, clearly hoping to be voted for. Hold on. We don't know much about each other yet. Plus, wouldn't people just vote for themselves? Kaminari pointed out. That makes it even more honorable if someone gets the most votes, Iida insisted. The class seemed to agree with the idea now. Correct me if I am wrong, Izuku said, his shock evident as he stared at the board. He had ended up with 4 votes, the most out of everyone. Momo received 2 votes, making her vice. But I seem to have the most votes. Your eyes are perfectly fine, Midoriya, Iida confirmed, sulking in his seat. Izuku looked at him empathetically. He had voted for the blue-haired male. He didn't know why, he just felt like he should. You know, Iida, you could be representative instead, Izuku suggested. No, you were chosen. This role belongs to you, Iida protested. Izuku sighed, getting up from his seat and standing next to Momo. Before I accept this role, may I know who voted for me? He asked, putting his hands behind his back. Uraraka, Iida, and Todoroki raised their hands. Izuku was slightly surprised that Todoroki had voted for him but quickly brushed the thought aside. That's 3. Izuku decided to let his act drop slightly, feeling a bit upset that no one besides him had voted for Iida. Katsuki hesitantly raised his hand. Everyone, including Izuku, looked at the blonde with wide eyes. Out of everyone, I never expected you to be the one to vote for me, Izuku mumbled, a light blush on his cheeks. He cleared his throat. Let's go for lunch. Izuku had just bought his food and was about to sit with his usual pair, Iida and Uraraka, when Katsuki yelled, Oi, Izuku, sit with me today. Izuku stood there, feeling perplexed. Kaken wants to sit with me? He tilted his head to the side. Are you deaf? Come sit with me, nerd. Katsuki repeated, a light shade of pink dusting his cheeks. Izuku turned to Iida and Uraraka, who nodded approvingly. He shrugged and walked over to his best friend. Izuku was about to pull the chair when Katsuki did it for him. Sit, Katsuki demanded in a surprisingly low voice. Thanks, Izuku mumbled, obliging Katsuki's demand. Mina looked at the two with wide eyes, grinning and jumping up and down in her seat enthusiastically. Kirishima, noticing Mina's antics, tapped her on the shoulder. Why are you so excited? He asked as Mina calmed down slightly. Don't you see it? She yelled, pointing to the blonde and brunette talking calmly while eating. After a moment, Kirishima's eyes widened in realization, and he started squealing along with Mina, earning strange looks from the rest of the group. Suddenly, an alarm rang, startling everyone. What's going on? Uraraka shouted as every student in the cafeteria rushed to the exit. It's a 3rd-level security breach. In my 3 years of going here, this has never happened, a 3rd year shouted, running toward the exit. Izuku looked out of a window and noticed it was just the press. However, something else caught his eye. The gate, it's disintegrated? A light bulb appeared above Izuku's head as he got up and ran toward the exit, ignoring his friend's protests. Stay here, it's just the press. Tell the others. Izuku yelled in a commanding tone, causing some classmates to shudder and nod. He managed to escape the crowd with multiple scratches and bruises. He quickly dashed through the hallways toward Nizu's office, making sure to be as sneaky as possible. Once he got to the office, he used a pin he always kept in his pocket to unlock it. He opened the door slightly and peeked inside. After ensuring there were no security cameras, he silently snuck to a stack of papers on the desk. He rummaged through it, glancing at the door a few times. After he got what he needed, 1A's documents, he tucked them under his blazer and ran out of the room, locking the door behind him. Taking a deep breath, he dashed back down the hallway, where he saw many students dispersing. He looked up and saw Iida floating, breathing heavily. "Excellent work, Iida." Izuku smiled as he approached his classmates. "Oh my, Midoriya. What happened to you?" Momo asked, inspecting Izuku's scratches and bruises. "I just got shoved around in the crowd. No big deal." Izuku replied. "Dim nerd. Where did you go anyway?" Katsuki yelled, trying to hide his worry. "Got knocked down the stairs," he quickly covered. Katsuki's expression shifted to one of concern as he grabbed Izuku's wrist and dragged him away. Izuku let out a yelp of surprise at the sudden action. "We're going to recovery, girl." "I'm not letting you protest," Katsuki insisted. Izuku blushed madly while looking at the blonde with wide eyes. "Oh my, what did I say about injuring yourself?" Recovery girl scolded as she used her quirk on Izuku. "I'm fine," Izuku whined. Katsuki, still holding Izuku's wrist firmly, squeezed it tightly. "Oh, shut up. Do you know how worried I get when you're injured? Even the tiniest scratch Katsuki gritted his teeth and looked down. Izuku barely missed the tears threatening to fall from the blonde's eyes. "I can't risk losing you, Izuku." To say Izuku was surprised is an understatement. He was beyond shocked. Katsuki had never shown so much emotion to him before, and it concerned him. He placed a comforting hand on Katsuki's cheek, causing the blonde to look at him. "I'm not going anywhere, Kaken," Izuku smiled reassuringly. Katsuki embraced him, and the brunette did the same. "It was a pleasure working with you," I lied, giving Shigaraki a yellow folder filled with information. I was back in my villain suit, with the black hair dye, red contact lenses, and mask. The blue-haired villain scratched his neck while taking the folder, grinning creepily. "Your reward is that way," Shigaraki directed rudely, pointing at a wooden door. I hummed, slightly aggravated with the villain, and trailed his finger. Opening the door, I peeked inside. The room was quite dark, with the only source of light being a ceiling light that illuminated a figure like a spotlight. The figure had tubes protruding from their body. Disturbing. I carefully stepped into the room. The atmosphere was eerie and scary, though I was not concerned in the slightest. "Welcome, Midoriya Izuku," the figure spoke. "So he knows my true identity, as I had guessed. There is a possibility that he is exactly who I think he is." "All for one," I growled, malice evident in my tone. I crossed my arms and glared at All Might's mutual nemesis. He chuckled. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Izuku. I am quite impressed. You managed to escape All Might. You were not unscathed, but you survived nonetheless," I admitted truthfully, glaring at him. "You flatter me, boy. But I doubt you wouldn't be able to escape him as well," All for One said. Growled menacingly under my breath. "Attempting to earn my favor? Oh, how cunning," I chuckled darkly, walking closer to the old man. "Now, are you going to give me my part of the deal?" "Yes. Though, I am quite disappointed in Tamura. He has always only been useful for being a vessel," I scowled, disgusted with him. "He only sees Shigaraki as a tool, a stepping stone to get what he desires." "You are utterly disgusting," I spat, glaring angrily at Shigaraki's supposed father figure. He merely laughed and placed a hand on my head. "If things were to turn out differently, you could be my successor instead. You would be a great leader of my group," All for One explained. I rolled my eyes at his attempt to persuade me to join his petty league of villains. He should know by now that I do not plan to rule over an empire. I simply strive to be my own hero. Suddenly, I felt overwhelming pain shoot through my body. It felt as if my body was being torn apart agonizingly slow. I yelled out in pain and stumbled back, clutching my head with my hands. "You should know that having a fourth quirk would bring along consequences," All for One said, grinning triumphantly. I could barely hear him as the burning sensation in my body intensified. Eventually I passed out. My vision was blurry as I awoke from my slumber. My head still hurt, causing me to immediately reach my hand up and grasp it. At least the rest of my body did not feel as bad. "Did you learn your lesson?" came a voice I barely recognized. I realized I was lying on a silky couch, located opposite a bar counter. How long have I been here? I asked, ignoring his question. I sat up and rubbed my temples. Then I looked to the left and saw Kurojiri wiping a glass cup. Around 2 hours. I'm surprised. Not many people can still function with 4 quirks in their system, Kurojiri told me. I nodded, acknowledging his presumed compliment. It is 1 in the morning, then, I assumed. Kurojiri nodded, putting down the squeaky clean glass and grabbing another one. I stayed there in silence for a few more minutes, massaging my throbbing head. So what quirk did MSTR give you? Kurojiri asked. I glanced at him before looking down at my hands. It should be a rapid regeneration quirk. The name is self-explanatory, I said, getting up from the couch and sitting on a bar stool. Kurojiri shot me a questioning look. A cup of tequila, I ordered, resting my head on the counter. You're too young to be drinking, Mr. Decipher, Kurojiri berated. I chuckled, bringing my head up to stare into his glowing yellow eyes. I'm too young to be a Yakuza boss as well. Yet, here I am, I retorted, massaging the bridge of my nose. Now, are you going to give me my shot of tequila? Kurojiri sighed in defeat, pouring me a glass and handing it to me. Do not worry, this is the only shot I will have here, I assured, drinking the whole thing in one gulp. After a moment of contemplating my life choices, I got up from the stool and walked towards the exit. Goodbye, Decipher, Kurojiri waved. I stared at him before smiling and waving politely as I left the League of Villains base. Today we are going to do rescue training, Aizawa said, probably irritated he has to actually teach. Based on the folder I stole from Nisa's office, Class A will be going to the USJ to practice rescue training today. No, it is not the Universal Studios Japan. It is short for Unforeseen Simulation Joint, quite a mouthful. Aizawa explained that we could use our hero costumes if we wanted. Using our hero costumes could get us accustomed to them, making hero work much easier. So yes, I decided I should use my hero suit. As 13 explained about quirks and how they could be used to easily save and also harm, my mind wandered. I could not shake the feeling that something bad was about to happen, something that could prove to be scarring. Suddenly, in the corner of my eye, I saw a purple swirl form in the middle of the UFA. Kurojiri. My mind went on autopilot, and I stood in front of my classmates defensively. And Midoriya? I heard Uraraka call from behind me. Midobro, chill, they're probably fake villains, Kirishima tried to assure. Though I could hear the uncertainty in his tone. Trust me, they're not, I warned. Aizawa got into a fighting position beside me. A multitude of villains started pouring from the large portal. Mr. Aizawa, let me help. Your quirk isn't suited for so many people, he said, shaking his head. What type of pro hero only has one trick up their sleeve? Fair enough. He jumped into the fray, taking out a trio right off the bat. Meanwhile, I pushed everyone to the exit. Go get help from the teachers. I yelled at them. But it was too late. Hello there. I am Kurojiri of the League of Villains. We have come to kill All Might, Kurojiri introduced. Normally, I would have laughed at him, but now was not the time. Kaken and Kirishima charged at him to attack. What were they thinking? Before I could yell at them, Kurojiri engulfed the majority of us and split us up. I opened my eyes and found myself falling into thick, blue water. I put my arms in front of me defensively, holding my breath as I dropped into the water. Slowly, I opened my eyes and saw a villain approaching me at high speeds. Luckily, Azui wrapped me with her tongue and pulled me out of the water. We're all gonna die. Mineta cried as I landed beside him, with Azui landing perfectly in front of us soon after. Calm down, Mineta, Azui said. I got up from my sitting position and observed my surroundings. We were in the shipwreck zone. Azui has a frog-like quirk. If they sent her here, that means they do not know our quirks. Interesting discovery, Midoriya, Azui complimented. I must have been mumbling. I really need to get rid of that habit. Thank you, Azui, I replied. She sent a glare my way. Call me Tsu, she demanded. I stared at her in disbelief. Before I could say anything, the boat started shaking. I'm starting to get bored down here. Let's just attack them, A villain yelled. They could have really powerful quirks for all we know. It's dangerous to attack them, another villain countered. At least not all of them were reckless. I shot a death glare at the villains below us. Some flinched back, making a smirk crawl to my lips. I can formulate a plan, I said, turning to face my two companions. But I will need detailed explanations of your quirks. Tsu and Mineta explained their quirks to me in great detail, just as I asked. When Mineta explained his, Tsu and I stared at him, honestly expecting something more useful. I started contemplating our choices, quickly formulating a plan within a few seconds. Suddenly, the boat started shaking and began sinking. I can't wait any longer, a villain yelled impatiently. All right, I looked up at Tsu and Mineta. I have a plan. After briefly explaining the plan, I quickly jumped off the boat and aimed my right hand at the villains. I smiled sweetly at them before flicking my finger. Midoriya, is your finger okay? Tsu asked as we made our way to the central plaza. Yes, it's fine, I assured. In fact, it was perfectly fine. The moment we landed, it was already healed with no injuries to be seen. Quirks are fascinating. If you say so, Ribbit, Tsu sighed in relief. I smiled at her and turned my attention back to the central plaza. The closer we got, the clearer the situation became. Laying there, beaten and broken, was our teacher. A menacing black bird-like creature was twisting an arm of his in a very unsightly way. Just witnessing the violent scene made me shudder. Aizawa was close to passing out. He might even die. Suddenly, something flared from within me. The need to save. Adrenaline rushed through my veins as I ran at top speed toward the bird-like creature. Don't touch Mr. Aizawa. I yelled at the top of my lungs, powering up one for all in my right arm as I pulled it back. A huge blast of wind pressure tore through the surrounding air. I landed the hit, but this time, my arm didn't break. An improvement? The smoke cleared, revealing the bird-like creature standing strong. Though it was distracted from Aizawa at the moment, it was not affected by the punch at all. I jumped back in alarm. I couldn't deny that I was worried about the witness's safety. That punch was strong. Shigaraki mumbled. I side-glanced him but kept my guard up around the bird-like creature. Shigaraki started scratching his neck in irritation. I smirked at the sight. He was intimidated by me. I redirected my gaze back to the blackbird. It seemed to be waiting for commands. Unexpectedly, Shigaraki smirked and lowered his hand from his neck. Then he pointed his finger at me. Nomu, change of plans. Kill him. Before I could even register what he said, I was thrown back a few meters. If I hadn't caught myself with telekinesis before hitting the wall, I would have definitely been injured. Multiple quirks? That's unfair. Shigaraki yelled. I knew he was addicted to video games, but for him to be this out of touch, it was fast, too fast for my eyes to follow. I was slammed into a wall. I grunted and tried to rise to my feet, only to get hit again and fly across the USJ. I didn't even see what was hitting me, but I was sure it was Nomu. It was a good thing I asked for a regeneration quirk. My wounds were instantaneously being healed. It felt like needles piercing my skin, but I would be fine. Either way, it didn't matter. I was too aggravated to pay any mind to the pain. I was completely angered. After all those years of harsh training, I was unable to compete against a mere overgrown bird with muscle? How could one be so powerful? I rose to my feet, blood seeping down my head. Nomu will not hurt anyone else. I simply will not allow it. Aizawa was mortified. He had just watched one of his students get thrown around like a rag doll while he lay on the ground helplessly. It was a horrible thing to witness a child get beaten and be unable to do anything about it. P-problem child. Aizawa barely managed to whisper in an attempt to reach out to his student. It wasn't working. He knew his student would never come back. It was impossible to survive such powerful blows from that monstrous creature. A shiver went up his spine, causing him to wince. Midoriya, he whispered, losing hope. He couldn't do anything. If he couldn't even save one student, how could he call himself a teacher? Just then, the doors of the USA slammed open. It's all right now. The familiar voice was reassuring, bringing a sense of relief to Aizawa and the students present in the central plaza. "Because I am here." All Might's booming voice filled the air. Immediately, like a speeding bullet, he rescued everyone in the central plaza, including Aizawa. However, despite the slight reassurance from All Might's presence, Aizawa couldn't get his mind off of Midoriya. Images of the green-haired teen occupied Aizawa's thoughts. "And Midoriya?" Aizawa mumbled, though it came out as barely a whisper. It seemed to catch All Might's attention as the blonde hero turned to meet Aizawa's eyes. "What about young Midoriya? Is he all right?" Aizawa barely managed to shake his head and turn it in the direction Midoriya had been blasted off to. Worry was evident on his features. All Might nodded thoughtfully. "Don't worry, I will save young Midoriya." When he returned to the doors of the USJ, he immediately attacked every villain present, ensuring none of them were conscious before turning to Shigaraki. "All Might." Shigaraki rasped, grinning widely. He called, "Nomu," and pointed at the blonde hero. "Nomu, kill him." Izuku needed some time to regenerate. If it were not for his rapid healing, he would be in serious trouble after Nomu's last attack. He growled, unsatisfied with his current state. "I was under the impression I was strong enough to handle anything," Izuku muttered, placing a hand on his forehead. He sighed. "I guess there is no helping it. I am only human after all." Feeling a sense of calmness, he stood up and stared at the central plaza. He stretched his limbs. "All Might should be here by now," he muttered, slightly disappointed that he could not help against Nomu. He shrugged and started walking back to the central plaza. All Might was struggling. Nomu was as strong as him, if not stronger. As Shigaraki mentioned, it had multiple quirks: shock absorption, super regeneration, and super strength. All Might didn't know how he was going to defeat Nomu, but one thing was clear: it would be difficult. He might even risk exposing his true form to his students. How did he get into this situation? All Might was stuck in an uncomfortable position, with Nomu's fingers digging into his injury. The mist villain, Kurogiri, had a portal that was slowly closing in on him. For a split second, All Might wished for someone to save him like he had saved them. A large explosion rang out in the USJ. Bakugo had his hands on Kurogiri's metal plate, ready to rid it from existence. Kurogiri tried to move, but Bakugo had other plans. "You try to do anything funny and I'll blow you up right now, you got it?" Bakugo sneered, a determined grin on his face. "They'll be cleaning you up for weeks." Izuku stretched as he entered the central plaza. "Such a long walk," he muttered, annoyed. "Midoriya." Izuku heard Todoroki call. The heterochromia boy breathed heavily as he and several others approached Izuku. "Todoroki, is everyone all right?" the brunette asked, showing concern for his classmates. "Are you all right? We saw you get blown away," Todoroki asked worriedly. Izuku's eye twitched. "I'm fine, it wasn't that bad," he covered. Todoroki hesitantly nodded. Bakugo and Kirishima went to fight the villains. "We need to help them," Mina suggested. Izuku shook his head discreetly. "We should stay out of All Might's way. We'll just be a nuisance if we try to help," a few agreed. They decided to watch the fight just in case. When they reached the scene, they saw All Might seemingly standing strong, trying to provoke the villains. "Something isn't right," Izuku mumbled, staring at All Might's smoking body. His classmates looked at him curiously. Ignoring their looks, he stepped forward. It was a risk to use one for all with a regeneration quirk flowing through his veins. It would heal visibly, and All Might would notice. No doubt he would get questions from Aizawa as well. If he used his telekinesis, his classmates would see his eyes glow whenever he used it. Izuku gritted his teeth in distress as he debated whether or not to help the blonde hero. This was troublesome. He didn't have much time to think as Shigaraki sprinted towards All Might, hands ready to attack. Izuku powered up one for all in his legs and blasted himself off the ground towards Shigaraki. He aimed a punch at the blue-haired male. Time seemed to slow as a portal appeared in front of him, Shigaraki's hand almost touching Izuku's nose. Reacting quickly, the green-haired teen used telekinesis to redirect Shigaraki's hand. Bang! Bang! Gunshots echoed throughout the USJ. Bullet hit Shigaraki on the arm, while another struck his leg. The blue-haired male grunted in pain as he landed harshly on the ground. "Dinin heroes," Shigaraki muttered, scratching his neck. More gunshots rang out. 2 more bullets hit his other leg and arm. Luckily, Kurogiri protected him with his quirk. Kurogiri growled as 13, still injured, used their quirk to try and disrupt the portal. Kurogiri barely managed to teleport away before any more damage could be done. Izuku sighed as he got up from his sitting position, his legs already healed. A cement wall rose from the ground, sheltering him and All Might from the view of his classmates. "Why young Midoriya?" All Might mumbled, confusion evident on his face. With a puff of smoke, he returned to his skeletal form. "I will explain later, to the whole of UA staff," Izuku concluded, massaging his temples. Why did he decide to continue attending UA again? Right. He still had All Might's quirk. The green-haired boy mentally noted to return it to him. Izuku sat on a silky lavender couch. In front of him was a glass coffee table, with Nizu, Tashinori, and Aizawa sitting on the opposite couch. Izuku was pleased to find that even Nizu, despite his tight schedule, attended such a short-noticed meeting. However, he felt a pang of concern seeing Aizawa all bandaged up. "Is this about the USJ attack?" Nizu asked curiously. Izuku glanced at the principal and nodded thoughtfully. The green-haired leader took a deep breath before speaking. "I am not who I seem to be." At that moment, he wished he had a drink. He spoke more clearly when he had something to distract him from the social interaction. "What does that mean, Midoriya?" Aizawa asked, intrigued. Izuku took a deep breath and met the eyes of the 3 teachers. "If I tell you, you must swear to never tell anyone," he warned, shifting uncomfortably on the couch. "If you do, there will be consequences." The teachers hesitantly nodded, slightly intimidated. "When I was 8 years old, my mother died in a house fire," Izuku said, cringing at how much his explanation sounded like a villain monologue. The teachers were taken aback but nodded in understanding. The fact brought a smirk to Izuku's lips, but it quickly vanished as he remembered the topic at hand. "Heroes tried to save her, but it was too late. She was the light of my life, one of the reasons I felt positive for 8 years. Do you know how much sorrow I felt?" The teachers' faces softened with empathy for the young teen. They could imagine how it must have felt to lose someone who had been there for most of his life. "So I ran away," Izuku continued, prompting confused looks from the teachers. "I did not want to be orphaned. That would be far too troublesome." Seeing their understanding expressions, he took another deep breath. "Not long after, I met a woman named Rashingu Mieto. She became my guardian. She could never replace my biological mother, but she cares for me as if I am her own. When I was 11, I realized something. Heroes are not enough." Izuku's voice shifted from timid to confident, as if stating an undeniable fact. "What do you mean?" Tashinori asked. Izuku smiled sweetly at the hero, understanding his confusion. When heroes arrest villains, there's always a chance they could escape. That chance could bring dismay to civilians. The teachers exchanged glances, still unsure of where he was going. So instead of arresting villains, what else could the heroes do? Seconds ticked by, and Nizu's eyes widened in realization. Izuku smirked at the display. "Kill them," Nizu mumbled, his tone a mix of disbelief and amusement. The other 2 teachers gasped at the principal's revelation. "Who?" Aizawa said, staring at Izuku with concern. "Who are you really?" "I am Midoriya Izuku. All of you know this," he grinned brightly. Then suddenly, his eyes smoldered a grim emerald, and his grin shifted into an impudent smirk. "Young Midoriya?" Tashinori questioned worriedly, hope in his eyes. That hope vanished as Izuku chuckled darkly, his tone filled with malice. "Yes. You know me as Midoriya?" He paused, eyes narrowing at his teachers. "But do you acknowledge me as Decipher?" Immediately, Aizawa stood up, taking an offensive posture, while Nizu and Tashinori sat down, one in disbelief and the other in denial. Izuku rolled his eyes and stood up from the couch with a sweet smile, despite the intense gaze directed at him. "Why are you so surprised?" he asked, noticing the pale expression on Tashinori's face. The pro-hero looked up with guilty eyes. while Izuku pouted down at him. You said I was hero material, did you change your mind? I never thought you'd be a villain. Toshinori admitted solemnly, lowering his head in shame. Izuku frowned at the sight. You gave me one for all because you trusted me. Do not worry, he chuckled dryly, sitting back down and clenching his hands into fists. I am a lot of things, but I am no traitor. How can we trust you? Aizawa barked, trying to maintain his composure. Izuku glanced at him before sighing. I never wanted to become a villain. I just wanted what is best for this selfish world, he admitted solemnly. Aizawa lowered his stance slightly, contemplating Izuku's words. Even if you want a better world, your actions cannot be justified. Aizawa walked around the table towards Izuku, who had his head held low, his eyes hidden by his hair. The underground hero placed a comforting hand on Izuku's hair, startling him. You're young. You can still change your ways, Aizawa suggested with a small smile. Izuku looked up and scowled, slapping his hand away. Do you think I do not already know that? He snapped angrily. I could never leave my Yakuza even if I wanted to. Too many people have pledged alliances with me. I would have a bounty on my head if I quit now. Young Midoriya. Toshinori approached him. Izuku tried to back away but was pulled into a comforting hug. I don't regret my choice, at least not completely. Izuku's eyes widened at the blonde's statement. He stuttered. Pushing Toshinori away, he asked, Why? You should resent me. There's no reason to. I know my quirk is in safe hands. Toshinori smiled sweetly at Izuku, who scowled bitterly. All Might's right. We have no reason to hate you, Nizu chimed in, causing the others in the room to glance at him. As long as you don't hurt anyone else, Izuku growled at that statement. This is the field of work that I do. You cannot force me to do anything. Standing up, Izuku was about to leave when Toshinori grabbed his wrist in desperation. We know that, but you are still a child. What kind of heroes would we be if we let you ruin your future like this? Toshinori retorted. Izuku trembled as he shook his head. Let me go, he yelled, trying to pull away. Aizawa stepped in, attempting to restrain him, but in a flash he was thrown across the room. Izuku glared at Toshinori with glowing emerald eyes. Despite the display, Toshinori could see the pain in Izuku's eyes. Let go of me. I do not wish to harm you, Iida, Izuku growled, his voice low and threatening. Toshinori had no choice but to let go, leaving a faint red mark on Izuku's wrist. Thank you. Now I shall take my leave. Izuku placed his hand on the doorknob and held it firmly. Wait, Nizu called. Izuku sighed and turned to look at the principal expectantly. Are you going to attend classes tomorrow? Out of all questions, Izuku looked at him strangely before sighing again. Possibly, he mumbled, just loud enough for Nizu to hear. The principal smiled gratefully as Izuku opened the door. He paused, glancing at the teachers one last time before walking out and closing the door behind him. Hey kid, Mieto said from the doorway. Izuku hummed in acknowledgement as he typed furiously on his keyboard. Selling on the black market again? Izuku's typing stopped abruptly as he turned to face his adoptive parent. Can I help you, Mieto? He asked, his tone sharp. Harsh, Mieto chuckled, walking closer. What's gotten you so upset, boss? Izuku was silent for a moment. Nothing. He mumbled. There's obviously something, Izuku. It's better to talk about it, Mieto pestered, kneeling in front of him. Izuku sighed. I told All Might, Eraserhead, and Nizu my identity. He bit his bottom lip anxiously. Mieto's eyes widened. Why? She asked sternly, grabbing his shoulders. During the USJ incident, my instincts kicked in and I used one for all. I landed beside All Might. He saw my legs instantaneously heal, Izuku summarized, a solemn expression on his face. Mieto sighed and kissed his cheek to reassure him. They didn't hurt you, did they? She asked worriedly. Izuku rubbed his wrist, where Toshinori had grabbed him. It was healed, but he couldn't help but think back to that moment. Recognizing the gesture, Mieto's protective instincts kicked in as her eyes narrowed. Who did it? She asked quickly. Izuku flinched slightly at her reaction. It wasn't that bad. Besides, it's gone now, he tried to assure her, only for his mother figure to grow angrier. Izuku, who did it? It was more of a statement than a question. Mieto was not a typical mother. If someone hurt her son, even if he wasn't blood-related, she would not hesitate to confront whoever harmed him. All might. Izuku sighed, knowing there was no escaping a furious Mieto. The scarlet-haired woman fumed with anger, unintentionally gripping Izuku's shoulders tighter. Mieto, Izuku whispered. Blinded by rage, she didn't respond, her thoughts consumed with plans to confront Toshinori. Rashingu, Izuku tried again, slightly louder. Still, Mieto seemed oblivious to her son's calls, lost in her thoughts. Mother! Izuku finally yelled. Mieto jumped at the loud noise and turned to face him. Izuku sighed. I am perfectly fine. It already healed, he gestured to his wrist to prove his point. This time, it was Mieto's turn to sigh. She embraced her son in a tight hug that felt like it could last forever. I'm sorry, Aizu, but you know how protective I am about these things. She pulled away from the hug and smiled sweetly at him. The brunette returned the gesture gratefully. I know. The sports festival. An event that is important to those at UA who wish to pursue the path of heroes. An event in which Izuku had no interest in participating. However, here he was, listening to Aizawa ramble about its significance. He decided to continue attending UA, having grown quite attached to the school, much to his displeasure and worry. Aizawa kept sparing glances at him, making Izuku scowl in return. When class ended, Izuku immediately got up from his seat and walked toward the classroom door. Once he opened it, he groaned impatiently at the commotion before him. The rest of Class A turned their heads to face the door, surprised. What is this? Izuku growled in annoyance. Every first year at UA stood in front of him, chattering amongst themselves. Couldn't he eat lunch without being disturbed? What business do you have with Class A? Iida asked, mechanically chopping his arms. We can't get through. Mineta grumbled. What are they doing here, anyway? Scouting out the enemy, small fry, Katsuki scowled, surprisingly calm. Izuku spared the blonde a thoughtful glance as he stood next to him. They want to see the class that defeated villains. Is this the famous Class A? A masculine voice asked mockingly. A male pushed past the crowd and glared at Katsuki with mesmerizing purple eyes. Is everyone here the same as him? Please let us through. We are trying to get to the cafeteria, Izuku asked politely, though his face did not display it, evident in the slight twitch of his lips. He hadn't eaten dinner as he was too busy selling things, and he missed breakfast because he rushed to school, so he was really hungry. You know, at the sports festival, those of us who try hard enough and get recognized might be able to move into the hero course, the lavender-haired teen said, ignoring Izuku's statement. The mafia leader clenched his hands into fists, ready to punch something or someone. That means any of you could be transferred out if any of us got in, he pointed at the students of Class A, then at the students behind him. The crowd was surprisingly quiet. Katsuki suddenly grabbed Izuku's wrist, which trembled with anger. The brunette immediately relaxed, surprised at the sudden but comfortable contact. I don't care. Just let us through before I blast all of you away, Katsuki threatened, causing the purple-haired male to flinch and scowl. I am Shinso Hitoshi. I have come to declare war, the teen, Shinso Hitoshi, declared. The declaration of war almost interested Izuku, but he remembered that lunch was his first priority at the moment. I suggest you move out of the way, Shinso, before I make you. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Shinso, who flinched back in alarm. Katsuki flashed a faint smirk at the suddenly confident brunette. Some future heroes you are, Shinso snarled, turning to leave. Izuku narrowed his eyes at the purple-haired teen. Soon after he left, the crowd dispersed. Izuku sighed. Future heroes, huh? He chuckled, looking down at his wrist, still held firmly by Katsuki. Kaken, I love your warmth, but aren't you going a little far with that? The blonde finally seemed to notice his grip and pulled away hastily. A faint blush spread across his cheeks as he looked away in embarrassment. Sorry, Izuku, Katsuki mumbled hesitantly. Izuku smiled fondly at him before wrapping an arm around his friends. Instantly, their arms locked together like chains. The bold action startled Katsuki. "Remember when we used to do this when we were kids?" Izuku chuckled with a bright grin. Katsuki stared at him for a moment and smiled. "Yeah," he mumbled. Class A watched the interaction with growing admiration and interest. Soon, the pair strode away toward the cafeteria. "That was..." Ciro mumbled. "So cute." Mina squealed at the sheer amount of cuteness. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at the two, his gaze focused mainly on Izuku. "Why does he seem so fake?" "The class that fought off villains, Class 1A. Present Mike announced. The audience screamed with enthusiasm at the mention of the class. Class A walked out of their tunnel, Izuku being at the very front. With each step, the tension in the arena grew, leaving Class A feeling as if the air was crushing their lungs. They stopped near a podium, finally able to breathe a little. Luckily, their nervousness didn't show. Soon, other classes joined them, forming a crowd of students. Midnight walked onto the stage, immediately receiving deadpan looks from every first year. "That shouldn't be legal," Kirishima whispered to Izuku. The brunette blinked at him and slowly nodded, uncertain of how to respond. He then noticed a certain lavender-haired male in the corner of his eye and frowned slightly. He never meant to be rude, he was just extremely hungry. He had never missed a meal, even if it was just bread and cheese. "The first round will be..." Midnight spun a wheel, regaining Izuku's attention. The wheel landed on obstacle course. "Remember, only the first 100 people will advance to the next round. Good luck." What a silly thing to rely on. Every student stood at the beginning of the obstacle course. Izuku was at the back, not particularly interested in the extra exercise. He realized that the tunnel they would be running through was too cramped, definitely the first obstacle. After stretching his limbs, he dragged a foot behind him and placed his hands on the ground. He had no choice but to run without his quirk. He would have to rely on his speed. "Start!" The horn blew, and everyone took off. Izuku ran past a few slower students, confirming his theory as people began getting stuck in the tunnel. Somehow, Todoroki managed to get through and started using his ice, causing some contestants to slip. Izuku growled, pushing through the crowd with determination and melting the ice with his fire. He dashed away from the crowd and began catching up to his classmates. "Oh, Class A is unstoppable. What are you teaching them, Eraser?" Present Mike shouted in surprise. Aizawa merely shook his head. "I didn't teach them anything. They simply learned to not hold back," Aizawa explained in his usual deadpan manner. Present Mike listened with interest, almost forgetting to make another announcement. "Remember these?" Present Mike shouted as robots rose from the ground and began attacking the nearby students. "They're the 0-pointers from the entrance exam." Izuku growled as he jumped to the side to avoid a robot's attack. "Just how much money does this school have?" He burnt the robot to ashes and continued running. "I expected this to be harder," Todoroki mumbled, freezing a 0-pointer with a flick of his hand. Seeing how unstable it was, Izuku went around it. That was when something caught his eye, a shiny glimmer of a green metal plate. He didn't know why, but he decided to take it. The mafia leader heard a loud crash from behind him and instinctively turned his head. Kirishima and Tetsu were all right, much to his relief. He sighed before continuing his sprint. Lo and behold, the third obstacle, the pitfall of death. Present Mike announced. Todoroki wasted no time, sliding across with his ice. However, Katsuki managed to pass him by flying with his explosions. Izuku groaned when he reached the pitfall of death. He should have chosen to use telekinesis instead of his fire. After a few minutes, Izuku finally made it to the final obstacle, landmine. Present Mike explained that they weren't dangerous, but they were bright and could cause students to lose balance. An idea popped into Izuku's mind. He started digging up the ground and carefully placing a multitude of landmines inside. The students that had passed him gave him strange looks, but that didn't bother him. After a few moments, he readied himself by holding up the green metal plate. Then he sprinted and jumped onto the landmines, creating a large explosion that propelled him across the field. "Thanks for the idea, Kaken," he chuckled as he flew past the other contestants. Whoa! Present Mike gasped. Midoriya Izuku has made a dangerous gamble. Izuku found himself approaching the ground quickly. He wouldn't win if he landed there. Despite not being interested in the sports festival, he still loved winning. A selfish reason he knew, but can you blame him? He was human after all. The only logical conclusion was to take another leap. Izuku stepped on Todoroki's left shoulder and Katsuki's right, slamming the metal plate onto the ground filled with landmines. Another large explosion flashed in everyone's eyes as Katsuki and Todoroki lost their balance and toppled over. Izuku was flung once more, reaching the end of the landmine field. He landed harshly, gaining a few bruises and scratches, but they healed quickly. Izuku dashed for the finish line, desperate to gain another mental trophy. And the winner of the obstacle course is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku ran out of the tunnel as soon as his name was announced. The crowd went wild, cheering his name enthusiastically. He pumped his fist into the air, sweating and breathing slightly. See that, mother? I did it, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Mieto knew that the brunette wasn't referring to her. She understood that she could never replace his actual mother. However, she couldn't help but feel proud to be Izuku's adoptive mother. She smiled at the television screen that showcased her adoptive son's victory, her golden emerald eyes glimmering with pride. That's my boy. The second round will be. Midnight spun the wheel again. The tension in the arena rose as it spun continuously until it finally landed. A cavalry battle? A teamwork? With a little twist, she added. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, leaving only Izuku's spot in the crowd illuminated. The person that got first place in the first round will have 10 million points. Izuku's eye twitched as the other contestants eyed him maliciously. He simply glared back as if to say, bring it on. This is bad. No one wants to team up with him because they're scared to be targeted. Izuku was starting to regret trying in the obstacle course. Hey, Izuku. A sudden voice snapped him out of his internal panic. Spiky blonde hair was all he needed to see to identify the person who called him. Hey, Kaken, Izuku replied, smiling softly at his childhood best friend. What do you need? Be in my team, was all Katsuki responded with. The green-haired boy blinked in surprise. Are you sure? Izuku asked uncertainly. He did not want to be the downfall of his crush's team. Definitely. Now come on, nerd. Katsuki didn't waste any time, grabbing Izuku by the wrist and dragging him to his team. Dumb hair. Flex tape. Bakugo called, immediately getting the two's attention. Hey, Mido bro. Kirishima exclaimed enthusiastically. Siro smiled at the green-haired male. I guess you're our last teammate? I guess so, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. Katsuki stared at him with determined eyes, then shifted his gaze to the palm of his hand. Katsuki's POV. I don't know what's going on with the nerd, but he's acting suspicious. The way his smile seems so fake, the way he nearly lashed out the other day. Something is up. And I want to know what. That means I have to improve our relationship. Maybe then he would tell me his secret. Working together in the cavalry battle is useful since it gives us a better chance of winning and I can get what I want. Dumb hair is the front horse, considering he can charge into battle without getting a scratch. Flex tape is a side horse. He's just an extra in case we need to trap people. Izuku is the other side horse. He has literal firepower and the sudden appearance of a strength enhancer. He would be a formidable foe if we were to fight, that much I know. Overall, we are an unstoppable force. Perfect. Kaken, Izuku called soothingly. I blinked and looked down at him while tying my headband. Why did you consider making me a part of your team? There's a weird thing I noticed about Izuku's tone of voice. Whenever he gets serious, his voice suddenly lacks its usual enthusiasm and sheepishness. It's like he becomes a whole other person. It's good to team up with people you get along with. I'm not stupid, Izu, I know the basics, I replied. He hummed in acknowledgement, preparing himself. The moment the teacher announces the start of the cavalry battle, everyone starts charging towards us. Good, I love the attention. Team Bakugo dodged the others' attacks skillfully, never faltering in their steps. They managed to get a headband with 20 points. Nomus' team almost got Katsuki's headband, but Izuku did not let that happen. He aggressively kicked Nomu's hand away, effectively knocking him back. To Izuku's bewilderment, Noma grinned. Suddenly, flames ignited from his palms. The green-haired male cursed himself under his breath for forgetting the blonde's irritating quirk. "Oh-ho-ho! What a nice quirk you have here. Mind if I borrow it?" Noma asked overbearingly. "Most definitely." Izuku gritted his teeth in a scowl, lunging towards the blonde. Unfortunately, his team managed to dodge his attack. "Don't let him get to you, Midobro," Kirishima encouraged. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself and nodded at the redhead's request. The teams fought for a while. Katsuki started getting annoyed since Noma would not leave them alone. Until Noma finally got a hold of the 10 million points. "Damn it," Katsuki cursed. "Annoying pest. Watch your language." We're on live television. Noma grinned triumphantly at Katsuki's infuriated state. He tied the headband around his neck. "Looks like you're gonna lose." Katsuki lunged away from his team and towards Noma, only to be blocked by an air barrier. "Nah," Noma mocked. "Kaken. Stay with the team." Izuku berated, running towards the blonde. Kirishima and Siro worriedly followed. Katsuki punched at the air barrier and managed to break through. His hand brushed on the headband, but slipped. "Duck." The blonde looked down in defeat. The sight hurt Izuku's heart. So, despite the turmoil in his head, he used telekinesis on the headband. It flew straight into Katsuki's palm, startling him. The blonde turned his head and looked at Izuku with wide eyes. Izuku shook his head. "We'll talk about this later." In the end, Team Bakugo got first place, followed by Team Todoroki, Team Tokoyami, and Team Shinso. Katsuki was going to approach Izuku about his discovery, but Todoroki beat him to it. "Midoriya, I want to talk to you," Todoroki requested. Izuku blinked up at him with a forced smile. "Of course, Todoroki-gun." Izuku replied with a bright grin, though he felt a twinge of nervousness. Had Todoroki discovered something like Katsuki had? "What do you need, Todoroki-kun?" Izuku asked curiously, leaning against the side of the tunnel while Todoroki leaned on the opposite wall. "Midoriya, are you really All Might's secret love child or something?" Todoroki asked, his voice filled with certainty. Izuku blinked in surprise, his eyes widening. He managed to stifle his laughter, replacing it with a sheepish smile. "Am I? Pardon?" he said, covering his mouth to suppress his amusement. "Even if you aren't, you have some sort of close relationship with All Might. Your connection gives me enough reason to challenge you," Todoroki explained, glaring at the unfazed green-haired teen in front of him. "So, you intend to declare a war?" Izuku clasped his hands behind his back, pressing a leg against the wall he was leaning on. "Earlier, you almost made me use my fire." "I almost broke my oath," Todoroki said, glancing at his left hand and clenching it into a fist. Izuku listened with piqued interest, leaning slightly closer. "Tell me, Midoriya, do you know what quirk marriages are?" The green-haired boy blinked slowly, contemplating his answer. "Yes, I have," he replied simply. "Then, I don't need to explain it to you. I," Todoroki pointed to himself, "am the result of a quirk marriage." Izuku scowled at the implications of Todoroki's words. He had already learned about Todoroki's past, but hearing it expressed with such bitterness was different. The mafia leader sighed. Attacking Endeavor would be too risky and a waste of time. "I understand, Todoroki," Izuku asserted, a small smile gracing his lips. "You are hurt." He walked towards a mildly shocked Todoroki and gently placed a palm on his cheek, caressing it. "You despise your old man. I am familiar with that feeling," he said, bringing his hand back to his side. "But do not let his presence hold you down." "Huh?" Todoroki raised an eyebrow curiously. "Endeavor is not worth your time. You can be saving people with your power. Do not waste it," Izuku concluded, walking away. Todoroki stared after him, a mix of confusion and admiration in his gaze. As Izuku walked towards the preparation room for his class, he bumped into an unsuspecting figure. Sorry, he said, attempting to ignore Endeavor and walk past him, but the hero abruptly stopped him. You're that Midoriya boy, Endeavor commented. Izuku grimaced and nodded, continuing on his way. Just ignore him, he isn't worth your time. Your quirk is quite impressive. I saw you use it against my Shuto in the cavalry battle. This made Izuku stop. Why are you talking to me? He glared at Endeavor, his patience wearing thin. Your quirk is similar to All Might's. So, technically, it is my Shuto's mission to defeat you, Endeavor replied confidently, ignoring Izuku's previous question. Izuku's left eye twitched in annoyance as anger bubbled within him. I am not All Might, he snarled, emerald eyes glinting with defiance. That's obvious. That is obvious, correct? Izuku interrupted, smirking at Endeavor's infuriated expression. His smirk quickly turned into a scowl. Todoroki-kun is not you either. Endeavor blinked, trying to process Izuku's words. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku walked away, his blood boiling with rage. To calm himself, he decided to scroll through his phone. Abruptly, he paused and smiled, all his previous anger dissipating. I'm proud of you, Izuku. The message brought warmth to his heart. If not for years of emotional control training, he might have broken down in tears. He liked to imagine that it was his biological mother who had texted him, but that was unlikely. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he sent a quick but heartfelt reply. Thank you. I love you, Mom. The green-haired boy smiled once more, pocketing his phone and continuing his walk to the preparation room. Midoriya Izuku, the boy who has gotten top in every round so far. Versus. Present Mike announced, pointing towards the other side of the arena. Shinso Hitoshi. I actually don't know much about him yet. Izuku stared at Shinso with an unreadable expression, analyzing him. Earlier, he had received a warning from Ajru about Shinso's quirk, which could activate whenever someone spoke to him. Izuku considered the possibilities that could arise in their battle. Start. Midnight interrupted his thoughts just before he could start muttering. Immediately, Shinso began to speak. You know, you have such a strong quirk, Shinso said, but Izuku ignored him, stepping forward. He noticed the mild panic in Shinso's posture as he shifted slightly. You're really lucky, you know? You're recognized and praised. Izuku almost chuckled at how desperate Shinso was getting. The purple-haired teen tried to provoke him by insulting him or his classmates, but it only made Izuku slightly agitated. As he neared Shinso, he paused at a particular comment. Bakugo, was it? He was so arrogant. I doubt he'd be a good hero. Izuku knew Shinso was trying to get a reaction out of him, but the boiling rage in his throat was hard to contain. No one talked about his Katsuki like that. Shinso's eyes glimmered with hope at Izuku's reaction. His lips tugged at a confident smile. In my opinion, judging by the way he acts, Bakugo would be better off as a villain. He doesn't deserve the title. Hero. That was it. Blinded by rage, Izuku sent a wave of fire towards Shinso. Luckily for the general studies student, he managed to barely dodge. Kaken will become a hero. I do not care about anything else. Call me what you want, but if I catch you calling him a villain ever again, Izuku glared at his opponent, causing him to shrink against his gaze. I will make you regret it. Then, Izuku's emerald eyes turned into a blank white. His tense shoulders relaxed, and his glare softened. Shinso let out a shaky breath of relief. Why you scare me, Midoriya-kun? He shuddered. The purple-haired male shook his head to keep his focus on the battlefield and raised his finger to point ahead. Now, walk out of bounds. Aizawa let out a breath he did not know he was holding. After Hisashi made a loud announcement, he turned to his bandaged friend. You all right, Zawa? Hisashi asked from beside him, voice shaky and uncertain. Small beads of sweat noticeably trickled down the blonde's forehead, despite the two heroes sitting in an air-conditioned room. I'm fine, Aizawa responded, sighing in relief at Shinso's safety. He shuddered at the thought of what could have happened if the purple-haired male's quirk had not activated. Man, Midoriya's kind of scary, Hisashi sighed. Aizawa slowly nodded, watching as Midoriya advanced towards the white line. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind blew past the audience, causing an uproar. The gust of wind was apparently created by Midoriya. Aizawa caught sight of Midoriya's broken fingers, eyes widening when he saw them instantaneously regenerate. Midoriya made a wise choice of shoving his hand into his pocket, hiding his quick recovery from the world. The underground hero made a mental note to question the brunette afterward. Aizawa let out a contented sigh, watching as Izuku effortlessly knocked Shinso out with a single chop to the back of his neck. He was neither surprised nor impressed by the easily predicted action. Izuku was beyond perplexed. While he was under Shinso's control, he saw 8 figures at the tunnel he was advancing towards. Hallucination? The strangest thing he noticed was that one of the 8 people looked like Toshinori. Perhaps this vision had a connection to One for All? That was Izuku's best guess. He decided to schedule a meetup with Toshinori and focus on the sports festival for the time being. Oi, nerd. Katsuki walked up to him and tapped his shoulder. Do you need something, Kaken? Izuku tilted his head to the side and smiled, faking a completely innocent expression. Don't mess with me, Izuku, Katsuki growled angrily, glaring at his best friend. Izuku faltered slightly, contemplating the words. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I can't tell you not now. Not ever. Katsuki crossed his arms and raised a brow. No, Izuku cut himself off, lowering his head solemnly. That was exactly what he intended to do. He never wanted to tell the blonde about his secret life, fearing he would lose him. But if he did not tell him, he would still end up losing him. What an unfair game he was participating in. That's what I thought, Katsuki grumbled under his breath. When he turned his back on Izuku, the green-haired male acted out of instinct and clasped a trembling hand around Katsuki's wrist. Please don't leave, Kaken, Izuku choked out. He could not risk losing him again. His heart would not be able to handle the strain. I will tell you after the sports festival, I promise. Katsuki hesitated but nodded. He would not admit it, but losing Izuku again would mean losing the world. His world. The brunette let out a sigh of relief, releasing his grip on the blonde's wrist. He managed a sheepish smile, his emerald irises glistening with hope. And now, the battle you've all been waiting for. The fight between 2 overpowered students. Present Mike shouted excitedly as Izuku and Todoroki walked out from their respective tunnels. Todoroki Shuto versus Midoriya Izuku. As the crowd cheered loudly, Izuku shook his head to clear his mind. He was still quite shaken from his conversation with Katsuki but tried his best to focus on his match. Begin. Immediately, Todoroki sent a wave of ice at Izuku. The brunette held up his hand, instantly evaporating the ice with little effort. Trying to kill me, Todoroki-kun? Izuku tilted his head to the side and blinked innocently. He dodged another wave of ice that approached him and evaporated it as well. You're acting, Midoriya, Todoroki growled, slightly surprising his opponent. Show me who you really are. I despise fake people. Izuku stood there as the boy with heterochromia eyes scolded him, his voice laced with annoyance. Honestly, it was the most emotion Izuku had ever seen Todoroki express. The brunette chuckled lightly, evaporating another wave of ice that was thrown at him. It was starting to get annoying. I will see to your request if you defeat me, Izuku declared, backflipping away from a wave of ice and holding his hands up to evaporate it. A few moments passed, and both parties were starting to tire out, more Todoroki than Izuku, obviously. Use your fire, Todoroki-kun. Why should I listen to you? Almost Todoroki's entire right side was covered in frost, and his mouth expelled cold breath. Look at me. Izuku stood still as Todoroki examined him with a bewildered expression. You haven't landed a single scratch on me. How do you expect to win like this? Todoroki rolled his eyes, teeth gritting together in an attempt to suppress the cold temperature on his right side. You're resistant to fire. Not if the flames are hot enough, Izuku shrugged. Todoroki raised a brow, puzzled as to why he was revealing his weakness. We're all doing our best, Todoroki-kun. But here you are, using only half of your power. I won't use his quirk. Todoroki retorted. Don't you get it, idiot? Izuku growled, his voice dangerously low. In an attempt to silence him, Todoroki stomped his foot, sending spikes of ice towards him. Izuku dodged effortlessly and melted the ice once again. It's your power, not his. A tense silence enveloped the arena as Izuku locked eyes with Todoroki, who seemed to realize something important. Suddenly, vibrant crimson flames erupted from Todoroki's left side, incinerating the ice around them. The audience erupted in cheers at the spectacle. Shuto! Endeavor called out, startling some spectators. Finally, you've gotten rid of your childish disobedience. Shut up, NG. Izuku yelled in frustration, his anger boiling over. His boldness surprised the onlookers, some of whom stifled laughter to avoid trouble with Endeavor. What did you? Before Endeavor could respond, Present Mike interjected. Oh. Todoroki Shuto finally uses his flames, he exclaimed, chuckling in amazement. Aizawa rolled his eyes at his friend's antics. Izuku couldn't help but grin at the flames, proud of the moment. You're interesting, Midoriya, Todoroki remarked, a slight grin forming on his face. Izuku took a battle stance, instinctively activating One for All. Power surged through him, accompanied by a sharp pain, causing his sleeves to tear apart. Todoroki sighed, channeling both fire and ice, but the flames consumed the left side of his shirt. Silent tears streamed down his cheeks, evaporating in the heat. As they charged at each other, cement walls rose from the ground to minimize the damage. Then everything turned dark. Emerald green eyes fluttered open, taking in the familiar scent of Recovery Girl's office. The smile spread across Izuku's lips as he sat up, dragging his fingertips to the edge of the bed and swinging his legs off. What a pleasant surprise, Izuku smirked, noticing his bandaged teacher trying to blend into the shadows. What business may you have with me, Eraserhead? Aizawa stepped into the light, sighing contentedly. I need to talk with you. Izuku hummed in amusement. But you intend to gain more information on my quirks? He chuckled lightly, raising his hand to muffle a sound that escaped him. Aizawa shifted uncomfortably. He had almost forgotten that the boy he was speaking to was a formidable opponent. Izuku raised 4 fingers, confusing Aizawa enough for him to raise an eyebrow. For quirks. It took Aizawa a moment to process. That's impossible. Izuku smiled fondly, knowing this would be the hero's reaction. Yet I am solid evidence that it is, in fact, possible. Aizawa faltered, momentarily speechless. Izuku found amusement in Aizawa's bewilderment until the hero regained his composure. Let's say it is possible. How about you explain your quirks? Aizawa asked, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. Izuku's smirk widened. Pyrokinesis is where I should start. You've seen what it can do. The higher the temperature, the more burns I get, he explained, igniting a small crimson flame in his palm. The color shifted to a vibrant sapphire blue. Aizawa noticed the burn marks forming on Izuku's palm and requested him to stop. The flame extinguished, and Izuku's palm healed rapidly. Since the quirk is active, I'll explain rapid regeneration next. It's similar to one of the quirks Nomu had, but a bit slower. I noticed you didn't heal after your fight with Todoroki. Did you know this would happen? Aizawa inquired. Izuku's eyes widened slightly and he chuckled. I did not. Quirks are fascinating. They work in so many different ways. His grin was large and amused, which unsettled Aizawa. The young hero suddenly coughed, regaining his composure and offering a cheerful smile, causing a shiver to run down Aizawa's spine. My apologies, I tend to get a bit impractical when discussing quirks. It's fine, Aizawa replied, a hint of discomfort in his voice. I will be discussing telekinesis now. I assume you have an idea of what it can do, based on its name? Gaining a nod from his teacher, Izuku smiled fondly and continued his explanation. I can lift anything and anyone. I get migraines or headaches if I lift something too heavy. Acknowledging Aizawa's nod of understanding, Izuku proceeded. Unfortunately, my 4th quirk is to be kept a secret. You would have to question All Might for further information. Aizawa raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Does the quirk have to do with you breaking your bones? Izuku nodded and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, a regular action for a child, Aizawa noted. Sounds like a tough drawback, Aizawa joked with a straight face. Despite his bad sense of humor, Izuku briefly laughed at the joke. The underground hero narrowed his eyes, as if he was testing the boy. Aizawa started, gaining Izuku's attention. You didn't have a good childhood, did you? It sounded more like a statement than a question. Izuku frowned and glanced at the ground. I am not like other children, that much I am sure you know. I did not experience the sunshine and rainbows others did. I became the complete opposite, as you can see. Aizawa found himself sympathizing with the child. Although he could never do anything significant to aid him, the brunette needed to learn to help himself. Kid, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. Izuku glanced up with wide eyes, clearly not expecting that type of response from someone who seemed cold and distant. A genuine smile graced his lips at the words. Of course, Mr. Aizawa. Not to Izuku's surprise, Todoroki claimed victory instead of him. He had not used his full potential, after all. The dual-haired teen had talent, but if Izuku used all 4 of his quirks, Todoroki would not stand a chance. Just like all for one to all might. You did amazing, Midoriya-kun. Iida complimented, smiling proudly at his friend while doing robotic chopping gestures. If you hadn't helped half, you could have won, Katsuki sneered, shaking his head in disappointment. Izuku pouted. Kaken. The blonde merely rolled his eyes and glanced back onto the battlefield. Where were you? You missed Bakugo and Kirishima's amazing battle. Uraraka chimed in. Her eyes looked sore, as if she had been rubbing them. Had she been crying? Uraraka-san, Izuku said, unintentionally caressing the brunette's cheeks, which were turning redder by the second. Have you been crying? Uraraka stuttered, unable to respond to his simple question. She did not even register what he asked her, her mind too focused on his hands. Izuku deadpanned at her reaction and let go of her cheek, instead wrapping his hands around her shoulders. Ochako-san, answer me. Sorry, Midoriya-kun. What was your question? Uraraka queried, her mind refusing to clear. Have you been crying? Izuku inquired sharply, staring intently into her brown eyes. No. Uraraka tried to lie. Too bad, lies do not work on him. I hate being lied to, Ochako. Izuku's emerald eyes flared with concern. Why are you lying to me? I'm trying to help. Tears escaped Uraraka's eyes and trickled down her cheeks, startling the students watching the exchange. I'm a disappointment. I can't even win a single battle. Izuku knew she was feeling down because of her loss against Katsuki, but he did not understand why she was so upset. His lack of understanding did not stop his body from moving on its own. He embraced Uraraka in a comforting hug, soothingly rubbing circles on her back. There's no need to shed tears, Uraraka. I'm proud of you for getting so far on your own, Izuku encouraged, hoping he was saying the right words. Thanks, Uraraka blurted, pulling away from the hug and rubbing her remaining tears away. Katsuki watched the interaction with narrowed eyes, his gaze specifically pointed at the brunette. Izuku watched in bated breath as Todoroki and Katsuki fought each other, neither of them using their full potential. It was starting to annoy him. Even after his efforts, Todoroki continued to refuse his left side. The dual-haired teen almost looked confused. It occurred to Izuku that perhaps Todoroki just needed one last nudge in the right direction. So, with that in mind, he stood up from his seat. I hate disobedient and stubborn people, Izuku muttered, taking deep breaths. Taking one more deep breath, he yelled at the top of his lungs, Do your best, Todoroki-gun. The sudden shout of encouragement caught most people off guard, as multiple heads turned in Izuku's direction. A spark, then flames ignited the entire arena. The scorching flames consumed the ice Todoroki had used against Katsuki. Speaking of the blonde, he seemed taken aback. He had been demanding the teen to use his flames, but for him to actually comply was unexpected. It was brief, not that it could be seen, but Izuku noticed a hint of hesitance in Todoroki's heterochromatic eyes. That small, brief reluctance caused the dual-haired teen's loss. In the end, All Might gave out the medals to the top 3. Sadly, Iida could not participate in the ceremony due to family issues. Bakugo Katsuki first. Todoroki Shudo second. Fumikage Tokoyami third. Izuku almost laughed at Katsuki's raging state. He had to be restrained to the point he could not move to avoid causing chaos. The emerald eyes drifted and eventually landed on a certain dual-haired teen. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he stared at Todoroki from the sidelines. He could have won, demon him and his hero complex. Apparently, Izuku had gotten surprisingly close to the most amount of requests from heroes to intern with. He couldn't help the sense of pride that bubbled in his chest when his name was jotted down below Katsuki and Todoroki's. Now, all of you will be doing something that will decide your future, Aizawa announced. Almost everyone in the classroom tensed, assuming it was crucial based on his tone of voice. Hero aliases. There was a short pause, then the students of 1A sighed in relief and started babbling with each other for suggestions. Izuku loathed the commotion but said nothing about it. Aizawa glared at them, instantly silencing the students. I'm not good at these things, so another teacher will be substituting. At the mention of her, Midnight slammed the classroom door open and strolled in with confidence. Preferring to ignore her presence, Aizawa wriggled below his desk and tucked himself into his sleeping bag comfortably. Once everyone had gone through the preliminary shock of Midnight busting into the room, they started taking turns to come up to the podium to demonstrate their hero names. Aoyama Yuga, Can't Stop Twinkling. Ashido Mina, Pinky. Ajuitu, Froppy. Iida Tenya, Ingenium. Uraraka Ochako, Uravity. Mashireo Ojiro, Tailman. Kaminari Denki, Chargebolt. Kirishima Idru, Red Riot. Kodakuji, Anima. Satu Rikido, Sugarman. Shoji Mizo, Tentacle. Jiro Kyuka, Earphone Jack. Tsuruhanta, Cellophane. Tokoyami Fumikage, Tsukuyami. Todoroki Shuto. Hagakure Toru, Invisible Girl. Mineta Minoru, Grape Juice. Yairozu Momo, Kriati. Bakugo Katsuki, Ground 0 Inch. Izuku had suggested Ground Zero to Katsuki, who surprisingly accepted it without a word. However, the brunette himself was having trouble deciding his hero name. It wasn't like it was going to stick with him forever. He'd eventually pass on One for All, quit the hero gig and go back to focusing on being a Yakuza leader, but Izuku shook his head at those thoughts. Deciding a hero name was still a part of his future. He relished his villain name, Decipher, but there was no way he could choose that. What about Deku? Katsuki recommended, noticing Izuku's difficulty. Huh. The brunette blinked at him in response, startled by the unexpected suggestion. What does that mean? I just brought out from Hikairu, the blonde shrugged. Izuku's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. You're a genius, Kaken. He scribbled on the board he was assigned and abruptly stood up from his seat, making his way to the front of the class. During lunch, as he was conversing with his classmates, All Might approached him with a somewhat ambiguous, fidgeting behavior. Young Midoriya, could you follow me? All Might requested, efficiently concealing the quiver in his voice. Izuku raised a brow and folded his arms, eyeing the blonde skeptically. Of course, he replied deliberately. He followed the blonde hero as he was led to a desolate area. Paranoia nearly arrived at its destination in Izuku's mind as All Might paused in his step. Gran Torino is a pro hero who was a teacher at UA for only 1 year. He was my homeroom teacher. He wants you to intern with him, All Might stated. Izuku felt himself relax mildly but couldn't help but question the beads of sweat that trickled down the hero's forehead. Then realization dawned on him. Izuku's eyes broadened, and he let out a huff of disbelieving laughter, raising his eyebrows incredulously. You, the #1 hero, are frightened of some old man? The blonde in question reddened in embarrassment, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. You'd be surprised, he shuddered. The brunette, finding All Might's fear amusing, responded with a chuckle and nodded. Fine, I'll intern with him. You're going to be interning with a hero? Yes. Gran Torino, to be exact. He used to be All Might's teacher, so it is a possibility that his training may be useful for me, Izuku replied, impatiently tapping the burner phone he was using to contact Mieto. Perhaps. If you ever need assistance, send me your location and I'll contact the others immediately, Mieto responded. You seem to have forgotten who you are speaking with. Izuku heard a light chuckle from the other side of the burner phone. Of course not. Farewell, sir. Ending the call, Izuku dropped the phone onto the ground and crushed it with his foot mercilessly. Satisfied at the sight of the demolished burner phone, he continued his walk to the house he was interning in. Izuku stood outside of a building, its "Welcome" sign tilting in an untidy way. He tightened his grip on the suitcase that held his hero suit, shifted his pastel green sling bag, and neatened the crimson tie of his UA uniform. Taking a steady breath, he knocked on the brown door in front of him. Knock, knock, knock. The lack of response from the other side caused Izuku to furrow his brows skeptically. He placed a hand on the doorknob and slowly turned it, finding it unlocked. Pushing the door open, he started to introduce himself. I'm here from UA High. My name is Midoriya Izuku. His introduction was abruptly halted when his emerald gaze landed on a figure on the ground. He stared at it for a moment, brain processing several conclusions as to why there was someone on the floor in the house he was interning in. Izuku sniffed the air and sighed in disappointment when his nose caught the strong familiar scent of ketchup. He gently placed his suitcase on the floor and strolled toward Gran Torino's lying body. It has been a while since I've smelled blood, but I am sure it doesn't smell like ketchup. Gran Torino sprang up and dusted himself off, his figure shaking for an unknown reason. When I was carrying a string of sausages with ketchup poured over them, I fell. That's a blatant lie, if I've ever heard one. Izuku rolled his eyes, folding his arms impatiently. Who are you? Asked the old man. Midoriya Izuku from UA, sir, Izuku answered, internally cringing at the need to use formalities. What did you say? Gran Torino inquired, placing a palm behind his ear and leaning forward. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku repeated, slightly louder and with a hint of annoyance. He did not like repeating himself. There was a brief silence as Gran Torino lowered his hand. Who are you? The hero asked again. Izuku clenched his fists and bit his lip in agitation. He's All Might's teacher. Izuku narrowed his eyes at Gran Torino, his left eye twitching uncontrollably. I expected him to be old, but this is... Suddenly, Gran Torino dropped onto the ground, startling Izuku from his thoughts. I want to eat something. Eat? The brunette repeated, irritated by the nerve of the hero. Ah. Gran Torino looked up at Izuku with a grin. Tashinori? Izuku took deep breaths, easily steadying his breathing. That's not my name, sir. Gran Torino stared at him dumbly. Izuku sighed hopelessly. Perhaps he should inform All Might about the state the hero is in. Excuse me, Izuku bowed respectfully, fishing his phone from his pocket. I may need to make a call. The brunette walked away from the old man and out the door, placing his phone to his ear. When he heard a loud clicking sound from behind him, he instinctively turned around. What in the unknown Passcodes name are you doing? Izuku muttered, staring in disbelief as Gran Torino dug through his suitcase. Fire off it. One for all at me, the old hero stated, his earlier sheepishness replaced by a serious tone. Izuku's eyes widened slightly at the request. I want to know how well you can handle it. So he was acting. Izuku clicked his tongue, eyes narrowed suspiciously. This is a good costume. Wear it and fire. Gran Torino requested enthusiastically. You know, Izuku glared at the old man before him, I don't have time to mess around with you. If you want to continue playing around like this, I think it would be better if I were to leave. Just as the brunette was about to walk away, Gran Torino spoke again. In that case, when Izuku turned his head, the hero shot to various parts of his house at incredible speed. The brunette's eyes barely managed to follow as the hero bounced from wall to wall. Gran Torino landed above Izuku, who tilted his head to look at the hero. In that case, there's even more reason to fire one off. UZT. So that was where All Might got that phrase from. Izuku clicked his tongue, finally getting interested. I watched the sports festival. The way you used that power was unthinkable. He's called the symbol of peace and the #1 hero, Gran Torino rationalized, grinning. but that justice-obsessed All Might is worse than a novice when it comes to teaching. I can't stand the way you use that power, so I'll teach you, the hero continued, ignoring Izuku's optimistic smirk. Now, put on your costume. Izuku beamed. I look forward to working with you, sensei. Despite several years of training his mind and body, Izuku fully admitted that he was struggling. After awkwardly staring at a microwave as it heated up taiyaki, something finally clicked in his head. Control, that was what he was lacking. I get it now. Izuku grinned. And for once, Gran Torino saw a child, not a formidable, worriedly matured teenager. Finally, the old man huffed, a glint of pride in his brown gaze. The brunette turned to him and furrowed his eyebrows. Quiet. My mind is merely progressing. There goes the child. I still think you talk weird, kid, Gran Torino commented gruffly, unable to take the boy seriously. And a suit, as your hero costume, of all outfits? Strange, I don't recall inquiring your opinion, Izuku remarked, rolling his eyes at the huff of annoyance he received in response. Deciding to test out his theory, he stayed still and focused One for All's immense power on his right fist. His fingers formed a flicking motion aimed at the door of the small apartment. His fingers started to slightly burn at 8%, so he kept it at that percentage. A strong gust of wind blew against the door, almost ripping it from its hinges as it swung open from the force. Holy cow, kid, Gran Torino frowned. My door. Izuku chuckled bitterly. I could care less about your door. Besides, consider it revenge for the prank you attempted when I first started interning with you. This time, it was the old hero's turn to roll his eyes. For the majority of the next day, Izuku continuously leapt from wall to wall, legs burning from the constant use of One for All. What am I doing wrong? The brunette gritted his teeth in frustration, glancing at the back of his hands as he kneeled on the floor. Shaking his head, he begrudgingly stood up. Exhaustion was quickly catching up to him. You're a hero. For this to bring you down so easily. Izuku attempted to climb the wall again and again, but failed each time. The people that walked past gave him strange looks, though he could not bring himself to care. Any other time, however, those people would be on the floor, defeated. An egg in a microwave, and he did not believe it himself, thinking about an egg being microwaved while jumping onto walls. Instinctively, Izuku searched the large vocabulary permanently stored in his mind. Then it hit him. Disseminate. Of course. Such a simple word, with many definitions. However, Izuku had an idea of what he could do. Instead of focusing on a single part of his body, he could. Leafy green sparks of lightning danced around him. The sight was nothing less than magnificent, and Izuku took a moment to inspect himself. Incredible, he muttered, a small smirk making its way to his lips. Izuku sat next to Gran Torino on a train. As they were passing Hosu, the brunette absent-mindedly stared out of the window beside him. Then he was suddenly reminded of his friend Iida. He had heard of what had happened to the boy's brother, and he despised that he felt pity and guilt for not being able to help him. Iida had many choices of who he could intern with, but it just so happened that he picked an internship located in Hosu, the area where Iida's brother, Tensei Iida, was attacked by the hero killer. Stain, Izuku believed he called himself, had disposed of many so-called fake heroes. He was rumored to have some form of respect for All Might, the reason clear but unspoken. As a well-known figure in the underworld, Izuku had many connections with villains, heroes, and even vigilantes, considering his line of work. Stain was merely one of the few who somewhat agreed with his ideals and was suggested by one of the members to join the underworld. However, Izuku humbly declined, claiming that Stain was far too independent and distrustful to work under him. There was no doubt that Iida was planning revenge on Stain for paralyzing Tensei. Izuku refused to idly sit by and watch as such an event occurred. Iida's actions may be the death of him, and as much as the darker side of Izuku's brain longed for that kind of disaster, the brunette could never oppose his hero instincts. A loud crash and the quick shift in air immediately interrupted him from his thoughts. A familiar creature had bashed its way into the train they were in, growling intimidatingly. Its exposed brain at the top of its head immediately gave away its identity. However, it seemed smaller and less bulky than the one in the USJ. Nomu, Izuku shuddered. This must be the work of the League of Villains. Why were they attacking now of all times? Stay here, kid. Gran Torino yelled, rushing towards the monstrosity and kicking it with so much force that he sent it flying out from the train along with himself. Is everyone all right? Izuku shouted, earning a few traumatized nods from the passengers on the train. Calmly evacuate. The heroes should be here soon, don't worry. He loathed the need to rely on the heroes, but he did not have time to argue with himself at the moment. He did not wait for a reply from the passengers, jumping out through the gigantic hole in the train and into the streets of Hosu. Viridescent sparks of lightning surrounded him as he landed on the ground with a roll, starting to sprint around and occasionally halting to aid injured citizens to safety. He passed by a Nomu and realized that it was, in fact, not the same as the one in the USJ. It was much weaker, though it was not the same one he had seen on the train. Izuku sighed. There was the possibility that there were multiple of those creatures. What a hassle. Briefly attacking it, the brunette burned it with cerulean flames that instantly brightened the scenery. Thankfully, his regeneration quirk healed every burn mark that had stained his palms while not interfering with his work. Suddenly, Izuku heard a shriek of agony from a nearby alleyway. A shiver crawled up his spine as he advanced in its direction. When the brunette rounded the corner, he saw a multitude of situations. Stain held up his weapon, ready to jab through Iida's head as the teen lay helplessly on the ground. Blood seeped through Iida's left shoulder, pooling on the concrete below. Another hero, who Izuku did not bother to take a second glance at, was sitting in the corner of the alleyway. Even if it was just a glance, anyone could notice that he was quite injured. However, his injuries were not fatal, so Izuku decided to save his friend first. The brunette did not waste any more time, propelling himself onto the alley's walls and punching Stain in the face. The villain stumbled back, shocked by the sudden interference. Don't interfere. Iida pleaded from behind him, his voice trembling. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes, but they managed to maintain a fierce longing for vengeance. Izuku was taken aback by the request, inclining his head to face his friend. Pardon? This is my battle. Stain hurt my brother, so I should be the one to take him down. The blue-haired boy attempted to argue. The green-haired boy clasped a palm over his mouth, shaking slightly. He is an absolute idiot, how amusing. He shook his head, swallowing his childish attitude in favor of focusing on his current battle. Izuku braced himself into a fighting stance, centering his gaze on his current opponent. Meddling when unneeded is the essence of being a hero. The words slipped past his lips before he could think anything of them. Stain raised his eyebrows, eyeing Izuku with interest and slight admiration. You, he pointed to the brunette, earning a look of confusion in return. What's your name? Izuku paused. For a moment, he nearly responded, Decipher, and that would not end well. He swallowed the urge to expose his alter ego, instead responding with a curt, Deku. Well, Deku, you're a true hero. If you turn a blind eye to this event, I'll let you go, the hero killer snarled, somehow intimidatingly inspecting the brunette from head to toe. Izuku raised a curious brow, lowering his stance and placing his hands on his hips. He looked almost comfortable. What is with others being so easily convinced that I am a hero? Stain's left eye twitched, which Izuku assumed was recognition. The brunette narrowed his eyes, sliding his hand to his back to tap a button, swiftly sending his location to Mieto. Something about the way you talk seems familiar, Stain said, narrowing his eyes in suspicion as sweat trickled down Izuku's forehead. Nearby buildings were still burning. Midoriya, go while you can, Iida begged. The brunette remained unresponsive as he and Stain stared intensely at each other. Abruptly, Stain hurled a dagger towards Izuku, who barely managed to register the action before halting the weapon in midair. A familiar verdant glow surrounded it, as well as the brunette's emerald eyes. He felt hidden relief as it levitated a few inches from his face. So I was right, Stain leered, grabbing another dagger. Why are you here? Posing as a hero, no less. Izuku grabbed the handle of the dagger that Stain had thrown. He ran his index finger against the blade, noting its sharpness. Decipher? Decipher? Iida yelped in shock. Oh, Izuku glanced down at him, eyes filled with disappointment. I forgot you were here. He inclined his head to the far end of the alleyway, sighing in relief when he spotted the injured hero, native, thankfully out cold. Suddenly, a knife was hurled towards him, forcing him to instinctively flip out of the way. Although he could heal quickly, he didn't want to risk giving Stain any opportunity to paralyze him, even temporarily. How rude of you, Stain, Izuku pouted, placing his hand on his chest to emphasize his hurt feelings. A muffled groan from Iida made the villain return his attention to the hero in training. At least try to be patient, Iida. I will address this later. The brunette settled on kicking the teen in the head, knocking him unconscious. You know, Stain, I never figured you would work with the League of Villains. Honestly, I am disappointed. Izuku continued casually, as if chatting with an old friend. I don't work with them. They tried to recruit me, but their ideals are meaningless to me. I have no reason to follow their regulations, Stain snarled, his posture tense as he tightened his grip on the katana he held threateningly. Also, I don't remember you being so talkative. Izuku chuckled, making himself appear childish to throw the villain off. Oh, I didn't mean to give that impression. He faked a guilty facade, sheepishly fumbling with his fingers. You're starting to get on my nerves, kid, Stain fidgeted with his katana. The brunette thought Stain should have attacked him by now, considering the man's obvious short temper. It seemed he either didn't want to hurt a kid or didn't want to get in trouble with the mafia. Given that he had attacked Iida earlier, it was definitely the latter. Tension rose as they glared at each other, both holding a similar fire in their eyes. The atmosphere dropped drastically. The longer Izuku stared into Stain's fierce ruby irises, the more he felt the urge to drop to his knees. Where is Mieto when you need her? Just then, before either could react, Stain jumped as scorching orange flames replaced him. Izuku's gaze landed on the familiar sight of candy cane-colored hair. Todoroki? You have to be more specific than just a location next time, Midoriya. I was almost late. The statement caught Izuku by surprise. Location? But I had only sent that to... That explained Mieto's tardiness. Izuku was really out of it. Shudo didn't know what to expect when he received a text from Midoriya while helping civilians evacuate. Knowing Midoriya, for him to be so vague, something must be wrong. He couldn't take any chances. I have to go. Track me and bring heroes to my location as fast as you can. Shudo took off running, ignoring the distant protests of his father. When he reached his destination, the scene sent a shiver down his spine. Midoriya and Stain were locked in a silent war of intimidation through their eyes. A victor was yet to be decided, but Shudo did not want to find out who it would be. He sent a wave of fire at Stain, hoping not to accidentally burn Midoriya as well. The villain jumped away skillfully, landing with a scowl on his face. They just keep coming. Shudo heard Stain mutter. Todoroki! Midoriya called, surprise evident in his tone. Shudo was confused as to why the brunette sounded so shocked to see him. Did he doubt I would respond to the location he sent me? You have to be more specific than just a location next time, Midoriya. I was almost late. A look of realization crossed Midoriya's face as he grumbled something incoherent under his breath. Shudo briefly noticed an unconscious Iida lying on the ground before needing to dodge an incoming dagger. Midoriya landed beside him in a crouch, the corners of his lips pulled down in a disappointed frown. Stain's quirk, Blood Curdle, allows him to temporarily paralyze his opponents whenever he ingests their blood. How long the paralysis lasts depends on the victim's blood type. Shudo sent a meaningful look to Midoriya in thanks for the information. Be careful, Todoroki. I won't question how you got such detailed information on him, but thank you, he replied just as a dagger approached his head at high speeds, giving him barely enough time to dodge. It grazed his cheek, and in that moment of distraction, Stain attempted to lick his blood. A burst of flames forced the man to jump back with a scornful expression as he clenched the katana he held tighter. Shudo felt a pat on his shoulder and inclined his head to look at Midoriya. Did you call any heroes before you came? The brunette whispered, careful to remain subtle around their mutual enemy. The bay-haired teen nodded almost imperceptibly. I asked my father to call heroes to my location. Good boy, Midoriya murmured, amusement evident in his tone as he grinned mischievously. The compliment made Shudo's cheeks heat up, causing a faint blush to stain them. He quickly shook his head to rid himself of the strange feeling welling up in his chest. I'll try my best to distract Stain. Leave it to me. Before Shudo could protest, Midoriya was already making his way towards the villain. We could have had something, Stain, Midoriya boasted, a tenacious grin on his face. To Shudo's surprise, Stain stayed still and listened. If you are willing to let go of your dignity, alliance, or even friendship could be possible between us. In your dreams, Stain replied, taking out a dagger from its holster and flinging it towards the brunette. For a split second, Shudo saw Midoriya's eyes flash a vibrant green, and the dagger halted midair. I was not done. The blade dropped onto the concrete ground, a sharp clank echoing in the alleyway. A shiver crawled up Shudo's spine at Midoriya's unusual tone of voice, causing him to involuntarily shudder. He was starting to feel more threatened by his friend rather than his enemy. Whether that was a relief or not, he could not tell. It seemed that Stain was also intimidated by Midoriya, beads of sweat trickling down his temples. A knife was hurled towards Todoroki. The teen was taken aback by the sudden action, resulting in a harsh landing when he jumped away to avoid it. Izuku winced as a loud thump echoed in his ears. Todoroki, are you all right? Izuku inquired, centering his gaze on Stain. However, realizing the lack of response from the other male, Izuku risked a glance towards his friend. It turned out that during his brutal landing, Todoroki had accidentally slammed the back of his head against a wall. The teen was knocked out cold. Izuku sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Guess I'm all alone. He sneaked a glance at each of Stain's weapons. Immediately, the weapons started glowing a bright green. Before Stain could even notice, all of his blades were turned against him, edges nearly brushing against his skin. The villain instantly tensed, eyes rapidly darting to the blades surrounding him. Quite the predicament you're in, Izuku quipped, smirking contentedly at the scene before him. Stain growled, begrudgingly raising his hands in surrender. You're a smart kid, powerful too. If you weren't such an obstacle, I'd join your cause in a blink of an eye. The brunette chuckled lightly, practically ignoring the comment. With a flick of his finger, one of the daggers behind Stain whirled around and jabbed him in the back of his neck. The villain fell onto the floor, unconscious. Izuku released his hold on Stain's weapons, cautious about where they landed. He leaned against a wall, sighing exasperatedly. I'm a little sleepy. Izuku was awoken by the voices of people around him. He slowly opened his eyes, finding himself wrapped around someone. Clenching his carrier's shoulders, he skillfully flipped and tackled them onto the ground. Who? Izuku glanced up and instantly locked eyes with Gran Torino, causing him to pause. Wah! Calm down, kid, the old hero soothed, kneeling to his height and placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Izuku relaxed, glancing down at the person he tackled. Demon kid. You're reflexive for your age, Native commented from below him. The brunette yelped in surprise, releasing the grip he had on the hero. Sorry, Native. I didn't mean to hurt you, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, his other hand reaching out to help Native to his feet. The hero gladly took the hand, lifting himself up. You didn't hurt me, don't worry, he replied with a gentle smile. After saving me from the hero killer, I could never thank you enough anyway. Suddenly, Izuku was kicked in the face. He stumbled back, clutching his nose. Oh! You're so troublesome. Didn't I say to stay on the train? Gran Torino berated. You expected me to listen? Izuku raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms with a sassy huff. The old hero's eye twitched in agitation, and he sighed. No. You're too much like Toshinori, of course you wouldn't listen. Glad we could. Izuku silenced himself, his senses screaming at him. Get down. A random hero was unable to dodge in time, forcing Izuku to react instead. In a moment of desperation, he pushed the hero out of the way. The sharp talons of a flying Nomu dug into the side of his abdomen, causing him to wince at the abrupt pain. Midoriya! Izuku scarcely heard Todoroki and Iida yell as he and the Nomu soared higher above the ground. The brunette cursed under his breath, grabbing onto the talons and attempting to yank them out, only succeeding in aggravating his regenerating wounds. He struggled against the Nomu's hold, growling in frustration. Suddenly, Izuku harshly landed on the concrete ground, briefly crying out upon impact. The brunette glanced up in confusion, his emerald gaze meeting a familiar piercing ruby. Stain. This is all. The hero killer grumbled, his voice as rough and bitter as Izuku remembered. He dislodged his dagger from the Nomu's brain, resulting in a river of crimson liquid to seethe out. To create a more just society. Why are you all standing there in a group? Footsteps thumped against the pavement, and everyone's attention was redirected to Endeavor. Izuku internally cursed, taking in the current predicament. What a horrible time to make an appearance. Stain growled, narrowing his eyes at the flaming hero. Endeavor! The number 2 hero lit his fist on fire and grinned. Gran Torino's eyes widened, finally finding the courage to speak. Wait, Todoroki! The old hero held out a hand, causing Endeavor to halt his attack. You fake! Stain snarled. A heavy pressure settled into everybody's chest, nearly crushing them. The hero killer slammed his foot onto the ground, eyes practically glowing with malice. Come, try and get me, you fakes! Izuku parted his trembling lips. Stain. He was abruptly cut off. The only ones I'll let kill me are the true heroes. All might. Clang. Stain's weapon dropped onto the ground as Izuku roughly tackled him, holding the villain's arms against his back. Shut up, measly killer. Like you're one to talk, Stain muttered, a scowl on his face. The brunette clicked his tongue, settling on knocking Stain unconscious once more. I don't get why I'm here. I'm not injured, Izuku grumbled. Although his statement was not entirely true, he was unreasonably exhausted that morning and wished nothing more than to sleep. We should not complain, Midoriya, Iida said solemnly, seemingly remorseful of his actions. Due to his concussion, Iida had lost his memory of the events that occurred before he was knocked out, leading him to believe he was knocked unconscious by Stain, not Izuku. It relieved the brunette that there was no need to dispose of him. Oh, Iida, how are your injuries? Both of Iida's hands were in casts, and the cut on Todoroki's cheek was bandaged. Izuku was lucky no one noticed his wounds from the Nomu healing. He should learn how to control rapid regeneration soon, before he accidentally exposes his identity again. My left hand might have long-term damage, Iida admitted, lowering his head. In shame. Both of my arms were injured, but it looks like the damage on my left arm was especially severe. Izuku stared at him, pity evident in his gaze. Long-term injuries are quite troublesome, especially if the victim wishes to pursue heroism. The brunette placed a comforting hand on Iida's shoulder, smiling at the teen. You're not alone, Iida. I will help you the best I can in your journey. The blue-haired teen forced a smile of his own. When I found the hero killer, I stopped being able to think. The first thing I should have done was tell Manuel. He gritted his teeth, shutting his eyes as if to hide his chagrin. But I forgot myself in my anger. So that's why. Iida continued, glancing at his casted arms. Until I become a true hero, I think I would rather keep my arms as they are. Iida. Todoroki mumbled, voice laced with admiration yet disappointment. A calming silence loomed over the room, and Izuku let out an amused chuckle. All right. He giggled, waving his hand dismissively with a bright grin. Hey, let's get stronger together, yeah? Iida blinked for a moment, processing his request, then smiled determinedly. Yeah. Todoroki stared at them, sweat dripping down his forehead. I feel bad. Izuku redirected his attention to the bay-haired teen, raising a curious brow. What for? I feel like whenever I'm involved, the teen glanced at his hand despondently, other people mess up their hands. Izuku and Iida stared at him in surprise. Is it a curse? Todoroki continued to criticize himself. Izuku couldn't help it, he burst into laughter. Todoroki, I didn't know you could make jokes. The brunette exclaimed between gasps for air. It's not a joke. I'm like, the hand crusher, or something. Laughter filled the room, and the atmosphere lightened significantly. What were you boys thinking? Manuel berated, staring at the three pointedly. Iida lowered his head while Izuku and Todoroki stared blankly at the hero. With all due respect, Manuel, if a person precious to you nearly got killed, wouldn't you seek revenge as well? Izuku argued, fixing a glare on the hero. Manuel backed away, taken aback by his response. Gran Torino looked like he was about to say something but was interrupted by a door opening. A dog sauntered into the room. Ah, that's right. You boys have a visitor. Gran Torino gestured to the humanoid dog. Hosu's chief of police, Tsuragami Kenji. Izuku, followed by Todoroki and Iida, stood up from the beds. The brunette bowed respectfully. Pleasure to meet you, Chief Tsuragami. You must be the UA students who brought down the hero killer, right? Tsuragami asked. Yes, Todoroki responded, narrowing his eyes dubiously. Regarding the hero killer we arrested, he was nearly unscathed. The only actual injuries he had were a concussion and a few burns. Izuku winced, knowing where this conversation was heading. Since you are UA students, I'm sure you already know that when superpowers were still becoming the norm, the police attached high leadership and standards to ensure quirks are not used as weapons. In other words, even if we defeated the hero killer, we used our quirks without specific instruction from our guardians or supervisors. Therefore, since that is a clear violation of the rules, we will still be punished, Izuku explained, never missing a beat. Tsuragami nodded, a glint of surprise in his hazel eyes. The three of you, along with pro-heroes Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino, must receive strict punishment. Todoroki's brows furrowed. Wait a minute, he said. If Iida hadn't done anything, Native would have been killed. If Midoriya hadn't come, the two of them would have been killed. Izuku closed his eyes, a frown etched into his features. After a moment, he made up his mind to support his friend. No one realized Stain had appeared. Fierce, verdant eyes glared at Tsuragami challengingly. Are you implying that we should have followed the rules and watched people get killed? Midoriya, Izuku shoved a hand in front of Iida as the teen tried to reason with him. Are you saying that as long as it turns out all right, it's okay to bend the rules? The chief sat back. Izuku clicked his tongue, glancing at Todoroki. The teen gritted his teeth. Isn't it a hero's job to save people? That's why you are not a full-fledged hero yet, Tsuragami sighed. Goodness, what are you being taught by UA and Endeavor? Izuku halted Todoroki because he could lash out, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. The bay-haired teen mildly relaxed, shoulders slumping slightly. This is why the hero society is flawed. People like you only tarnish the ideals we stand for, Izuku hissed, stepping closer to the chief. Stop it, he's absolutely right. Iida berated. Gran Torino stood in Izuku's way, holding out a hand. For a moment, the brunette contemplated pushing past the old man. Hang on a minute. Hear him out until the end. That was the official opinion of the police, Tsuragami stated, nearly unfazed by Izuku's intensity. And the punishment would only happen if this were all made public. If this were made public, you would probably be applauded, but you would not escape punishment. On the other hand, this is a bit underhanded, but if not made public, the burn scars would support Endeavor being the hero who saved the day, and it would end there. Thankfully, there were very few witnesses. This violation could be contained here. But this would also mean no one would know about your good judgment or achievements. Which do you prefer? Izuku yawned, having not gotten enough sleep the previous night. He laid his head on his desk, dozing off. Suddenly, a palm was placed atop his head. His instincts kicked in, and he grasped the intruder's wrist. Hearing a yelp, he lifted his head. Bright brown eyes stared down at him, wide and filled with wonder. Uraraka? Izuku questioned, allowing his grip to loosen enough for her to pull away. Sorry, I wanted to talk to you, but you were asleep. Uraraka replied, rubbing the back of her head sheepishly as a vibrant red dusted her cheeks. So you patted my head because? Izuku raised a brow, annoyed but curious about her seemingly random action. He folded his arms and leaned back in the chair. The brunette held her response, biting her lip and avoiding his gaze. Her face was a vibrant crimson, even brighter than Katsuki's ruby eyes. Well, your hair looked really soft, she sighed, defeated. The truth is, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku refocused his attention on Katsuki, who approached them with a sharp gaze directed at Uraraka. He gripped Izuku's wrist, pulling him up from his chair and wrapping an arm around his waist. Kaken. Izuku's eyes widened, his face flushing red. The blonde fixed a glare at Uraraka. Back off. Surprised by the boldness of his demand, Uraraka remained silent as Izuku was dragged away. Kaken. How can you not see the way she looks at you? Katsuki interrupted, his voice sounding insulted and displeased. Izuku felt the blonde's grip tighten around his wrist, causing him to wince internally. I don't understand why you're so angry. The brunette forcefully retracted his wrist from Katsuki's hold, causing both of them to stop in the middle of the hallway. Katsuki clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. His shoulders shook with pent-up frustration. She likes you. And? Why does it matter to you if she likes me? Izuku countered, uncomfortable but not surprised at the mention of Uraraka's feelings towards. Because I like you. Katsuki yelled back in frustration, only to gasp and cover his mouth in realization. Izuku stood unmoving, eyes wide and mouth agape at the revelation. Katsuki gritted his teeth, deciding he couldn't hide his feelings any longer. I love you, okay? The blonde repeated, his face flushing. A peculiar feeling flowed through Izuku, filling him with hope and joy. His eyes blurred, and for a moment he thought he was dreaming. But when he reached up and wiped away a tear, he realized he was crying. The brunette glanced at Katsuki and embraced him in a hug, not knowing how else to respond to such a delicate confession. Tears trickled down his freckled cheeks onto the blonde's blazer. I love you too, Kaken. I promise to keep my distance from Uraraka. Izuku strolled into the classroom, ignoring Uraraka's call, and seated himself at his desk. A small smile graced his lips, heat rising to his freckled cheeks. It didn't matter that he hadn't gotten enough sleep. He was filled with newfound energy, perhaps because of Katsuki's sudden confession. He twirled his pen with his fingers, lost in hopeful thoughts. Abruptly, a troubling thought snaked its way into his mind. The moment he finds out you're a villain, he'll leave for sure. The twirling of his pen ceased, and negative thoughts invaded his mind. What would he think of you? You're a murderer. Do you think that's attractive? Do you really think he loves you? Surely you're mistaken. He knocked himself on the head, eyes brimming with unshed tears. He hastily blinked them away, refusing to show weakness to such trivial thoughts. Taking deep breaths, he steadied his rapidly beating heart. Today, we will be doing rescue training. All Might boomed, his blinding grin never faltering. Suit up into your hero costumes and meet me at ground gamma. Your job is to split into groups and race towards a distress beacon, which I will be acting as, somewhere within this maze of machinery. All Might instructed, gesturing towards the perplexing puzzle that is ground gamma. Yes, sir. Class 1A responded. Izuku sighed, he was in the first batch. Deku! Katsuki called out, waving him over. The brunette smiled fondly, sauntering towards his boyfriend. Can I help you, Ground Zero? He asked. Aizawa had taught them proper hero protocol, one of which was to call each other by their hero names while in costume. The blonde placed a hand on his head, an encouraging grin on his lips. I just want to wish you luck. Don't lose to those extras, K? Izuku's cheeks reddened, his hand reaching up to touch Katsuki's forearm. I won't, he assured, shaking his head. Group 1, to the starting area. All Might announced through the intercom. That's my cue. Gotta go, Izuku said, placing a gentle kiss on Katsuki's cheek and smirking mischievously when the blonde's face reddened slightly. Izuku stretched as he, Ashido, Ojiro, Siro, and Iida aligned with each other. He cast a worried, yet aggravated look at Iida, thinking he shouldn't be participating so early into his recovery, though he knew better than to voice his thoughts. Once a whistle was blown, they all took off. Who do you think is gonna win, Karo? Tsu pondered thoughtfully. I think Zero is going to win. His quirk is best suited for this environment, Todoroki stated, expression blank as usual. I think Iida's gonna win, despite his injuries. Don't you think Deku has a disadvantage? I mean, his quirk breaks his bones every time he uses it. He has a fire quirk too, but I don't think it'll help much, Uraraka worriedly remarked about her green-haired crush. Katsuki scowled at the brunette. I bet Deku is gonna win, he proclaimed confidently. What's your relationship with Midobro? I saw him kiss your cheek earlier, Kirishima pointed out, smirking mockingly at the blonde's flushed face. Is there something between you two? Uraraka asked, her voice barely a whisper as she looked down in disappointment. It's none of your business, shitty hair. Katsuki yelled at the red-haired teen, choosing to ignore Uraraka's comment. Oh, Midoriya. At the mention of his beloved's name, Katsuki turned his attention to the large television screen. Izuku leapt from pipe to pipe with practiced ease, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. Viridescent sparks of lightning danced around his lean figure, captivating everyone watching. Katsuki couldn't help the proud smile that appeared on his lips. Hell yeah, that's my baby. You wanted to talk? Izuku asked, crossing his arms as he leaned back on the violet couch, his verdant eyes focused on the man before him. Yes, Toshinori confirmed, nodding sincerely. I want to congratulate you on your achievement. To be able to control one for all in such little time, I'm impressed. Izuku smirked, pride swelling in his chest. What can I say? I'm not one to disappoint. Remember, I am a notorious leader. Toshinori glanced at the tiled floor, a solemn look in his sapphire eyes. Recognizing the sadness in his mentor's expression, Izuku sighed. No matter how many times you try to persuade me, I will not be a full-fledged hero. I am perfectly content with my current path. Toshinori clenched his fists. You don't need to become the #1 hero, that's just a bonus, he admitted, mildly startling Izuku. The true purpose of One for All is to maintain peace and prosperity. To do that, we need to rid the world of All for One before he tears it apart. Bright, hopeful cerulean eyes met with fierce viridescent ones. I have an urgent request, Toshinori said. The corners of Izuku's lips pulled up in an amused smile. Indulge me, All Might. If anything ever happens to me, I need you to take on the responsibility of defeating All for One. The brunette grinned widely, pleased to hear such a fierce word escape the hero's mouth. With pleasure. Aizawa cleared his throat, informing the students in the classroom of his presence. Your final exams are approaching quickly. You will be given a day off to prepare for both the written and physical exams. To motivate you to do your best, there will be a training camp right after the exams. Those who don't meet our standards will not be participating. Izuku's left eye twitched in agitation. Great, more things to consider. He sighed, smiling lazily as his teacher shot him an exasperated look. When class ended, Aizawa crawled into his sleeping bag, allowing the students to chat idly with each other. Please tutor me, Yaoyorozu. Ashido bowed in front of the black-haired girl. I got 19th on my midterms, which is horrible. Oh sure, Mina. I'll send you the address to my home. You can come over tomorrow. Yaoyorozu responded, a polite smile on her lips. Kaminari crawled over and grabbed onto Yaoyorozu's leg, tears streaming down his face. Me too, please. I really want to go for the camp, but I placed 20th. Yeah, I need help too, Zero requested, rubbing the back of his head. I placed 17th. Soon, almost everyone crowded around Yaoyorozu, begging to be tutored. She waved her hands in front of her in a panic, claiming that anyone was welcome to study with her at her place. Katsuki approached Izuku and ruffled his hair, a proud grin stretching across his lips. You got first, not bad. I don't get what all the fuss is about. If they would just pay attention in class, I'm sure all of us would have tied in the top 3, Izuku huffed, unimpressed. He rolled his eyes as Kaminari gasped dramatically. Easy for you to say, Mr. Prissy, the blonde cried, pointing at him in betrayal. The brunette ignored him, turning to face Yaoyorozu instead. Yaoyorozu, it would be difficult to tutor everyone in the short amount of time we have. Allow me to assist you. From beside him, Katsuki sighed. I was going to ask if we could go on our first date. He mumbled. Having heard what he said, Izuku's freckled cheeks tinted red. We should focus on our studies first, Kaken. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. A faint blush stained Katsuki's cheeks, and he muttered a concluding, fine, whatever. Your help would be greatly appreciated, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu smiled encouragingly. I will send my address to the class group chat. You are welcome to visit tomorrow. Izuku stood outside the largest house he had ever seen. He would have mistaken it for a manor if Yaoyorozu had not confirmed that it was not. Even he, who had made countless deals and paid frequent visits to casinos, certainly couldn't afford such a luxurious home. Despite feeling slightly uncomfortable, Izuku rang the doorbell of the grand house. A soothing rhythm played in his ears. Even the doorbell is expensive, he thought. Almost immediately, a man in a fancy suit opened the door. You must be a companion of the young Etis. Please, come in. The man gestured inside, and Izuku nearly had to shield his eyes at how spotless the hallway was. He bowed to the man. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, he stated in the most elegant tone he could muster. The man seemed mildly surprised for a moment before smiling politely as Izuku entered the property. Hey, Midobro. Kirishima waved at him, a glass cup of water in his other hand. Izuku sauntered towards his classmate, observing the spacious kitchen. Hey, Kirishima, the brunette greeted politely. Where is Yaoyorozu? Oh, she's going through a few math equations with the class 2 rooms from here, the redhead replied with his signature toothy grin. All right, thank you. Izuku made his way to where Kirishima directed him, quickly finding Yaoyorozu, Ashido, Uraraka, Toru, Jiru, Kaminari, Shiro, and Tokoyami. Yaoyorozu noticed him and waved him over. Hey, Midoriya. It's an honor to be here, Yaoyorozu. You make me feel underprepared, the brunette joked, smiling as he placed his pastel green sling bag on one of the chairs. Suddenly, a familiar scent caught his attention. Yaoyorozu, Izuku said, keeping his eyes fixed on a nearby mini-fridge. The black-haired girl hummed in acknowledgement, watching as her classmates worked on the equations she had given them. I smell something interesting. That's a sharp nose, Midoriya. My father likes to keep some drinks in the mini-fridge. Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow as Izuku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He wouldn't mind if I tried some, would he? Everyone paused and refocused their attention on Izuku. Midoriya, you drink? Shiro exclaimed, dropping his pen in shock. Izuku stiffened in realization. Ah well. Midoriya, you're underage. You shouldn't be. I know. But once you take a sip, it can be hard to stop, Izuku sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. I'll be careful, I promise. Yaoyorozu considered it for a moment. The brunette's pleading eyes urged her further. Eventually, she sighed. Just don't drink too much. Izuku grinned, thanking her before making a beeline to the kitchen to grab a cup. He passed Kirishima, who had been trying to start a conversation with him. What's up with Midobro? Kirishima rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, trying to disregard the fact that he got ignored by his friend. Ashido shifted uncomfortably. He wanted a drink, was all the pink-skinned girl responded with. And that's how you solve that question, Izuku explained. Uraraka nodded and proceeded to repeat the steps he had taught her. Thank you for your help, Midoriya. I don't think any of us could understand Yaoyorozu's teachings. She's on another level, Kaminari said, sweat dropping. I guess teaching isn't my forte after all, Yaoyorozu sighed. I'm glad you're here, Midoriya. I didn't understand a few things either until you explained them to me. It's the least I could do. Even if the drink was strong, its pleasant taste will forever be in my memory. Izuku grinned. Ashido hummed. I still can't believe the cinnamon roll, out of everyone, drinks. And he has a high tolerance nonetheless. Toru said in disbelief, with Kirishima and Shiro nodding in agreement. I was surprised to hear he had 3 cups filled to the brim, Tokoyami chimed in, shaking his head. Cinnamon roll? Izuku could barely contain his laughter at the nickname. You can't deny that that's what you are, Jiru shrugged. Izuku sat with Katsuki and the Baku squad, chatting idly about various topics. Suddenly, something smacked him on the back of his head, causing him to WHP around. Oops, sorry, I didn't see you there. A blond boy apologized, his voice sounding anything but sincere. His navy blue eyes glimmered with mischief. I thought you were a garbage bin, so I didn't bother to dodge. Pardon? Izuku narrowed his eyes, his expression twisting in a disdainful glower. Did you just call me a garbage bin? Midoriya, Ashido started, but Izuku held up a finger, shushing her. He stood up from his seat and glared at the blonde. I said, could you repeat that? Yeah, I called you a garbage bin. I'm not lying either. The blonde laughed. Izuku's eyes glowed with determination, clearly prepared to confront the boy. Abruptly, the blonde passed out. The sudden movement snapped Izuku back into reality, causing him to jolt slightly. Sorry about him. An orange-haired girl rubbed the back of her head, picking the fallen boy up by the collar with her other hand. I tried to stop him, but he always finds a way to insult someone. It's all right, at least it's resolved now. Izuku masked his frustration with a gentle smile. You're from 1A, aren't you? I'm Itsuka Kendo from 1B, she pointed at the blonde she was holding. And this is Minoma. Nice to meet you. She held out a hand, which Izuku politely shook with a strained smile. Likewise. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Oh, I heard your class is going to fight robots in your final exams, Itsuka informed, placing a curious finger on her chin. That sounds tough. I expect nothing less from Yue, Izuku stated, pleased at the newfound information. Unfortunately, I have no idea what your exam may contain. You have my support though. Thanks. Good luck to you too, Midoriya. Itsuka strolled back to her classmates, dragging an unconscious Minoma behind her. Of course, Izuku nodded, settling back into his seat. Whoa, really? Just robots? This exam will be a breeze. Kaminari grinned excitedly. Ashido nodded, pumping her fist in excitement. Camp, here we go. Wait, what did you say? Izuku blinked at the new information he was given, eyes wide in shock. Mieto chuckled shyly, I adopted a child. Her name is Cherry. Sorry if it's out of the blue, it just happened so suddenly. Either way, if she is adopted by you, she's automatically part of the family, the brunette said, bouncing in place with a sharp grin. The mother smiled at her son's enthusiasm. So, do you think she likes guns? Izuku's emerald eyes practically sparkled with excitement. He clenched his fists and brought them to the front of his chest. She might, Mieto giggled, her eyes softening fondly. Izuku hooped and started jumping around the room, joyfully exclaiming, I have a younger sister. Mieto sighed and shook her head, the corners of her lips perking up in adoration. Fortunately, everyone had found the written portion of the final exams easier than they had expected, which led them to their current situation. Glancing around at his teachers, Izuku raised a brow in bewilderment. Nearly the entire staff was present. Even if the rest of his classmates did not notice, Izuku could not ignore the tiny revelation of a white ear that popped up from inside Aizawa's capture weapon. Without a doubt, Aizawa spoke coolly, his face practically expressionless. He paused for dramatic effect, collecting the attention of every student present. Most of you conceivably have at least some knowledge of the exercise test. Ashido and Kaminari perked up, raising their hands enthusiastically. We'll be fighting against robots, right? Ashido chirped excitedly, a hopeful smile on her lips. Suddenly, Nizu emerged from Aizawa's scarf, surprising every student besides Izuku, who simply did not know how to react. Wrong. The principal's grin stretched wide, and Izuku narrowed his eyes in suspicion, sensing a hint of mischief radiating from Nizu. You will not be having a battle simulation against robots for your test exercise. Nizu explained that due to the recent surge of villains, UA was forced to enhance their training methods to increase the students' battle experience. An admirable tactic, in Izuku's perspective. From now on, UA students will be having battle simulations similar to real-life battles. You will be the first students to try these. Nizu continued, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Therefore, your test exercise will involve forming pairs and facing one of UA's teachers in combat. A multitude of gasps echoed throughout the area. Izuku brought up a gloved hand to muffle an exasperated sigh. Fight one of you guys? But you have so much more experience. Kirishima pointed out, eyes wide in shock. We'll be wearing compact weighted bracelets, courtesy of Hatsum Mei, to level the playing field, Aizawa reasoned, clearly looking forward to the challenge. Besides, nothing is fair when it comes to being a hero. I'm sure Aizawa has already taught you that. Izuku raised his hand. Are we allowed to choose who we pair up with? He inquired, not reacting to Nizu's partially reassuring statement, which caused most of his classmates to freeze, staring at him in disbelief. They could not believe how lightly he was taking such news, especially since he was the first person to hear about fighting teachers instead of robots. Of course not. Nizu grinned, amused as Izuku sent a despairing glare in his direction. The student barely restrained himself, opting to fold his arms and huff instead. When was the last time Izuku had a moment to think? He shook his head, trying to focus. Any ideas, Ground Zero? We rush in, we take him down. Kaken, we've been through this. The brunette sighed as Katsuki started making explosive gestures while yelling. I'll definitely be the best if I defeat him, Katsuki grinned, allowing his confidence to take over. Don't get in my way, all right, Deku? Izuku grumbled something under his breath, his eyes lighting up with determination. Fine. Clearly, you don't appreciate my support and don't need me. The statement made Katsuki do a double-take, his eyes widening as Izuku's words settled in. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Katsuki replied quickly. Izuku suppressed a long-suffering sigh. Yeah, don't worry, Kaken, I just needed something to snap you out of this. If either of us loses control, we won't win. In the corner of his eye, Izuku smiled as Katsuki nodded, taking deep breaths to calm himself. Though, Katsuki mumbled, hoping no one else would notice his vulnerability. Promise you won't actually leave? Promise. Izuku chuckled and ruffled Katsuki's hair. Katsuki swatted his hand away, a light blush dusting his cheeks. Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki against All Might. Izuku did not want to believe it at first. 2 teens against the #1 hero? Nizu must be out of his mind. Even if Izuku noted All Might's weaknesses, victory seemed unlikely. So our only chance at victory is to make a beeline for the exit? Katsuki tapped his chin thoughtfully, disappointed but considering the idea. We wouldn't be able to outrun him, so one of us has to stay behind to distract him. Preferably the slower one, since the faster has a better chance of escaping. But that would mean one of us would have to fail. Izuku remained silent, contemplating their strategy. He wanted to sacrifice himself, but Katsuki wouldn't let that happen. We're pretty much equal in terms of speed, huh? Katsuki gruffly said, clearly catching on to Izuku's plans. Chuckling awkwardly, Izuku rubbed the back of his head. But I would be faster if I use my telekinesis, which I don't feel like exposing just yet. Katsuki let out a sarcastic huff of laughter. What are you, a mafia boss? Izuku's heart nearly stopped. Of course not, silly. He playfully punched Katsuki on the shoulder, laughing unconvincingly. Taking one last glance at the metal cylinder in his hands, Izuku's mind wandered. Is he on to me? I don't mind if Kaken knows about my plans, but what if he decides to stop communication because of it? So many things could go wrong if I were to tell him. He squeezed his eyes shut, choosing to ignore such thoughts and instead focus on the task at hand. Defeat All Might. It shouldn't be overly difficult, he has fought top-rank heroes before, so this shouldn't be much different. When Izuku and Katsuki stepped into the artificial city, his eyes immediately started scanning the area for threats and hiding spots, a personal plan quickly forming in his mind. Sensing a change in the wind, Izuku took out a cylinder and pressed a button. A scythe started unfolding, expanding in a mesmerizing way. Katsuki gasped in surprise beside him. Izuku swung it to his left, where All Might punched just a second later. The sheer strength of the punch forced Izuku back, but the soles of his modified boots dug into the ground, preventing him from crashing into a building. Izuku looked up, his green eyes meeting All Might's cerulean. All Might. May final exam number 10 commence. A voice announced over the intercom, recognized as Present Mike. Inhumanly twisting his body, Izuku dodged All Might's consecutive attacks. Loud explosions echoed in the city as Katsuki hurled himself toward the pro-hero. Just as All Might was about to counter, Katsuki twisted in a similar way to Izuku, flying above and sending an explosion to the back of All Might's head. The impact caused All Might to falter, albeit slightly. Finding an opportunity, Izuku grabbed Katsuki's wrist and sprinted toward an alleyway. They paused to catch their breath, Izuku's heart pounding loudly. "Kaken, did you get injured?" Izuku asked, noticing the slight tremble in Katsuki's hands. He reverted his scythe to its original state and pocketed it for emergency use. "I'm fine, don't worry about me," Katsuki replied, exhaling a shaky breath. "We should get going, it won't be long before he finds us." Izuku remained silent for a moment, examining Katsuki for any injuries. Finding none, he nodded with a satisfied smile. They would escape together, Izuku was sure of it. They would never abandon each other for the sake of passing an exam. "You shouldn't neglect your duties, young heroes," a booming voice interrupted their thoughts. All Might flew toward them at incredible speed, nearly apprehending them. Izuku tackled Katsuki and they both tumbled to the ground. Without wasting time, they sprang up and darted across the empty street. All Might appeared before them, aiming a punch. Once again, Izuku unveiled his scythe and held it in front of them. The impact sent them back a few steps. With an aggravated growl, Izuku forced his body to withstand 15% of One for All, its power coursing through him. Green lightning crackled around him as he lifted Katsuki, who yelped in surprise. Izuku hastened past All Might, shooting across the street at nearly the same speed as the hero. Within a blink of an eye, All Might seemed to teleport in front of him. Izuku clicked his tongue in irritation. Just as he was about to unleash his power, Katsuki snapped out of his shock and blasted forward, readying his finger on the pin of one of his gauntlets. An ear-piercing explosion rang in Izuku's ears, causing him to wince. Once the explosion died down, Izuku quickly grabbed onto Katsuki's wrist and sprinted away, despite the ringing in his ears and the burning sensation in his body from using One for All at a higher percentage than usual. They zoomed past the gate, with Izuku digging his soles into the ground to slow down. "That was awesome, Kaken," he exclaimed, grinning at the blonde boy while breathing slightly. Katsuki returned a sharp grin. "Midoriya Izuku and Bakugo Katsuki have passed the finals." Present Mick's voice brought a wave of relief over Izuku, and he beamed happily. He allowed rapid regeneration to take over, instantly healing his minor injuries. "Are you hurt, Kaken?" Izuku asked, studying the blonde's form. "I'll be fine. That old woman can heal me," Katsuki pointed to Recovery Girl, who was approaching them. Izuku pouted and wrapped his arms around Katsuki gently. Katsuki chuckled, not bothering to push him away. "Hey, Kaken," Izuku started, his voice soft. Katsuki hummed in response, playing with Izuku's hair. "If anyone hurts you, don't hesitate to tell me." "Why would I need your help?" Katsuki shot back, confused. "You don't," Izuku chuckled, shaking his head. Then his expression turned serious as he stared into Katsuki's eyes. "I just want to know, all right?" Katsuki realized he was holding his breath, craving fresh air. The chat concluded that Uraraka, Ashido, Tsu, Kirishima, Iida, Kaminari, and Izuku would be going to the mall. This is what normal teenagers do, Izuku thought as he draped a brown leather jacket over his shoulders and tightened the belt of his baby blue jeans. The soft, sleeveless turtleneck he wore felt comfortable against his skin as he crouched to put on his signature red sneakers. "Mieto, I'm going out," he smiled at the red-haired woman, earning a smile in return. "Are you sure you'll be able to run the mafia while I'm gone?" "We'll see," Mieto shrugged. Izuku puffed his cheeks and furrowed his eyebrows in worry. "Just go and enjoy your youth, Aizu." I'll be fine. Are you? I'm certain, Izuku. If you could do this, so can I, Mieto grinned. The brunette hesitated but nodded solemnly. I suggest that we split up into pairs. Ashido chirped with excitement. But there's an odd number of us here, Kirishima replied, rubbing the back of his head. Feeling a vibration from his phone, Izuku fished it from his pocket and glanced at it, tuning out the chatter of his classmates. Taisei, you have a meeting with the Hazukishi Mafia at 8 p.m. They refused to meet with Mieto instead. Izuku grumbled a curse under his breath. Just when he had started his month of freedom, a demanding mafia wanted to have a chat with the supreme boss. He rolled his eyes, sending a quick text of acknowledgement to Taisei before looking back at his friends. That was when he realized he was standing alone. He whipped around, trying to find his classmates, but there was no sign of them. They don't like you. They are just using you to get closer to Kaken. Do you actually think people like you? Izuku shook his head. They mentioned splitting up earlier. He must have been too distracted to pick a partner, so they assumed he wanted to be alone. Breathing out a long sigh, Izuku clenched his fists. Hey, you're a UA student, right? A voice broke through his thoughts. An arm draped over his shoulders in a friendly manner, causing Izuku to stiffen as he cautiously glanced at the person. Dull blood-red eyes gleamed with animosity, pale blue hair falling over their cracked face. Izuku's suspicions were confirmed when the person wrapped 4 fingers around his neck, specifically leaving out their middle finger. Shigaraki. Izuku forced himself to relax. He lowered his head, his hair shadowing his eyes as he glanced around to see if anyone noticed their interaction. Finding none, he turned his attention back to Shigaraki. What could I help you with? I just want to chat, Shigaraki grinned, tightening his hold on Izuku's neck. If you try calling for help, I'll make sure you regret it. Izuku scowled, his eyes glistening dangerously as he maintained eye contact with the fellow villain. He could easily take the man down, but where's the fun in that? His expression relaxed and a small, calm smile formed on his lips. All right, shall we talk in a more comfortable environment? Shigaraki led Izuku to a bench in the middle of the mall, settling down. The brunette crossed his left leg over his right thigh, trying to appear as comfortable as possible. Is this about Stain? He asked, placing a finger on his chin, a habit he had picked up from Tsu. Shigaraki hummed in affirmation. His fingers twitched slightly, a sign of his frustration. He's been stealing all the attention lately. It makes me so frustrated. The League attacked the USJ, a highly secured facility owned by UA, yet we practically got ignored because of Stain's sudden burst of popularity. Izuku sighed in understanding. I know what you mean. The hero killer has been on the news so often lately, it's honestly starting to get quite irritating. I don't get what the difference between me and Stain is. We both hate society, we're both certified villains. I don't understand it at all, Shigaraki growled. Izuku could hear his tone calming slightly. Good, that meant he was saying the right things. No offense, but Stain has ideals. He has a goal, to correct the hero society and rid fakes from this world. He does that by targeting heroes who abuse their power. To Izuku's surprise, Shigaraki was seemingly listening to his explanation. Then he pointed at the blue-haired villain. You and your league, however, don't have a mindful goal planned out. You are merely rogue STSTs who intend to satisfy your inner needs for chaos. Shigaraki blinked. This all makes sense to me now, it's All Might's fault. I have not once mentioned him in my explanation. Were you listening to anything I was saying? All Might is the cause of my distress. Shigaraki continued confidently. Before Izuku could retort, an uninvited guest abruptly joined their conversation. Midoriya? Izuku's head snapped toward the feminine voice. Multiple shopping bags hung around Uraraka's arms as she stood about a meter from the two villains. A friend? No. The grip Shigaraki had around Izuku's neck tightened, and Izuku had to resist the urge to claw at the villain's hand. Get away from him! Uraraka yelled in a panic. Uraraka, calm down, Izuku smiled reassuringly at her, only slightly calming her nerves. He slowly reached down to his right sock. Everything will be all right. Once Shigaraki's hold on him loosened even a little, he shot to his feet and threw a Switchblade, specifically aiming for the villain's palm. The blade punctured through Shigaraki's hand, but he showed no reaction. The next thing Izuku knew, Shigaraki was gone. He left without saying goodbye. Some friend Izuku hissed, rolling his eyes. Turning his gaze back to Uraraka, he handed her his phone. Call the police. That's all. Tsukachi asked, scribbling onto his notepad. Izuku was sitting in front of Tsukachi Naomasa, a detective whose quirk was very helpful in his work. Usually, the brunette would shiver at the thought of stepping foot into a police station. But as Uraraka was a witness, it would be suspicious to ignore his encounter with Shigaraki. Izuku nodded, running a scarred hand through his hair. That's all he asked and all I answered. However, I would recommend keeping All Might on a tight leash for now. The detective nodded. Your concerns will be considered. Thank you for your cooperation. You may leave. At the signal, Izuku rose from his seat and sauntered toward the police department's entrance. Through the glass doors, he saw All Might, in his civilian form, standing outside. Such a father, the brunette chuckled bitterly to himself. He walked up to the man, shoving his slightly trembling hands into his pockets. All Might, Izuku greeted. Young Midoriya, All Might responded with a smile, which dropped the moment it formed. Do you have a parent coming to fetch you? Izuku. As if on cue, Mieto's voice echoed in the night sky. She ran up to him and embraced him in a hug. I was so worried when you said Shigaraki talked with you. Please tell me I'm not late for the meeting with the Hazukishi Mafia? Izuku sighed, patting Mieto on the back to comfort her. She could be such a worrywart sometimes. No, don't worry. They postponed it, anyway. Said they had more urgent matters to tend to first, Mieto replied, releasing her grip on him. Izuku dragged a hand down his face and groaned. Why did I decide to start a mafia, again? Soft snores escaped from Izuku's lips as his head rested on Katsuki's shoulder. The blonde ran his hand through the brunette's hair comfortingly, smiling when his boyfriend leaned into the touch. So, Bakugo, you never really told us about your relationship with Midoriya? Ashido peeked her head from the seat behind him. Huh? Why would I need to tell you? Katsuki snarled, careful not to wake up his sleeping beauty. Because we're your friends, Kaminari chimed in from beside the pink-skinned girl, a large grin stretching across his lips. Since when were you my friends? Katsuki retorted, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Don't be like that, Baku bro, Kirishima said, popping up from the seat in front of him. A tiny whimper escaped Izuku's mouth while he shuffled slightly in discomfort. Noticing the action, Katsuki glared at his classmates, a fierce growl erupting from his throat. Back off. Ashido, Kaminari, and Kirishima sweat-dropped, immediately settling back into their seats, not wanting to vex the angry blonde any further. This doesn't feel right, Izuku whispered to his boyfriend as the wild pussycats explained what they were going to do for the camp. He pointed to the ground. Isn't it weird that they told us to stand on this particular land? Katsuki shrugged. Kinda. But maybe they just want to focus on all of us to make sure we're paying attention. He swung an arm around Izuku's shoulders. Relax, you're being too tense about this. You seem to be forgetting that this is a training camp, not a vacation, Izuku mumbled. Ashido raised her hand. But, why are we here if the camp is over there? She pointed to the other end of the land. Mysteriously, Pixie Bob smirked at the question. You'll find out soon enough. I think it's best if we return to the bus, right guys? Yayarosa said, her voice wavering. Right? Izuku agreed, nodding. Just then, the land beneath him reformed into a slope, and he nearly lost his balance. Izuku's eyes flashed a vibrant green, then he was floating, briefly. His quirk flickered into non-existence, most likely the work of his teacher, and he tumbled down the mountain alongside his classmates. The brunette coughed out the dust and sand that had entered his nose and mouth. Hey Izu, are you all right? Katsuki gripped his shoulders, panic and worry in his ruby gaze. I'm fine, Izuku replied, but as if his lungs, already damaged, heard him, he burst into another coughing fit. Liar, his boyfriend growled, earning a hoarse chuckle from him. Really, I'm okay, The brunette smiled reassuringly, his lungs finally giving in to his definition of okay. We love that you both care about each other, but don't you think that now isn't the best time? Kaminari sighed, shaking his head. Mandalay just told us that we should get back before sunset, unless we don't want dinner. Kirishima winced, glancing at the monsters made of soil that had risen from the ground. This is gonna be a long day, Jiro sighed exasperatedly, dodging an attack from one of the monsters. A dirt monster let out a roar as it melted back into the ground. Although he had incinerated many other things in the past, Izuku still saw brief flashes of his mother screaming as she gradually turned into ashes. The image was engraved in his mind, despite him not actually witnessing such a scene. A hand was placed on Izuku's shoulder, causing him to tense. He whipped around, grabbing the wrist of the intruder. "Midobro, are you okay?" Kirishima asked worriedly, eyes wide in surprise at Izuku's quick reflexes. "You were spacing out." Izuku exhaled a shaky breath, loosening his grip on Kirishima's wrist. He nodded, brows furrowed and lips pressed into a thin line as his emerald eyes wandered. "Let us focus on getting to the camp before sunset." "Hey, you don't have to push yourself," Kaminari, for once in his life, looked serious as he stared into Izuku's eyes. "You've done too much already. It's a miracle you're not passing out from quirk overuse." Izuku sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. "We should not waste time bantering. Let us get moving." He sauntered past the worried gazes of his classmates, quickly encountering another monster made of dirt and grime. Even though he had disposed of its companions, Izuku could not help but grimace. "Disgusting," he muttered, raising his hand in front of the creature. Not even a moment later, it was fully combusted. Izuku hissed quietly as the familiar stinging of burns littered his palm, almost instantly disappearing thanks to his regeneration quirk. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, abrupt pain struck his mind like an arrow, making him drop to a knee as he clutched his forehead. "Midoriya!" A faint voice called for him in the distance. Being too out of it, he could not identify whose it belonged to, nor did he care. He just wanted the pain to stop. Grunting, he tried his best to stand properly. He stumbled and nearly fell when someone grabbed onto him. Hey, Izu." He recognized that voice. He could recognize it anywhere. He inclined his head, barely managing to keep his eyes open. "Kikikin," he noted the mild tremor in his voice. "Hold on, you're gonna be all right." That was the last thing Izuku heard before darkness consumed his vision. Groaning in discomfort, Izuku forced his eyes open. He seemed to be in a dark room, too dark. "Mieto," he called, unsure of his whereabouts. He wrapped his hands around himself, curling into a small, protective ball. "Mom, I'm serious. You know how bad I am in the dark." A door slammed open, causing Izuku to flinch back at the loud noise. "Izu? Are you awake?" It was just Katsuki. "No, I am asleep," Izuku sneered unintentionally. He must be high on quirk overuse, because he did not mean to say that. Nevertheless, he persisted. "I appreciate you slamming the door open." "But what?" Katsuki stammered, unable to hide his confusion. He scratched his chin, silently hoping that he did not incense his boyfriend. Izuku slapped a palm over his mouth. Sorry. That was uncalled for and very immature of me." "It's fine. You passed out from a major headache earlier. You're probably still out of it," Katsuki said as he approached and sat on the opposite end of the bed. "How are you feeling?" "Like I drank 3 bottles of vodka in one day," Izuku quipped, laughing quietly at his own joke while holding his head in his hands. "I'm not gonna question how you know that feeling," Katsuki replied. "I was hoping you wouldn't ask." Silence filled the room after that. Having Katsuki in the same room relieved Izuku, so much so that he couldn't bring himself to be wary of anything, especially with a headache that felt strikingly similar to a hangover. "Are you hungry?" Katsuki asked, breaking the silence. "Am I?" Izuku chuckled, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. The moment he stood up, his vision swayed and he stumbled slightly. "Take it easy," his boyfriend warned, holding onto his arm to steady him. "Maybe it'd be best if you stayed here instead." "You're still." "I will be fine," Izuku interrupted, staring into Katsuki's ruby eyes, as if the action could verify his point. I have dealt with far worse. It would take much more than a measly headache to stop me. Knowing he could never win an argument against his lover, Katsuki sighed in defeat. Fine. But the moment I see you sway, you're going back to bed. Deal? Only if you stay in bed with me, Izuku jested flirtatiously, causing Katsuki's cheeks to flush. Katsuki turned away, covering the bottom half of his face in embarrassment. So cute, Izuku thought fondly. Midoriya! Uraraka exclaimed, a relieved grin gracing her lips as she engulfed Izuku in a hug. You're okay? Why wouldn't I be? Izuku responded, refusing to hug back because of Katsuki's presence. He still couldn't believe how easily his boyfriend got jealous. Don't do that again. You gave all of us a heart attack. Kirishima berated, palm on his chest as he exhaled a sigh of relief. Sorry guys. It won't happen again, I promise. Izuku chuckled lightly as Uraraka finally pulled away from the embrace. Another pair of arms wrapped around him, causing him to tense momentarily at the sudden contact. Let's go, babe, Katsuki emphasized, babe, as he glared at Uraraka, his eyes glistening with intensity. Kaken, you are being rude, Izuku whispered, staring disapprovingly at his boyfriend. He pushed Katsuki's arms away from his waist. I am protecting you, Katsuki retorted. Before an argument could commence, Jair broke it off with a sheepish smile. Let's continue eating. You must be hungry, right, Midoriya? Izuku stared at her for a moment, seemingly studying her for any ill intent. Finding none, he nodded and walked towards where the rest of his classmates were eating and engaging in conversation. It doesn't matter how many punks with ambition you bring along. That only increases the risks. It's far better to have a small number of experienced elites. Oh, I have not heard that one before, Izuku said, holding his phone up to his ear. Did you make it up to impress me? A low chuckle sounded from the other side of the phone. No. That was what Shigaraki said to us as he created our team, the Vanguard Action Squad. Izuku scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. What a peculiar name. Indeed, the other agreed smugly. No matter, it would only benefit us. Izuku mused, lowering the bottle from his lips. Has he told you the objective of the mission? Surely, they could not be planning an attack on a bunch of students for fun. It seems so. They have yet to inform me of a goal. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Perhaps they have already figured out that they have a spy amongst them? He hoped that wouldn't be the case, but what other reason could there be? I'd have to be more careful, then. Izuku hung up the phone, a grin spreading across his face. His expression faltered when he heard the sound of a rock rolling on the barren mountain. Who's there? Show yourself, he demanded, narrowing his emerald eyes. A petite, black-haired boy crept to the edge of the cave he was hiding in. He wore an obnoxious crimson hat with two golden horns protruding from the front. What are you going to do? The kid yelled, his voice laced with false confidence that his body did not portray, if the frequent shaking and tears prickling at the edges of his eyes were any indication. Izuku nearly laughed at the pitiful sight. Tell anybody about this, and I won't hesitate to make you regret it, even if you are merely a child. It was almost an empty threat. After all, he would never harm an innocent child, much less kill him. Izuku recognized the boy from somewhere, perhaps the news. That was when it hit him. Kota Izumi, son of the deceased water hose heroes, Izuku felt a pang of sympathy for the child in front of him. The boy looked painfully young, perhaps even younger than Izuku when he lost his mother. Replacing the former menace in his eyes, there was a glimpse of sadness and empathy reflecting in them. A comforting smile graced his lips, instead of the previous scowl. Shocked by the sudden change in atmosphere, Kota said nothing, did nothing. He could not bring himself to move, despite his body screaming at him to just run and hide from the threat before him. It was that smile, that sickeningly sweet smile. It looked like Izuku understood his situation. And honestly he did. Izuku could relate to the feelings Kota was experiencing. He understood. Let's go, Mandalay must be searching for you, Izuku said, his somber tone fading into a kind and gentle voice. He held out a hand for Kota to take, which the boy reluctantly accepted. The night sky sparkled with twinkling stars as laughter filled the air. Water splashed onto Kirishima's face, courtesy of Kaminari, catching the redhead by surprise. While his classmates enjoyed themselves, Izuku laid his head on Katsuki's shoulder as they sat next to each other in the hot spring. "You've been sleeping a lot lately. What's on your mind?" Katsuki asked, absent-mindedly ruffling his boyfriend's viridian hair. Izuku responded with a curious hum, staring into the clear water that emitted steam. He hesitated to admit he didn't want to risk sleeping through a villain attack that would only raise suspicion. "I've been thinking about us," he said, and he wasn't lying, that was true as well. Katsuki looked at him, bewildered. "What's there to think about?" he asked, almost defensively. Izuku brought his knees close to his chest, remaining silent. "Kaken," he began, his voice barely a whisper. "If I were a villain, would you still love me?" There was a moment of silence as their classmates' banter faded into the background. Katsuki opened his mouth but then closed it again, glancing away as if searching for an answer in their surroundings. "Yes," he stated simply, confidence lacing his tone. Izuku's eyes widened, not expecting such a straightforward answer. "I don't care what you are, I will always love you. No matter what." Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, and a sob escaped his lips. Katsuki turned to look at him, having heard the soft sound. "Oh," Katsuki mumbled, confused about why his boyfriend was crying. Nevertheless, he hugged him tightly, rubbing circles on his back to soothe him. Izuku buried his face in his knees, feeling embarrassed as he sensed his classmates' eyes on him. Katsuki's words reminded him of why he cherished the blonde so much. His reaction showed that their relationship meant more to Katsuki than anything else. The thought melted the ice around Izuku's heart. The heartwarming moment was interrupted by Mineta, who had started climbing the wall that separated them from the girls. "Before trying to become a hero, you should try becoming a better human," Kota scowled, kicking Mineta in the face and sending him tumbling down the wall. Mineta's towel went flying. For a moment, Izuku considered looking away, but his hero instincts wouldn't allow it. Izuku's eyes glowed a vibrant green for a split second, softening Mineta's landing, which unfortunately landed on Iida's face. Laughter erupted from Izuku and a few of his classmates. Suddenly, Kota lost his balance and fell. Without thinking, Izuku charged up 10% of one for all in his legs and bolted forward, catching the unconscious boy just in time. Mandalay would never forgive them if Kota got hurt. "I think I'll head to bed early," he smiled at his classmates, who returned lopsided smiles and worried glances. He paused to look at Katsuki, who met his gaze with concern. Feeling giddy, he smiled and mouthed, "Meet me in my room later," chuckling when his boyfriend's cheeks flushed a appealing crimson. Plopping down onto his bed, Izuku sighed and glanced at his unsteady hand. He traced the scars that couldn't be healed. Resounding knocks on his door pulled his attention away. He got up and walked to the door, hesitating for a moment before opening it. "Hey, Kaken," he smiled lovingly at his boyfriend, who entered the room. "Did you want to talk about something?" Katsuki asked, laying down on Izuku's bed with his hands behind his head. Izuku rested on top of him and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. His emerald eyes glinted with fondness in the dim light. "I trust you." Izuku heard a faint wince but thought nothing of it. "I trust you too," Katsuki said, wrapping an arm around Izuku's waist. Gripping tightly onto Katsuki's shirt, Izuku hesitated. I have something important to tell you." He sat up and Katsuki followed suit. Izuku's heart raced, his breath catching in his throat as he struggled to find the right words. Clenching his fists, he shut his eyes. Why was it so hard to tell him? He had no problem telling others. Well, not to this extent. "Kaken," he began, swallowing hard. He looked into Katsuki's ruby eyes, his expression steeled with determination. "I'm a villain." Katsuki's eyes widened in shock as he stared into Izuku's bright green eyes, searching for any hint of deception, hoping that maybe, just maybe, Izuku was joking. But no, his boyfriend was completely serious. Izuku awaited his response, as if he had asked an important question. Katsuki took a sharp breath, nearly choking. How was he supposed to respond? Could he really react like he did in the hot springs? Izuku whimpered softly, almost too quiet for Katsuki to hear. If you're not comfortable, we could always. No, Katsuki demanded, surprised by his own confidence. I need time to process this. Tightening his fists, Izuku nodded. Of course. After Katsuki went back to his room, Izuku laid back on his bed. Damn it. I shouldn't have told him, he probably doesn't want to see me anymore. He sighed and got up from his bed. He needed a distraction. Just in case, bring this along, Taisei instructed, handing Izuku a pack of cigarettes. You know I'm trying to. Izuku was cut off. I know, but just in case. Taisei smiled, gently patting him on the head. You may have a regeneration quirk, but I doubt it can heal you mentally. Smoking would damage his lungs. Izuku had a regeneration quirk? Yes, but it took a lot of energy if used too frequently. It could interfere with his work, so he stopped. Well, he tried to stop. He rummaged through his bag, quickly finding a pack of cigarettes. Hesitantly, he stuffed it into his pocket. Smoke filled the cold nighttime air as Izuku settled on a boulder near the entrance of a cave. He smiled contentedly at the familiar scent. He was so consumed by his thoughts that he didn't take note of the time. It was around 1 a.m. when someone caught him. Midoriya? Izuku stiffened, throwing the cigarette he was smoking onto the floor and stomping on it. Of all people. Aizawa emerged from the side of the mountain, confusion and worry etched onto his face. What are you? Aizawa sniffed the air, dark eyes widening in realization. He almost seemed hesitant to speak. Were you? Someone must be cooking somewhere. Izuku attempted to cover up, chuckling awkwardly when his teacher gave him an unimpressed look. Smells delicious, right? Midoriya. Izuku nearly choked. Aizawa seemed so earnest, it made him falter momentarily. I don't know what you're going through. There it was, the father lecture. Aizawa slowly walked up to him and placed his hand firmly on Izuku's shoulder. But smoking isn't an answer, I would know. Well, you don't own a large criminal organization, do you? Izuku snapped, gritting his teeth as his eyes flared with anger. Problem child. In a swift action, too quick for Aizawa to dodge, Izuku used his telekinesis to get a hold of a foldable knife from his right sock and pressed it against Aizawa's neck. I could hurt you instantly. Yet you haven't hurt any of us, Aizawa said, raising his hands in surrender. Noticing how Izuku's grip on his weapon tightened, the underground hero carried on despite his better judgment. In fact, you could have left months ago. What made you stay? The Viridian-haired boy remained silent, unable to formulate an excuse. Because that was all it was, an excuse. He really had no reason to stay in Yua, yet he insisted. Shut up, Izuku threatened, gritting his teeth as he glared at Aizawa. You're right. The pro-hero held onto Izuku's wrists without him even noticing. But I'll try my best to understand. Talk to me, all right? Don't touch me. I want to help you the best I can, Aizawa interrupted, gaze stern and unreadable. Izuku forcefully retracted his hands from his teacher. With a final glower, Izuku walked away. Izuku was exhausted. The most he had been in a while, and that's saying something. He was constantly emitting blue flames from his body, his pyrokinesis quirk at its highest degree, while his regeneration quirk was healing his injuries. Regeneration took up so much stamina that he could barely stand. Not to mention that it felt like needles repeatedly stitching his skin back together. To think that he still had to spar with Tiger later on to train one for all. By the time the day was over, Izuku collapsed, his chest heaving with exhaustion as sweat trickled down his face. Midobro, you alright? Kirishima asked, holding out a hand to him. Izuku sighed, clasping his and the redhead's hands together and pulling himself up. I'm fine, I just pushed myself too hard. Kirishima laughed lightheartedly. I can tell. Shoving the rest of his friend's words to the back of his head, Izuku stared at Katsuki, who was yelling at Ishido. His eyes softened, teeth chewing on his bottom lip. Dobro? Midoriya. Blinking back to his senses, Izuku apologized to Kirishima for zoning out during their conversation. You okay, bro? Kirishima asked worriedly. The brunette couldn't help it as his eyes wandered back to Katsuki. The redhead followed his gaze. Did something happen between you and Bakugo? The brunette remained unresponsive, lowering his head to stare into the soil. His feet shuffled beneath him. Crimson eyes softening, Kirishima placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and gave a lopsided grin. Whatever's wrong, just know that I'm here for you. Izuku smiled back and nodded. It's nice to have friends. Banter was exchanged as Class 1A and 1B prepared their dinner. They were making curry since Iida suggested it. Hey Midoriya. Hello, Todoroki. Izuku smiled at the dual-haired teen. Do you need something? Todoroki shook his head and pointed to a tree. That kid has been staring at you. I know, Izuku sighed, glancing at the tree. Behind it, Koda's black eyes were fixated on him, brows furrowed in suspicion. Noticing the brunette's gaze, Koda jolted and sprinted away to what Izuku assumed was his secret base. Todoroki sat next to him. Do you know him? His name is Koda. He doesn't like the idea of a superhero society with quirks. I ought to help him, but he doesn't intend to listen, Izuku said. He wouldn't allow Koda to have a plausible future of being a villain. Any thoughts on solving this issue? Todoroki's heterochromia eyes stared into the distance, presumably finding an answer. Words alone won't help him since he would find reasoning from strangers to be pretentious. Ah, you have a point. What do you suggest I do then? Izuku tilted his head to the side, his index finger on his chin. You should tell him about what heroes are doing and the help they would bring to humanity, Todoroki suggested, turning his head to look at Izuku. Though, I believe that actions speak louder than words. Flashes of endeavor tormenting his family sped through the brunette's mind, making him wince. He looked at his friend in sympathy. Thank you. I promise I'll help you too, Shoto. Todoroki didn't respond to that. Finally, the test of courage. Ashido cheered, raising her hands above her head and jumping around excitedly. The rest of the Baku squad, besides Katsuki, cheered alongside her. I don't think so, Aizawa cut in, startling Ashido and her friends. You will be attending review lessons with me tonight. And oh. Ashido wailed, her face paling at the revelation. Izuku chuckled under his breath as Mina, Sato, Kirishima, Shiro, and Kaminari were dragged away by Aizawa. The despairing looks on their faces satisfied him. The test of courage would take place in the forest, with both classes having the opportunity to be the scarers and scares. Class 1B would be the scarers and Class 1A the scares. Class 1B must scare as many students as possible to win, while Class 1A must find cards with their names on them to prove that they went into the forest. Classes would exchange turns after 15 minutes, and the game would begin again with Class 1A as the scarers and Class 1B as the scares. The class that scared more students than the other would be the winner. May the games begin. Moving a branch from his view, Izuku sauntered forward, keeping his eyes peeled for any lurking Class B students. Midoriya Izuku, the person he was paired with, interrupted his train of thought. He turned his head to her direction, tilting it in question. I noticed that you've been distancing yourself from me. Did I do something wrong? Humming, Izuku turned his head back to the front. Kaken told me to stay away from you. Oh, Izuku faced away, embarrassed. Are you two a thing? Izuku paused in his step, causing Izuku to stop and look back at him in confusion. I'm not sure, honestly. I told him a secret, and I think he took it personally. Izuku lowered his head, rubbing his hands together to dispel the eerie feeling surrounding him. Something was wrong, it was too quiet. I see. If you need anything, just tell me. Izuku raised a hand, halting her words. She stared in bewilderment as his emerald eyes widened, as if he was shocked. That's not right. My intel told me that they're supposed to attack tomorrow. The scent of burning wood made him wince. The villains were attacking and they were early. Izuku, you need to get to safety. There are villains in the area. Izuku glanced around and spotted Tsu in the distance. He pointed at her, there. Try to stick to as many of our classmates as you can. I'll inform Mr. Aizawa of the situation. What? The brunette started to panic. If he had not been in countless life-or-death situations, Izuku would be as scared as she was. But you can't. Go, the brunette demanded, the urgency in his voice startling Uraraka into silence. She nodded and ran toward the direction Izuku pointed at. Mumbling curses under his breath, he made his way back to the clearing of the forest, careful to be as stealthy as possible. Koda, return to the facility, now. Mandalay's alarmed voice echoed in Koda's fear-clouded head. He paid her no mind as he backed away from a cloaked figure. I'm sorry I can't help you right now. Villains are attacking and they aren't giving me a chance to breathe. Who are you? Koda cried, tears pricking at the edges of his eyes. Your hat looks pretty nice. Would you trade it for this mask? The villain asked as he reached up to remove his mask. In a blind panic, Koda began running away. The villain used his quirk to jump in front of the boy, a manic grin on his features. You're not on the kill list, but I don't think it'd be a problem to take you out. Glancing up, Koda's eyes widened in fear upon settling on a familiar face. The villain's fierce constricted pupils, ash-blonde hair, the nasty scar over his left eye. Wire. The villain wound up an arm, a wild grin striking Koda in a way that left the boy frozen in place. Koda shut his eyes, praying for someone to save him. A loud crash resounded, yet Koda felt no pain. He opened his eyes, finding himself on the other side of the mountain. Are you all right? Koda's head snapped to his right, where he found none other than Midoriya Izuku. The student was lightly breathing, having run here. When Koda nodded, still a little frightened, Izuku turned back to the villain in front of him and smiled. Now you're on the kill list. The villain, identified as Muscular, who had harmed many, including Koda's parents, grinned like a maniac, attempting to intimidate him. Kill list. Izuku gestured for Koda to make his escape while maintaining eye contact with Muscular. I see. So I have a bounty already? I'm gonna pummel you until you beg for mercy. Izuku's smile remains unwavering as his emerald eyes glow ominously. No. In an instant, Muscular collides with the wall, creating a crater. The blonde hastily picks himself up, muscles overlapping as he heals. He charges toward Izuku, his speed uncanny as he attempts to land a punch. In a flash, Muscular's already damaged face slams onto the ground. Izuku plants a boot on the back of his head, eyes scanning his opponent. Muscular grunts from under his foot. When he tries to push himself up, Izuku stomps him back down. What is your objective? Izuku interrogates, narrowing his eyes. Ugh, Muscular grunts, like I'd tell you. You have no rationale to follow what the League has planned, Izuku scoffs, his face shifting into a scowl as he pushes Muscular's head further into the concrete. They promised me freedom over what I do, the blonde growls aggressively, grabbing onto Izuku's ankle and attempting to crush it. They said I could kill whoever I want. Izuku hums in amusement, eyes glowing as he lifts Muscular into the air using telekinesis. He's heavy, but nothing Izuku can't handle. Perhaps I am being too polite, he says, a switchblade appearing at Muscular's neck. The blonde's eyes widen, body trembling as it slowly cuts into his skin. Izuku chuckles lightly, tell me your objective, or face the consequences. Muscular stays silent for a moment before slumping in defeat. Bakugo. Shigaraki asked us to kidnap someone named Bakugo. Izuku clenches his fists, his blood boiling with rage. Through gritted teeth, he mutters, targeting my Kaken? The nerve. He quickly slices Muscular's throat, the villain dropping dead before he could respond. Izuku shrugs nonchalantly, I lied. Your fate was sealed. Why you killed him? Izuku w's his head around, narrowing his eyes on Koda. Didn't I gesture for you to leave? The boy doesn't respond, cowering in fear as he stares at Muscular's limp body. Didn't he kill your parents? Izuku asks, folding his arms. He notices Koda flinch at the mention. You should be glad you're able to avenge them. Koda remains unresponsive, probably too afraid to do much of anything. Izuku sighs, let's get you to safety. He grabs Koda's arm, dragging him away from Muscular's corpse. My hero, the boy mutters, gaining Izuku's attention. That my hero is a villain. Pausing, Izuku's eyes widen in surprise. Kota turns to him with teary eyes, embracing him. You saved me, thank you. Blinking in disbelief, Izuku stays motionless, even as the kid sobs onto his shirt. A hero? He shakes his head. He doesn't have time to contemplate his identity. The League of Villains is after his boyfriend, and he would be dead if he allows them to succeed. Footsteps trample onto the grass as Decipher rushes past the trees, Kota on his back. He doesn't want to leave the boy in a place where villains could easily reach him. Decipher quickly changes into his villain costume, knowing that the villains recognize Izuku Midoriya and would try to attack him since he's on the kill list. The rustling of bushes causes him to stop and redirect his attention. He prepares to attack, eyes glowing red. Aizawa emerges from the bushes, hands up in surrender. Who are you? Decipher sighs, rolling his shoulder as he settles Kota onto the ground. Sensei. His teacher's eyes widen, presumably recognizing his voice. Midoriya? That's me, Decipher confirms, nodding curtly. I'm in my villain outfit. You look, Aizawa cringes. Like a villain. Yeah, no kidding. Do you know where Mandalay is? I need to pass down a message. She should be in a clearing that way, Aizawa points to his right. I'll take care of Kota. Alright, thank you, sensei. Also Midoriya, Aizawa adds. Decipher hums, raising a brow. Tell Mandalay that I permit you and your classmates to use your quirks. And don't forget to mention that you're not a threat. Yes, sir. Decipher nods obediently, although he doesn't like being bossed around, he knows he doesn't have much of a choice. Keeping Aizawa's words in mind, the villain sprints off with renewed determination. Kaken. At the familiar nickname, Katsuki's head WHPS around. An unrecognizable person, who he assumes is a villain, approaches him and Todoroki, who is dealing with another villain. Who the heck are you? Katsuki snarls, scowling at the use of his nickname. Kaken, it's me. The villain takes off his mask, revealing 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each cheek. Skeptical, Katsuki narrows his eyes, scanning the villain for any red flags. Seeing none, his shoulders slump in relief. Aizu, why the hell are you wearing that? Izuku smiles shyly, fidgeting with his fingers. This is my villain outfit. You know, the whole you being a villain thing. Katsuki's eyes focus on the other villain that Todoroki is holding off. He doesn't notice how Izuku subtly bites his lip anxiously. I've decided that I don't mind. Izuku blinks, staring at Katsuki in shocked disbelief. Pardon? Katsuki smiles, not his usual manic grin, but a genuine smile of sweetness. Izuku blushes, pressing his lips together. I don't care that you're a villain. The fact is that you're still you. Kaken. Izuku sighs in relief, glad that his boyfriend has no hard feelings. Placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, Katsuki leans in closer and kisses him on the cheek. I love you, Izuku. Nothing can change the Bakugo. A helping hand would be appreciated. Todoroki yells, his tone flat but lacking real anger. Don't tell me what to do, discount candy cane. Katsuki yells back, his grip on Izuku's shoulder tightening. Todoroki. Stand back, I can handle this. At the familiar voice, Todoroki complies, distancing himself from the villain. Izuku's eyes glow, and the villain's quirk stops working entirely. Katsuki grunts beside him. DMN, he's obstinate. Lifting his hand, Izuku brings a knife to the villain's throat and turns to Katsuki and Todoroki. I recommend shielding your eyes. Once they comply, Izuku returns his gaze to the villain. In one swift movement, the villain's head drops onto the grass. Oh. What did you do? Katsuki blinks in surprise. I used my telekinesis to stop his teeth from extending. Izuku shrugs, a little tired from the precise use of his quirk. It works on certain quirks. But I can't redirect Todoroki's fire or prevent your explosions. He points to Todoroki, who looks confused, then to the fallen villain. So, I killed him. Sheet. Kinda impressive, Katsuki mumbles under his breath, hoping Todoroki doesn't hear him. Izuku chuckles, putting his mask back on. How sweet, Kaken, Izuku notices Todoroki's face light up in recognition. Midair, a large explosion startles them, and they turn to find a familiar beast. Dark Shadow? Izuku gasps, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Suddenly, Shoji runs out from the trees, panicked and breathing. One of his extra limbs is bleeding and he looks pretty messed up. A villain attacked us, and Dark Shadow panicked. Tokoyami can't control him. Bakugo Todoroki, you guys? He pauses when he spots a new, yet somewhat familiar, face. Who are you? No time to explain, Izuku says, returning his gaze to Dark Shadow's enormous raging figure. He lights his hand up in blue flames. I can help. Shoji hesitates but then nods. Izuku, Katsuki, and Todoroki rush towards Dark Shadow. Katsuki's palms pop with explosions, a manic grin splitting his face. Die! Afterward, Tokoyami, Shoji, Todoroki, Katsuki, and Izuku decide to stick together. Despite Katsuki's complaints, he is positioned in the middle of their formation since he's being targeted. Trust me, Katsuki, it's for the best, Izuku says, unable to call him by his nickname with their classmates surrounding them. Katsuki scowls but doesn't retort. So, who are you anyway? Tokoyami asks, awkwardly rubbing his forearms. And thanks for helping earlier. I'm fulfilling my purpose, helping the heroes, Izuku responds, cautiously glancing around for any suspicious movements. I've heard about a mafia with that kind of ideal somewhere before. I think it was, heroes aren't enough? Shoji quotes, using his extra ears to be alert. Yes, that's correct, Izuku affirms, nodding. I am surprised you know so much about us. Here I thought we were being inconspicuous. You look the same age as us. Why would you join a mafia? Todoroki asks monotonously. You could have just joined the hero course. Izuku frowns, glaring at the truth. Heroes are obligated to spare the lives of villains. While I don't believe in such mercy, it is silent for a while. Bakugo's been uncharacteristically quiet. Hearing a quiet movement in the grass, Izuku wpes around, eyes widening when he realizes Katsuki and Tokoyami are missing. Alarmed, he blurts, "Sheet!" Hihei, a new voice garners their attention, laughing ominously. Perched on a tree is a man, his mask white with black lines, wearing an obnoxious yellow coat and a burgundy top hat. His gloved fingers hold two cerulean marbles, light reflecting off them. Taking immediate action, Izuku reaches out his hand and calls upon his telekinesis. The villain jumps away, disappearing into the trees before Izuku can comprehend their loss. Veins bulging with adrenaline, Izuku chases after him, not stopping when Shoji and Todoroki call out to him. The names circle in his mind like a mantra, making him run faster with each repetition. When he reaches a clearing, he slides to a halt, fingers touching the ground to stabilize himself. Izuku hides behind a tree, watching as villains gather in the center, chatting idly with triumphant grins. Then, Compress, as the other villains address him, reveals two blue orbs in his palm. Izuku bolts into action, dashing towards the villain to attain what he hopes is his boyfriend and classmate. The villains startle, attempting to dodge, but Izuku raises his hand, and the marbles fly towards him. Decipher! Dabi shouts in surprise, brows furrowing. I almost forgot about you. The show is over, Tuya, Izuku says firmly, his eyes cold. You have revealed your true colors. Now it's either you or your brother. Dabi tenses, fists clenching. Don't you dare hurt him. Just then, the marbles disappear, replaced by Tokoyami and a bunch of branches. Izuku freezes at the sight, staring in horror. No! He mumbles despondently, returning his gaze towards the other villains. Where is he? Abruptly, Dabi grins, gesturing towards Compress. The latter steps forward, taking off his mask and sticking out his tongue. There, a blue marble shines in the moonlight, glistening enough for Izuku to vaguely see Katsuki's silhouette. Izuku raises his hand, eyes lighting up as he reaches for the marble. However, a blackish-purple portal opens up in front of Compress, and his telekinesis doesn't reach its mark. Katsuki materializes, eyes wide in shock and fear as he reaches for Izuku. Izuku! Frustrated, Izuku clenches his fists and pivots on his foot, pushing himself forward. His feet thump loudly against the grass as he lifts his hand. Kaken! He's so close. The last thing he sees is Katsuki's fear-filled ruby eyes getting dragged through the portal, Dabi's hand wrapped around his neck. The portal disappears, and Izuku runs past where it used to be. Defeated, he drops onto his knees, pointlessly staring at the ground with frustration in his eyes. Tears trickle down his cheeks, and Izuku covers his eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. His other trembling hand clutches his stomach, and he bends over, shoulders tense and shaking. That night, everyone heard the guttural scream that echoed in the forest, filled with utter loss and agony. It made them worried because that voice was familiar. Back at the lodge, Aijuru startles, turning to his classmates. Did you hear that? Worried, Shiro expresses his concern. That kinda sounds like Midoriya, right? Ashido shudders, wrapping her arms around her torso. I don't think I want to know. What do you mean, he was taken? Uraraka shouted, alarmed by her teacher's words. She tugged at the sleeve of her sweater, brown irises frantically searching for mirth in his eyes. Alas, she saw none. Aizawa clenched his fists, head lowering. You deserve to know what happened to your classmate. And Midoriya? How is he doing? Kirishima's question made heads turn in his direction. Startled, he fumbled over his words a bit. Well, he's the closest person to Bakugo, so I figured he must be more panicked than we are. You're right, Aizawa affirmed, eyebrows knitting together as his black irises became solemn. He has been unresponsive since the incident. I haven't heard from him yet. That's worrying, Kaminari said, biting his nails habitually. Jairu smacked his hand away from his mouth, earning a startled yelp from the blonde. Do you think he's okay? Jairu then asked, concern palpable in her tone. I don't know, her teacher answered sincerely, but I can hope. Shudo stared at Aizawa's face, noticing the subtle bite of his lip. Narrowing his heterochromia eyes, Shuto redirected his thoughts to Midoriya. Midoriya was a villain, Shudo was sure of it. For once, it wasn't one of his crazy conspiracies, because it was the truth. Midoriya had trusted him enough to tell him, albeit indirectly. However, despite being a villain, the brunette had saved him, showed him the true nature of his power. It's your power, not his. Those words ignited a spark within him that he didn't even know needed to be lit. It was then that Shudo realized that he had yet to return the favor. He couldn't rescue Bakugo, but he would try his best to support his friend in his time of distress, just like Midoriya had done for him. Fishing his phone from his pocket, Shudo excused himself from the group and left the hospital. He dialed Midoriya's number and placed it above his ear. After a few rings, the call went through, which surprised Shudo since he didn't expect Midoriya to actually answer. A cold, demanding voice spoke from the other side of Shudo's phone. What? Shudo's voice was monotone as he answered, Midoriya? Can we talk? I am preoccupied at the moment. It's important, Shudo said, tone indifferent. Is this about me being a villain? This is why I never... It's not that, Shudo interrupted. I just want to talk. As a friend. Silence followed, causing Shudo to think he said something wrong. Midoriya? Suddenly, a choke, then a laugh echoed from the other side of Shudo's phone, which made him pull it away from his ear with a slight wince. It sounded bitter and filled with no actual humor. Oh, Shudo! Hearing his first name in Midoriya's voice made him feel weird, but he didn't comment on it. You just want to repay your debt to me, don't you? Furrowing his eyebrows, Shudo asked, How did you? I doubt you can show compassion. Midoriya's comment stung Shudo a little, but it didn't extinguish his newfound determination to help him. I know you're upset about Bakugo. The bang heard from Midoriya's side of the call startled Shudo, his phone nearly slipping from his grasp. Is that what this is about? You think there is something wrong with me because Kaken got kidnapped? There's nothing wrong with you. Did I give you permission to speak? At that moment, Shudo discerned that he wasn't talking to his friend anymore. He was talking to Decipher, the villain who had killed hundreds and owned a large crime organization with an iron fist. Speak only when told to, Midoriya said, all the previous friendliness vanishing from his tone in an instant. Shudo shuddered. Not wanting to get on Midoriya's bad side, he complied and remained silent. Good boy, as always. When Midoriya said that, a warm feeling bloomed in Shudo's chest, the same feeling from the stain incident. His heart stuttered whenever Midoriya said that, and Shudo didn't know why. Now, I am already working on Kaken's rescue. I do not need the heroes to interfere with my plans. Understood? Yes, Shudo replied simply. The information Midoriya was about to share was classified, and he didn't want to think about the consequences of revealing it to the heroes. Anyways, we are planning on rescuing Kaken 3 days from now. Too long, in my opinion, but a member with an analysis quirk insisted. Shudo could hear the scowl in his voice. I am going to confront her one day. Care to watch? Shudo grimaced. No. All right, your loss, Midoriya stated nonchalantly. He hummed thoughtfully. If you want to join the raid, I would be delighted to have you. Really? Shudo pondered, suddenly reminded of something crucial. Yaoyorozu placed a tracker on the Nomu in camp. If she tracks it, I could send you the location if you haven't found it already. I will compare the 2 locations and decide whether it is accurate or not. Midoriya paused. Meaning I will consider it. I understand, Midoriya, Shudo responded. Call me Izuku. Then the call ended. The soft beeping from his phone stopped when Shudo turned it off. He sighed, what have I gotten myself into? As a mother, Mieto was extremely worried for her son. Izuku had been shutting himself off from her entirely. When she heard what happened at camp, she cursed Dabi for betraying them and taking Izuku's beloved away from him. It made her shudder. Each night for 5 days in a row, Mieto could hear her son's cries and whimpers. I'm sorry, Kaken, Izuku choked out. I was too weak to save you. Sometimes, Mieto wished she didn't have her quirk. It wasn't the first time Izuku had broken down like this. When he had first been adopted by her, he cried every night for 6 months. Mieto didn't want a repeat of what happened with Izuku's biological mother. Send out everyone, she commanded, gripping the sides of the long table. Her greenish-golden irises glimmered with determination as she looked over the 200 people in the room. Find Bakugo Katsuki. Yes, ma'am. Jiko, Taisei addressed Mieto, walking up to her. What happened to the boss? He's currently unavailable, Mieto, also known as the villain Jiko, replied. She tied her scarlet hair into a bun, her irises glinting as she covered the perimeter of her eyes with a red and yellow butterfly-styled masquerade mask. She pushed back her dark red knee-length dress, grabbing a black fan from her utility belt. With a flick of her wrist, the fan opened, and she began to fan herself. I am your commander for the time being. Taisei, also known as the villain Salo, nodded obediently. He adjusted his yellow tie, ensuring his black dress shirt was fully buttoned. The golden blazer over his shirt and the ebony jeans hugging his legs were designed with hidden pockets for weapons. Unlike many of the other members, he was allowed to wear normal sneakers. The reason was that Izuku had favorites. A yellow mask covered the top half of his face. It looked more like a bandana with holes than an actual mask. The 2 villains were unstoppable as a duo. However, you look like a mutt, Jiko scoffed, scanning her supposed partner. I appreciate the sentiment, kitten, Salo retorted sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Without Izuku, their teamwork would completely fall apart. Enough with your unnecessary bickering, Decipher scowled, catching the attention of the villainous adults. His eyes narrowed, emerald irises glowing dimly. Dark eye bags were visible below his eyelids, which seemed on the verge of dropping. Izuku, Salo muttered, shocked. His eyes softened when he saw the state the boy was in. What are you doing out of bed? You don't look well. What type of leader would I be if I skipped an important raid? Decipher argued defiantly, glaring at him as he folded his arms. Then a small smirk graced his lips. Besides, I found a potential member for the unknown Passcodes. Report, Decipher demanded sternly, eyes glued onto the warehouse in front of them. Over 100 Nomus. No sight of the League of Villains yet. Arena, a blonde female with piercing violet eyes, reported. She adjusted her dull brown masquerade mask. Your orders, sir? To be safe, he split 200 of the members pursuing this mission, 100 with Mieto, and the other half with him. Mieto and her group were investigating the other location. Send in Salo, Decipher instructed. He yawned, blinking when his vision blurred with unshed tears. Rubbing his eyes with his forearm, he sighed. Sir, Todoroki, who had decided to temporarily serve under him, called out through his earpiece. I caught a glimpse of Yaoyorozu. Mildly startled, Decipher asked, Can you confirm her identity? I'm sure it's her. No one would dress the way she does. Decipher snorted. Understood. Permission granted to confront her. Yes, sir, Todoroki responded, no longer questioning how he could tell what he was thinking. Was that a wise decision, Decipher? A random member, K, questioned uncertainly. Permitting to confront someone outside of the raid? Are you questioning me? Decipher snapped, glaring warningly at him. His irises glowed a vibrant emerald, and a knife rose from his pocket, its sharp end pointed at his comrade. K shook his head, instantly regretting his decision to speak up. Oh, sir. Keep your voice down, Arena scolded him, glaring from beside Decipher. The two shared a glance and rolled their eyes in understanding when their teammates started scrambling to answer someone in his earpiece. The sound of rapid footsteps approaching the area caught the majority's attention. Decipher whipped his head in the sound's direction, eyes widening when he saw heroes gathered at the front of the warehouse. What's going on? Decipher growled, turning to his members. Why was I not informed of the hero's arrival? Sir, we were not informed either, Hiraki said nervously, fiddling with her gloved fingers. No matter. Decipher combed back the side of his dyed black hair, fishing a plain hairpin from his pocket and clipping it to clear his line of sight. If you see any of the villains, or perhaps heroes, you have my permission to take action. Move out. Join us, Bakugo Katsuki, Shigaraki said, raising his hand in a welcoming gesture. Who does this guy think he is? Thought Katsuki with a scowl. Him, a hero in training, join the League of Villains? Go away, he retorted, not bothering to filter his anger. Shigaraki's hand twitched, his narrowed eyes boring into the blonde. The television blared in the background, showcasing Aizawa, Nizu, and Vlad King in a conference meeting. They looked formally dressed, Aizawa's hair even combed back. It was the first time Katsuki had ever seen his teacher look so formal. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Shigaraki retracted his hand. Dabi, he called firmly, take off his restraints. I what? Dabi blinked, eyes wide as he whipped his head in Shigaraki's direction. If we want him to join us, we shouldn't treat him like a prisoner, Shigaraki stated, closing his eyes as his chest heaved slowly. Are you kidding? The kid'll attack me. Dabi defended himself. Then he redirected his gaze to Twice, who was standing innocently by his side. Twice you do it. Huh? Why me? Twice jolted, startled by Dabi's sudden demand. Just do it. Fine. No way. Twice said, contradicting himself as usual. Nervously, the villain sauntered behind Katsuki and started removing the chains wrapped around him. Once removed, the blonde stayed still for a moment, head cast down so that his spiky hair would shield his. I'll ask again, Bakugo Katsuki, Shigaraki said, more smugly this time, join us. Katsuki shook with rage, shoulders tense and rigid, hands balled into tight fists. It was too fast for anyone to fully comprehend. Katsuki launched himself forward, palms extended as he blasted Shigaraki in the face. The severed hand on the villain's face detached itself, falling onto the wooden floor uselessly. Shigaraki! Magna called, voice alarmed as she took a step towards her boss. Muttering something under his breath, Shigaraki reached down and grabbed the severed hand. The villain looked close to snapping, hands trembling with poorly hidden fury. Katsuki stood his ground, clenching his fists frustratedly. Narrowing his glowing yellow eyes, Kurojiri gestured to compress. Contain him, compress. Nodding, the mentioned villain took a step forward, only for Katsuki to instantly back away. You know, any smart person would have at least pretended to be on our side. Get away from me! Katsuki yelled, eyes wide in horror. His irises shook violently, dreading being captured once more. Discreetly, his eyes darted to the still turned-on television, silently pleading that Aizawa would hear his call for help. Alas, his teacher couldn't hear him. Just then, as if the hero in training's wishes were being answered, there was a knock on the wooden door beside him. Pizza DLVOI. Before anyone could fully process those words, the wall beside them burst down with a loud explosion. A large figure hopped in, and Katsuki felt relief at the sight of his childhood hero standing tall in front of him. Immediately, all of the villains were restrained by Kamui Wood's quirk. They struggled against it, to no avail. Before he could even think about teleporting them out, Kurogiri was rendered unconscious by All Might. Dabi tried to burn the restraints, but Gran Torino kicked him, effectively knocking him out. Young Bakugo! All Might grinned delightedly at his student. However, before any of the heroes could celebrate, black goo started coming out from the villains' mouths. Disgusted, some grimaced. Bile piled up in Katsuki's throat, making him choke. He hunched over, gaining the attention of the heroes. Trying to cough out whatever was stuck in his throat, he gagged. An inky black substance started to surround him, and he paled in realization. Young Bakugo! The last thing Katsuki saw was All Might's horrified look. Then, everything was consumed by darkness. He's gone. Jiko's voice said through Decipher's earpiece, exasperated. What? Decipher growled, eyes widening. His face scrunched up into a scowl. There was a black substance of some sort, presumably a quirk, and abruptly, static overlapped Jiko's voice, until Decipher couldn't hear her anymore. Jiko? Jiko, answer me. He gritted his teeth, fists clenching. DM it. Boss, your orders? One of his teammates said from behind him. Closing his eyes, Decipher took a deep breath and thought for a moment. When he opened them, he was more composed. He couldn't panic, it was most likely just a malfunction on the earpiece's part. If you see any civilians, do not hesitate to help them evacuate. Unnecessary casualties are the last things we need. Yes, sir. With that, their team split up, covering more ground. Decipher remained in his position, eyes narrowing at the building filled with Nomus. Heroes were surrounding it, Mount Lady at the front, leg pulled back. Once Mount Lady kicked the wall, it crumbled down. Since the building was unstable, it collapsed, scattering bits and pieces of what used to be an abandoned structure all around. Decipher rolled his eyes, thinking that the only thing they would accomplish was alerting the villains to their presence. You would think that the heroes would proceed with more caution after the USJ and training camp attack. Once the dust settled, it revealed a mini wasteland. Everything inside was gone, including the Nomu tanks that were supposed to be there. Decipher's eyes widened, crimson irises glinting with a hint of amusement and curiosity. All for one, he muttered. Just what are you plotting? A bulky man stepped out from the broken wall, startling the heroes. His tense shoulders were covered in a silky black jacket, with a shiny black tie and a white dress shirt underneath. His posture was mostly calm, relaxed even, and he wore a black, ornate mask that doubled as a life support system. Immediately, Best Jeanist stiffened, wrapping the fibers of his sleeves around the man. In a stern yet calm manner, the hero spoke. Who are you? A villain? Ichie. What if that's a civilian? One of the heroes stuttered in a panic, waving his hands frantically. His shaky voice and trembling hands revealed that he was likely a newbie in the hero industry. Best Jeanist didn't even glance at the rookie, his eyes fixed on the man he assumed was a villain. Think about it, no civilian would come out of a warehouse thought to be a villain hideout. Decipher rested his cheek on his palm, the corners of his lips stretching into a wicked grin. So All for One decided to expose himself. Good, that saved him the trouble. Decipher could aid the fellow villain, but he was supposed to be on the hero's side. Helping him would compromise this mission's goal. Sorry not sorry, Decipher mused smugly as he chuckled at All for One's misfortune. He didn't doubt that All for One could escape Best Jeanist's grasp easily. Multiple blobs of a black substance, similar to what Mieto had described, began appearing at the center of the practically destroyed Camino ward. The League was the first to appear, followed by Katsuki. They all stood on shaky legs, seemingly troubled by their peculiar mode of transportation. For the first time in 3 days, Decipher relaxed. Seeing his beloved unharmed relieved him beyond words. His shoulders slumped, lips parting to let out a sigh of pure relief. Kaken is alright, he thought. He's alright. We have a problem, someone said over Decipher's earpiece, snapping him back to reality. We found Jiko's team, but... Decipher scowled, opening his mouth to berate his teammates for straying from their initial mission. However, the member's next words made him rethink that decision. They're all unconscious, and Jiko is missing. Decipher's heart leapt to his throat. Was missing? Yakuza, Shudo called, walking towards the group. His expression was indifferent, but a swirl of guilt, dread, and frustration mixed in his gut. Todoroki? Yakuza blinked, eyes widening. One of her eyebrows lifted in confusion. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here, Shudo answered instead, ignoring her question. He furrowed his eyebrows. Scram before you get hurt. Todoroki, what are you talking about? Kirishima asked, frowning slightly. He took a step forward, arms spreading as if the gesture could prove some kind of point. You of all people should know why we're here. To save Bakugo. Shudo clenched his fists tighter. He didn't want his classmates, the ones he had grown fond of, to get involved in such a dangerous situation. He turned his attention to Iida, who looked like he wanted to sink into the ground. And you? Aren't you supposed to discourage this type of behavior? Iida glanced anywhere but at him, ashamed. I'm supervising. Bullshit, Shudo countered quickly, surprising his classmates with his bluntness. I recommend that you guys take off before you get caught in the crossfire. And what about you? Why are you here? Yakuza inquired, trying to sound impassive only to falter halfway. I was visiting someone, Shudo said, narrowing his eyes when he noticed Kirishima's clenched fists subtly trembling. With an outfit like that? You look like you're part of a large crime syndicate. Kirishima unintentionally blurted, eyes widening and lips pressing into a straight line the moment he realized his mistake. Suddenly, the building behind Shudo exploded, and he barely managed to press the button on his belt. Instantly, a transparent cerulean barrier sheltered him and his classmates from the debris. It must have worked like a charm because, when the smoke cleared, they remained uninjured. Everything except the walls beside them was utterly destroyed, and even they looked like they could topple at any moment. Kirishima was on the floor, hardened arms instinctively raised to shield his face. What was that? Iida asked, breathing heavily as his eyes refocused. One of his arms was positioned above his face, as if that would make any difference. Yakuza stuck close to his side, trembling uncontrollably. Don't worry, that was within expectations, Shudo muttered. He glanced back at his classmates, voice taking on a more frustrated tone as he berated them. This is why I told you to stay away. If I wasn't here, the 3 of you could have gotten seriously injured or worse, killed. Startled, Yakuza backed away. Her bottom lip quivered, making her voice waver. Where did you get that device? It's illegal for normal civilians to wield, even heroes need permits. That's not important, Shudo sneered, annoyed by his classmates' persistence. His jaw tightened, teeth clanking when they made contact. When he opened his mouth to scold them once more, his stomach dropped. He stilled, eyes widening as a weight made itself known in his chest. His entire body refused to follow his commands. Your quirk is powerful, but, a dark voice said, sending shivers down Shudo's spine. It sounded cold and unremorseful. It has no use to Tamura. A blood-curdling scream made Shudo tumble to his knees, hands clutching his chest as if his life depended on it. Air was stuck in his throat. It took everything out of him just to force it down to his lungs and out. Glancing up, he noticed that his classmates weren't doing any better. All 3 of them were holding onto each other, silent tears trailing down Yakuza's pale face. Shudo couldn't imagine how much regret she was feeling at that moment. However, he couldn't help the ounce of pity he felt for her. As the vice-class representative and a daughter of a popular businessman, Yakuza must have felt like the weight of the world was on her shoulders. He couldn't even begin to imagine what Iida was feeling, although he didn't care much about him. Shuto, status, Izuku demanded through his earpiece. By his tone of voice, Shuto could tell that he was at least a little worried. Raising his shaky hand, Shuto tapped his earpiece twice. I'm fine. The force field you gave me worked perfectly. Just a little shaken, he hesitated. Did you feel it too? I did, but I'm used to feeling heavy pressure, so it wasn't a nuisance. Anyway, Bakugo is alright for now, though he is surrounded by members of the LOV. Shuto could hear the relief in Izuku's voice, which made him slightly relax as well. Then, his voice took on a more somber tone. I would never ask you to risk your life to save him, but that I'll do the best I can, Shuto said, frowning. Todoroki, who are you talking to? Yaoyorozu asked, staying on her knees. Her breathing was calmer, and she was shaking much less than before. Although she was still glancing around, as if something would jump towards her without warning. The other end of Shuto's earpiece remained silent. He stared at Yaoyorozu indifferently as he answered, doesn't matter. Now's not the time to be chatting, bro, Kirishima whispered worriedly, sweat dripping from his brow. He looked freaked out, rubbing his arms. We should try to stay as silent as possible. Once approved by Izuku, Shuto nodded at that statement. He could only hope that his green-haired friend would be alright. Izuku encouraged, beaming as he watched Cherry point a toy at the kitchen fridge. She blinked innocently, fiddling with the item in her hands, clearly not knowing what it was. I'm so proud. And Cherry mumbled, holding the toy up to Izuku. She frowned. What is this? Izuku, stop distracting Cherry and get over here. Mieto shouted, mildly annoyed. We still need to prepare the teams for tomorrow's raid. Boo-hoo! Izuku stuck his tongue out petulantly. Then, as if realizing something, he raised an eyebrow curiously. The Haya raid? Yes. I assigned the teams yesterday. Mieto gave Izuku an accusing glare. And you didn't bother to inform me? I think you forgot who's the boss here, Izuku retorted, rolling his eyes. Scoffing, he folded his arms and turned away. Instead of getting monthly allowances like any other child, I'm the one paying you. Oh, shut up, Mieto retorted. You were the one who suggested I join the mafia. Cherry watched as the mother and son duo quarreled playfully, a gigantic smile stretching across her face. Cherry's red hair shone like a sun in the scorching weather. Her orange eyes scanned the crowd, eyebrows furrowed in uncertainty. Her small fingers clutched onto her stuffed bunny, a dull forest green, similar to the shade of Izuku's hair. Izuku smiled slightly, patting her on the head. Aizuan is going to take you shopping today, per Okasan's request. Is there anything you would like to buy? Yellow, Cherry muttered, her eyes glistening with joy, face brightening even further. Banana. Like Okasan's eyes. You. Izuku blinked, staring at her with wide, intrigued eyes. A droplet of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. You want a banana? Like Okasan's eyes? Acknowledging the rapid nodding of Cherry's head, he chuckled. Izuku gently intertwined his and Cherry's fingers. He wouldn't want to lose her in the thick crowd after all. Then, let's get you a banana. Decipher shook his head. Why were those memories flooding his mind at a time like this? He watched as All Might and All for One clashed, exchanging punches and kicks that could rumble the entire world. Katsuki was fighting for his freedom against the rest of the League of Villains. Even from afar, Decipher could tell the pain Katsuki was in. The veins on his wrists were bulging from the extensive use of his quirk, and his movements were stiffer than when he first started attacking. Some may not know this, but Katsuki's quirk puts a significant strain on his wrists. That was what Decipher was worried about, Katsuki's limit. His worries were proven essential when Katsuki stumbled and instinctively used one of his hands to cushion his impact with the ground, only to wince and tumble down. This gave Shigaraki an opening, the villain immediately reaching his hand out to grab his target. Decipher gritted his teeth. He didn't want to interfere, but this was Kaken. No matter what, Izuku would never abandon his beloved. He extended his hand, a vibrant green encasing Shigaraki. Startled, Shigaraki faltered and struggled to get free, but his attempts were in vain. Decipher leapt from his hiding place, kicking Shigaraki in the face before releasing his telekinetic hold. Shigaraki was thrown into another League member, Magna, he believed, and both fell onto the concrete with a loud thud. Stunned by the sudden interference, Katsuki and the other League members froze. However, Katsuki's eyes lit up the moment he recognized his boyfriend's villain outfit. Decipher held out a hand, prompting Katsuki to take it. "Sorry I'm late, love," Decipher whispered as he hoisted him up, placing a hand on Katsuki's cheek to wipe away a speck of dust. "I thought you could handle this yourself." Katsuki leaned into his touch, clasping his boyfriend's hand. A certain piece of rubble was just jealous. Chuckling, Decipher removed his hand from Katsuki's cheek and placed it on his hip instead, turning his attention to the League, who looked ready for a fight. "Oh, who are you? I think I saw you at the training camp. Are you a student?" A girl with blonde hair tied into messy twin buns exclaimed excitedly, her eyes full of manic energy. "I wonder what you would look like drenched in blood." "You are in luck then," Decipher said, bowing his head with a smile, a shadow casting over his eyes. He unclipped a thin cylinder from his belt and twirled it around. When he pressed a button, the cylinder extended into a long staff, and a curved blade protruded from the end. Decipher liked his lips, swinging his weapon as his eyes glinted with excitement. "I will be covered by the blood of your comrades soon enough." Sweat trickled down the League's foreheads as they felt the suffocating tension in the air. The atmosphere surrounding Decipher was intimidating. "Don't falter," Shigaraki yelled, rising from the ground. He clenched his fists, pointing at Decipher, who glanced back with a bored expression. "Get him. He's a mere NPC." Motivated, the League dashed towards their opponent. Decipher whispered something into Katsuki's ear before swiftly using his telekinesis to move him behind a broken wall. He glanced at the League, eyes glowing a fiery crimson. "Don't you dare look down on us." Magna growled, raising her hands. She attempted to use her quirk, only to be confused when it didn't activate. That was when she noticed the green glow surrounding her body. Startled, she leapt back to her group. "He's using some sort of telekinesis," she said. "Now that we know his quirk, we can take him." "Do you?" Decipher asked mockingly, dodging the blonde who had tried to stab him with a kitchen knife. The girl giggled, her voice bright and joyous. "My name is Toga Himiko." A sword was thrown at him, but he halted it midair. Decipher did a backflip to create distance, using his telekinesis to redirect the sword to Toga. He fought Toga with his scythe, controlling its movements while fending off the rest of the League. Suddenly, blood splattered onto the concrete, startling the League into silence. Magna clawed at her throat, stumbling backward as blood poured from her neck. "Big sis?" Twice yelled, taking a step towards her. However, before he could react, Decipher swung his weapon down, slicing his abdomen. Luckily, Compress managed to pull him away just in time. Decipher grinned mischievously, his scythe now splattered with blood. This proved he could easily win the battle, but that wouldn't be fun at all. Enraged, Shigaraki sprinted forward, grabbing Decipher's forearm, causing it to start disintegrating. Blood seeped from the wound, making Toga squeal. Decipher heated his arm using pyrokinesis, forcing Shigaraki to pull away with a pained hiss. As soon as he let go, the wound on Decipher's forearm healed almost instantly. "Two quirks!" Spinner gasped. "In it," Compress muttered, wheezing as Decipher kicked him in the gut. "We outnumber him by 4, so why can't we defeat him? He has multiple quirks." Toga replied cheerfully, grinning despite their situation. "He's also really good at combat, but that's obvious." While they fought, Decipher kept a close eye on All Might and All for One's battle. Any missteps could lead to a loss for the heroes. The smoke surrounding All Might's gradually shrinking form implied that his time was running out. "That isn't ideal," Decipher noted. A knife was flung in his direction, making him sigh. He lifted one of his hands, merely waving it off. "He's not even trying anymore," Spinner complained, pointing at Decipher with an accusing look. "Kurogiri and Dabi are out cold, so they can't help us." Twice as unconscious, and Magna, he paused, teeth gritting with anger. He killed Magna. How are we supposed to defeat him? Before Decipher could respond, his instincts kicked in, and he dodged just in time as a spike rose from the ground, nearly puncturing him. Tamura, All for One addressed, watching as All Might coughed and wheezed in front of him. He raised his hand, a black rectangle with a single red line protruding from his finger, and pointed at Kurogiri. The metal attached to his finger plunged into him. Leave. I will take care of Decipher for you. A misty black portal appeared behind Toga, startling her. Then, as if the universe had other plans, the rest of the league was flung toward her. Oh, no. Before he could get pulled in, Shigaraki grabbed onto a metal pipe stuck in the ground. Grunting, he shouted, "Sensei!" "Go, Tamura," All for One ordered sternly. Shigaraki let out a small whine. "I can't leave you." "I will be all right," All for One interrupted, shaking his head slowly. "Trust me." Reluctantly, Shigaraki lowered his head, allowing his grip to slip from the metal pole embedded in the concrete. The moment he entered the portal, it vanished. Stretching his limbs, Decipher yawned. "Are you done talking?" All for One chuckled. "My offer still stands." Decipher's eyebrows furrowed, teeth gritting in a resentful scowl. "You dare to ask, Bisudi? Why young M?" Before All Might could reveal his identity, Decipher held up his hand to silence him. Surprisingly, it worked, and the hero fell silent. Decipher raised his hand, debris from all around him levitating at his command. "Shall we?" "I have a deal to propose," All for One interjected, his tone dark yet tinged with amusement. "What?" Decipher demanded impatiently, lowering his hand. The debris surrounding him tumbled to the ground. He placed his hands on his hips, balancing his weight on one leg. The moment All for One snapped his fingers, an inky substance appeared on the ground in front of him. Decipher stared at it curiously, maintaining his guard despite his relaxed exterior. He expected a trap of some kind. What he didn't expect was for a beaten-up Mieto to be lying on the concrete as the black substance disappeared. Crimson liquid leaked from her ears and nose, her eyes tightly shut, lips curled in pain, quivering slightly. Decipher's eyes widened, hands gripping tighter onto his hips. Internally, his blood boiled with concealed fury, his rage unnoticed by everyone unless they were specifically looking for it. In All for One's case, he waited for that reaction, and he was pleased to see it. Decipher watched as blood dribbled down the side of Mieto's head, out of her ear, and down her lips. Clenching his fists tightly, he glowered at All for One's confident posture. "It's either you become part of our organization, or your dear companion." All for One gestured to Mieto's unconscious body, her hands tied behind her back. "Will die." Decipher bit his bottom lip, uncertain of the decision he would eventually have to make. His fingers twitched, then curled into his palm. He had the strange longing to hurt the man in front of him. His eyes stared, unseeing, at the cracked ground as he contemplated his choices, a sick amusement creeping into his expression. Despite their arguments, he and Mieto would always make up afterward, her cheerfulness after a plan had gone wrong, and how she encouraged him to let loose. Then there was Cherry, Mieto's adoptive daughter. She hadn't been with them for long, but she was family nonetheless. All for One shrugged, noticing Decipher's conflict. He pointed at the nearly broken wall, where he hid Katsuki. The blonde should have run off by now, but Decipher knew what All for One's gesture indicated. "No!" He yelled hastily, immediately wincing at the desperation in his voice. He swallowed the lump in his throat, his stomach twisting with dread. "Lay a finger on him and I swear, I will cut it off." All for One hummed, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. "For someone so talented, you seem to have a bunch of liabilities holding you back. What a waste." "Liabilities?" Decipher stared at him, disdain overpowering his fear of losing his loved ones. "I hope you realize that what you just said could very well be your last words." "Oh, how arrogant. You believe that you can defeat me, when even All Might cannot." All for One pointed to All Might, who, despite his anguish, took a determined step forward. Persistent and predictable. Narrowing his eyes at the hero, Decipher redirected his gaze back to Mieto, whose eyes were tightly shut and lips curled downwards in pain. His scarlet irises dulled, the subtle outline of a verdant glow fading. One of his knees touched the ground, his left elbow leaning on the other knee. He reached his right hand to Mieto's cheek, caressing it gently as he traced her cheekbone. Mieto! Mieto! Izuku grabbed onto the woman's hand, a bright grin on his face. He hopped in place, his curly hair bouncing. Can we get an All Might figurine after we buy dinner? Mieto laughed heartily, squeezing the 10-year-old boy's hand. Of course, Izuku, she smiled softly, squatting down to match his height. But you have to buy them yourself when you get older, okay? Confused, Izuku tilted his head and stared at her with those big round eyes. Why? The woman sighed, looking down at their intertwined hands. I won't be with you forever. Just like your previous mother. Izuku could tell that Mieto didn't like talking about her. She knew it brought back memories he would rather avoid. But Mieto looked like she wanted to tell him something. What was it? Sat on a couch, Izuku swung his legs back and forth, humming a soft tune to himself. He watched through an iPad connected to the pin on each member's clothing, checking for any problems with their deals with other groups. Feeling a sudden change in the couch's configuration, he turned his head to his right, where Mieto sat comfortably. Her hands rested on her thighs, her back leaning against the violet couch. Izuku, her voice was calm, with a slight undertone of melancholy. Izuku raised an eyebrow, settling the iPad on the coffee table in front of them. Crossing his legs, he leaned back as well. What? He replied, not bothering to hide his annoyance. She should know better than to start a conversation while he was working. Let's say, figuratively, Mieto said, uncertainty creeping into her voice. If I were to die, would you be sad? What? It was softer this time. Perhaps he was too shocked to respond. Maybe he thought he misheard her. You heard me. She turned away, unable to look him in the eye. He remained silent. Of course, he would be sad. What kind of question was that? Now that Mieto was lying in front of him, her body bruised and broken, he understood. She knew the consequences of joining his mafia. She knew, yet she never approached him to discuss her concerns. Mieto was trying to prepare him for the inevitable, her death. Thank you, Decipher mumbled, a small smile gracing his features. Though his eyes displayed his true emotions, bitterness, hatred, and grief. You've done so much for me, Mieto. Noticing the silence, Decipher straightened from his kneeling position. He kept his head low, his fringe shielding his eyes from All for One. You want to know my decision? He asked, tilting his head to the side. Debris from All for One and All Might's brawl started levitating, a light green glow surrounding them. Flames like the edges of Decipher's clothing, illuminating the dark ambience. When he raised his head, his pupils contracted, making his irises seem more evident. They shone with unbridled menace, glinting with a violent crimson. The light from the nearby helicopters reflected on his face, showing his distinct features. A manic grin adorned his face, his hands lifting along with the rubble surrounding him. I'll kill you. Katsuki breathed as he and his classmates ran together. He met them at the back of the wall, hiding like the bunch of cowards they were. Todoroki was with them, clearly not fond of his presence either. The group didn't make the same mistake, forcing Katsuki to remain at their front and keeping a close eye on him. None of them uttered a word, all too preoccupied with keeping Katsuki safe. It was infuriating. He didn't need saving. He didn't want to be treated like a fragile vase. His pace slowed and he paused. The others behind him stopped as well, staring at him in confusion. Shoulders shaking with rage, Katsuki turned to face them. The tips of his ears were red with anger, clenched fists trembling. What the hell are you guys even doing here? Startled, the group hesitated to reply. However, Kirishima spoke up. We wanted to save you. We know we should have let the heroes handle this, but Yayarozu stepped up, placing a hand on her chest, a droplet of sweat trickling down the side of her head. We came here as a precaution. You guys doubt the heroes, don't you? Todoroki asked bluntly, folding his arms. His eyebrows furrowed and he frowned. It isn't like that. Iida quickly defended, only to rethink his words. He glanced away, nervously fidgeting. It's all right, Todoroki shrugged, glancing at Katsuki. I do too. It was then Katsuki noticed Todoroki's peculiar clothing. He wore a dark red tailcoat with a black vest and white dress shirt underneath. He even had black dress briefs and combat boots. In the corner of his eye, he spotted something shiny in Todoroki's briefs pocket. He lunged, swiftly snatching it out. Todoroki yelped, stumbling back in shock. Why are you fighting each other? Kirishima yelled, eyebrows furrowed in worry as he observed the interaction. Just as I thought. Katsuki scowled, waving the black masquerade mask in his hand. It had a white feather sticking out at the side, and golden swirls as the design. Care to explain? Aye. Todoroki stumbled on his words, gritting his teeth in frustration. Suddenly Yakuza gasped, That's... What? Iida asked, raising an eyebrow. The more he examined the mask, the more confused he became at Yakuza's horrified expression. Stand back. Yakuza stood in front of her friends, gritting her teeth and glaring at Todoroki, who sighed and averted their gazes. He's a villain. Nervously, Todoroki swallowed. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles were starting to turn white. What? Kirishima gasped, taking a cautious step back. Iida stared at his friend, a pained expression on his face. Todoroki. This is... Katsuki squinted his eyes. He had seen this mask somewhere before, he was sure of it. A loud crash came from a crowd not far from where they stood. No, rather, from the large television screen in front of them. It glitched mildly as a new battle raged on. The group ran towards the sound, curious as to what it may be. When they saw the screen, Katsuki's eyes widened. Izuku's villain mask, its red outlines, sharp ends, how it glistened. He clasped a palm over his mouth, eyes wide in horror. His baby, his everything, was fighting that monster. Multiple sped through his head, pounding with how much he was thinking, but he didn't care. Izuku might be in trouble. He could. A hand was placed gently on his shoulder, and he tensed at the touch, whipping around to face the person who interrupted his thoughts. Todoroki's grip on his shoulder tightened as his eyebrows furrowed. He frowned, staring Katsuki in the eyes. Have faith in him, Todoroki said, though it sounded like a whisper. He probably didn't want their classmates to hear. I trust him with my life, Katsuki snapped quietly, teeth gritting. He clenched his fists, breaking eye contact with the dual-haired teen. He redirected his gaze to the large television screen, face softening when his eyes landed on a certain somebody. I'm just scared. If Todoroki were to tell anybody he said that, Katsuki would be furious. I am too. Todoroki's voice didn't imply that he meant what he said, but Katsuki found himself believing him regardless. He's my first friend. The blonde narrowed his eyes at him, something that felt suspiciously like jealousy swelling in his chest. When did those two get so close? Decipher was having a difficult time. He was fighting the big boss of the underworld, after all. All for One had a multitude of quirks at his disposal. This battle was practically impossible for him to win. Decipher better get a promotion after this. He landed a punch on All for One's gut, finally. The villain stumbled back, fury radiating off of him in waves. You sure are irritating. All for One spat venomously, activating his shield quirk once again as rocks flew his way. They bounced off of him with ease, annoying Decipher beyond words. The shield quirk irked Decipher the most. He had to attack All for One relentlessly for 5 minutes for it to break, and the villain was constantly putting it back up. Feeling something approaching him from behind, Decipher whipped around. He stared in shocked paralysis as a butterfly knife, engulfed in a subtle red glow, raced towards him. It was too close when Decipher, reacting on instinct, stuck out his hand in an attempt to block it. He gritted his teeth, shutting his eyes and turning away. An agonizing sensation coursed through his body, his veins bulging from its sheer intensity. Before he could comprehend his situation, a black tendril seeped from his palm, wrapping around the knife and throwing it towards All for One instead. Unfortunately, it merely flew past him when he tilted his head. Both caught by surprise, Decipher and All for One jumped away from each other, attempting to process what had just occurred. Decipher stared at his hand, which was trembling uncontrollably from the pain it was withstanding. His white glove was torn, revealing his palm's bruised skin. His chest felt tight, and breathing felt like multiple knives jabbing his lungs, but something was telling him to keep calm and focus on the situation at hand. Decipher let out a quivering breath, shaking his hand, as if that would help to ease his nerves. "That's right," Decipher nodded to himself, "I'm in the middle of a battle. Getting distracted now would surely get me killed." Without warning, Decipher pivoted on his foot, launching himself at All for One. The villain dodged valiantly, but Decipher stuck out his hand, burning a piece of his jacket. "I see," All for One muttered under his breath, landing in a crouch. In all honesty, Decipher had no idea what to think about that statement. All he knew was that he needed to defeat All for One as quickly as possible. He dragged his foot back, slowing his breathing. There wasn't much he could do about his rapid heartbeat, to his displeasure. He lifted his hand and reached towards All for One, as if he was attempting to grasp the man. He narrowed his eyes, straining his mind to imagine a tight leash on the villain. Abruptly, much to the confusion of everyone watching the battle, a black tendril shot out of Decipher's palm, wrapping around All for One's imposing figure. Before the villain could properly react, Decipher grinned. "Now, All Might." Blood spluttered from Decipher's lips as he fell on one knee, hand coming up to cover his mouth when he felt a burning sensation in his throat. He coughed, and when he removed his hand, he saw blood splattered onto his glove. All Might charged at All for One, managing to punch him in the face, but because he was weakened, the force wasn't as much as Decipher had hoped, causing the latter to be dragged back a few steps. Decipher ethed in a breath, only for it to hitch. Even breathing felt like his lungs were being torn apart. Decipher tried to stand but dropped back down. His legs felt like jelly, and his arms struggled to keep him from collapsing onto the floor. All for One's bellowing laughter cut through his thoughts, redirecting everyone's intense stares towards him. His mask was still intact, but Decipher was certain that the cruel man would be grinning madly if it weren't. "Didn't I tell you before?" All for One began, the giddiness in his voice evident. "You will face repercussions should you have another quirk." "So that thing, it was a quirk?" Decipher gritted his bloodied teeth, scowling at the despicable man before him. His lungs felt like they were burning, and it was starting to affect his stomach too. Just what kind of repercussions was he implying? Black spots began to appear in Decipher's vision, and he swayed slightly, but he refused to succumb to unconsciousness, not amid a battle. Shakily, he rose to his feet, much to the annoyance yet fascination of All for One. "My, even with 5 quirks, you are able to stand?" the villain said huffily. "I must say, I am quite impressed." "Shut." Decipher's head was pounding. He wanted to grasp it, but his arms hung loosely by his sides, unable to follow his commands. His body was twitching, and it took all he had just to speak that one word. "It seems I underestimated your capabilities," All for One chuckled, ignoring All Might, who was staring at Decipher with a mix of shock, horror, guilt, and worry. "You know, I can get rid of your pain. All you have to do is..." A punch to the face made All for One stumble back, growling at All Might, who growled defiantly. "I won't let you." "Teach." All for One got into a fighting stance of his own. "Even when he's struggling, you would do anything to keep my power from expanding. How selfish." All Might ignored his comment, launching himself at the villain. All for One laughed, easily dodging his charge. "You're getting slower, All Might. In your prime, that hit would have landed." "Shut up." All Might knew he shouldn't engage, especially not during a fight like this, but his mind drifted towards young Midoriya and the agony he must be in. The faster he won this fight, the better. He could take young Midoriya to the hospital as soon as it was over. He just needed to win. All for One punched All Might in the gut, pushing him back. The hero coughed, spitting blood to the side. He clutched his stomach. He needed to win. To save young Midoriya. That was what heroes did. He remembered his MST are saying something similar to him. Win to save to win. Never forget that. "Okay, Toshi." All Might shook his head, wiping away the blood trickling down his chin with the back of his hand. He stared at All for One, the man who had caused so much pain, with furious, crystal blue eyes. Do you know who Shigaraki Tamura is? All for One asked calmly. At All Might's confused gaze, he shook his head ruefully. Who he truly is. Get to the point, All Might demanded, frowning. Shimura Tenko. All Might froze, his face blanching with dread. His heartbeat sped up, despite already being wild from the ongoing battle. That couldn't be right. Had he misheard? You heard correctly, All for One said, as if reading his mind. His voice turned smug when All Might lowered his head, bright eyes glazing over. Shimura Tenko is Shigaraki Tamura. He is the grandson of Shimura Nana. No, it can't be true. A foot connected with the side of All for One's head, launching the villain towards an already collapsing building. They were lucky that all the citizens had evacuated. Don't let him get to you, said young Midoriya. When All Might turned to look at him, he was surprised to see him completely uninjured. He stood on his own 2 feet, no longer on the verge of collapsing. He wiped away the blood trickling down his chin, glancing at All Might with an expression of calm determination. That's what he wants. What? All Might muttered, staring at him in shock. How are you okay? Young Midoriya merely shrugged and turned towards the collapsed building, knowing that All for One could never be defeated with a hit as weak as that. I got accustomed to the pain quite easily. It's a talent of mine, young Midoriya smiled. Yet, somehow, All Might felt himself smiling back. Smile. It is what you do best, no? Before the hero could question his statement, All for One suddenly appeared, swinging his arm at them. They jumped back, but the sheer force of the punch sent debris hurtling their way. Midoriya lifted his hand, and in an instant, all the debris paused midair. Then they were sent flying towards All for One. All for One activated his shield quirk once again, the debris bouncing harmlessly off it. I just don't understand you, Decipher. Young Midoriya didn't snap back with a retort. He simply steeled his gaze, never tearing it from the villain. Why fight for the losing team, when you could have everything you ever hoped for, and more, if you join me? I will not fall into the traps you have laid out for me, young Midoriya said, his hand, along with some debris, starting to float with a vague green outline. I longing to ensure that neither the lives of villains nor heroes are endangered. Noticing that he was getting nowhere in trying to manipulate Decipher, All for One side. Suddenly, a red glow surrounded the smaller villain, startling both him and his predecessor. Then, Decipher was pulled towards All for One, who grinned maniacally. Decipher's eyes widened. This quirk. The brunette grabbed a hold of a cylinder hanging on his waist and yanked it off. Once his scythe was unraveled, Decipher swung it, nearly scraping the villain in the life support helmet he wore. However, Decipher was abruptly dropped onto the floor. He rolled from the excess momentum, crying out in pain when he felt a blade stab his side. You were the one who burnt down our house, Decipher inferred, his body shaking with rage. He clenched his fists, his fingertips digging into the gravelly ground. And took her quirk. All for One didn't reply. Do you know the greatest drawback of the regeneration quirk I gave you? The villain asked, keeping his voice low. He kicked Decipher in the stomach, causing the brunette to cough out blood, a warning for All Might to keep his distance. The pro-hero reluctantly obliged, afraid for his successor's life. If you have no energy, it won't activate. Do you know why? You ask too many Q questions? Decipher stammered defiantly, only to cry out once again when All for One stabbed his thigh. Decipher's body trembled. Not from fear. He had learned not to fear his enemies, even in the most life-threatening situations, but from agony. White-hot pain coursed through his body. The regeneration quirk requires Ca carbohydrates to properly function. That's right. Decipher could practically imagine the sadistic grin under All for One's mask. The villain brought down a knife once more. This time, it went through Decipher's arm and dug into the ground. Decipher lifted his other hand, his eyes glowing before fading as he shut them and slumped onto the ground. His chest heaved as he breathed heavily. Your wounds are constantly trying to heal, But with the blades still there, they can never completely do so. And I bet your other quirk's drawbacks are kicking in by now. Decipher cursed under his breath. All for One could read him like an open book. He stared at the nocturnal sky as the stars twinkled like fairy lights. Such a serene background for a not-so-wonderful scene. Is this really how I die? Decipher slowly closed his eyes, his body relaxing as he gradually drifted into darkness. The Yakuza would have to carry on without him. Mieto, was she all right? Did the others save her? God, Decipher hoped they did. What would Mom think when I see her? Would she be disappointed? Izuku, his eyes snapped open, widening when they settled upon a lady. Her green hair fell over her shoulders, verdant eyes sparkling as they made contact with his. Izuku blinked, tears gathering in his eyes as he stared at her. Oh, Izuku, Inko smiled as she patted his hair. In an instant, all the searing agony he felt, the hopelessness, disdain, vanished. I could never be disappointed in you. You know that. Izuku felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, allowing him to walk forward once again. Abruptly, Inko started fading into a beam of light. Please don't go. They held each other's hands, never wanting to let go. All they wanted was to be in one another's embrace for eternity. Izuku gritted his teeth, tasting the blood on his tongue. Let me come with you. You don't belong here, Inko replied. Not yet. Before Izuku could fully comprehend that she was there, Inko vanished. You want us to what? Taisei nearly shouted, his eyes wide in disbelief. In the room stood over 200 elites from the Japan branch of the unknown Passcodes. They all looked at Decipher as if he had grown a second head. The Yakuza boss shook his head, his index finger and thumb pressed against the bridge of his nose. I said, don't interfere with the upcoming battle between me and All for One. But why? Mieto inquired, worry etched onto her face. She folded her arms, eyebrows knitting together. It was quite obvious that the mother figure didn't approve of his plan. Decipher sighed. Knowing him, he would attempt to kidnap one of our members, most likely someone I'm close to. His eyes trailed on everyone in the room, lingering on Mieto for a moment longer. I don't need that weakness, not amid a ferocious battle such as this one. We understand, Mieto said, lowering her head. Taisei suched his disbelieving gaze to her. We do. Taisei, drop it. Decipher demanded fiercely, immediately shutting the man up. Decipher lowered his gaze to the pristine floor, narrowing his eyes. I hope no one gets injured. Tears slipped from Mieto's eyes as she witnessed her adoptive son lay motionless. Her fingers dug into the ground, but the rest of her body refused to move. Get up, she told herself, gritting her teeth in frustration when her body didn't heed her command. Izuku needs me. Mieto's ears rang, her head still pounding from the torture she endured when she was captured. Seemed as though the League knew her quirk, as they constantly blasted loud music into her ears while they beat her senselessly. Yet despite her severe injuries, Mieto couldn't care less. At the moment, all she desired was to help her son. The light of her life, the ray of sunshine that adorned her blood-stained world. He was bleeding out on the concrete ground, carmine liquid pooling below his unmoving body. He was dying, and all Mieto could do was watch. He was dying and it was her fault. Izuku warned them to avoid getting captured, but she got taken anyway. Mieto reached out, trying to grasp and pull him into her arms. She needed to feel his warmth, hear his heartbeat, and get reassurance that he was alive. But the longer she stared at Izuku's still body, the light in her eyes slowly dulled. Izuku! Please, Izuku! What a shame, All for One said, his voice dripping with malice. He raised his hand, a long rectangle protruding from his fingertips, aiming it at Izuku. Mieto felt her heart clench. He's going to hurt Izuku, she thought. I have to stop him. No! Another voice yelled. It was All Might, leaping into action to protect Izuku. He delivered a powerful blow to All for One's gut, sending the villain flying. All Might huffed, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Izuku, Mieto whimpered. All Might turned to her, his gaze filled with concern. Don't worry, I'll get your son back. He paused. You are his mother, aren't you? Mieto smiled, relieved. Please, save him. All Might nodded, lifting Mieto into his arms despite her pain from broken bones. Almost instantaneously, she found herself lying somewhere else entirely. Mieto, shouted a hushed voice, drawing her attention. She barely managed to tilt her head and see Taisei running up to her, worry etched on his face. He sat her upright against a wall. Are you all right? We all watched what happened on the television. Izuku, Mieto coughed. We need to save him. Taisei gritted his teeth. We can't, he said. Decipher issued us an order. We can't interfere with their battle. His voice was pained. Mieto's eyes softened in understanding. He wanted to rescue Izuku as well but was bound by orders. We can't just do nothing. Reiko argued, tears threatening to fall. She stood behind Taisei, her fists clenching and unclenching. If this fight goes on any longer, Decipher's going to be in danger. Shut up, Taisei snapped. You think we don't know that? He narrowed his eyes at her. We have no choice. All we can do is hope that Decipher has a trick up his sleeve. The white halls were empty. The air tasted stale, and it was difficult to breathe. For a moment, Izuku had even forgotten that he was breathing at all. The haze at the end of the tunnel felt so out of reach yet looked so nearby. He reached out his hand, his fingertips brushing against the murky gas, before something grabbed onto his ankle. His eyes widened in horror when he saw a pitch-black hand grasping it. He tried to kick it away, but the hand only tightened, pulling him toward the darker route. Izuku lost his balance and collapsed onto the floor, his nails clawing the ground as he was dragged away. He attempted to scream, but a hand clasped over his mouth, pulling him further into the abyss. The haze slowly faded into darkness. Izuku struggled against the grip, to no avail. Unhand me! He wanted to yell at the figures grabbing him, but deep down he knew they wouldn't listen. His surroundings were completely clad in black, except where he was struggling, a white spot, contrasting the endless abyss around him. Izuku! At the familiar voice, he looked up, only to be met with a gruesome sight. Mieto stood before him, her once shimmering eyes now replaced by a dark substance. Her clothing was torn, and her skin appeared raw and damaged. The sight made Izuku's struggling halt, terror gripping him. Why didn't you save me? She asked, sorrow and betrayal lacing her tone. Izuku's heart sank. You're the one who dragged me into this mess. You deserve to suffer. He couldn't believe Mieto would say such things. The thought alone stung. Mieto, it took far too long for him to realize the hands gripping him had disappeared, along with her. He gripped his forearms, feeling a chill go up his spine. The new scenery was the Midoriya household, or what was left of it. Orange flames lighted at the walls, ceiling, and floor. Parts of the structure had collapsed, filling the room with a powdery haze that mingled with dark smoke. Picture frames shattered upon hitting the floor. In the middle, Inko's body lay still, her skin burned and her hair singed. Blood pooled beneath her, painting the ground red. Izuku gasped, his hand clasping over his mouth. His body trembled. He had never wanted to see his mother like this. Instinctively, he scrambled to her side, panic blinding his logic. Mom? He muttered, hands shaking as he cradled her. The fire that had caught on her began to scorch him too. He winced, carefully making his way to where he remembered the main door was. Once he found it, Izuku attempted to turn the doorknob but panicked when it wouldn't budge. He settled his mother onto the floor next to him, ensuring that none of the flames could touch her, and slammed his arm against the door. However, no matter what method he used, the door just wouldn't open. It wasn't locked, the lock was gone. Damn it, Izuku cursed, grinding his teeth in frustration. What kind of hero? Her voice was meek, but Izuku knew that Inko was speaking. He glanced at her, a knowing look in his eyes. His mother's round, entirely black eyes stared back at him, murky liquid trickling down her cheeks. When she grinned, instead of teeth, her mouth resembled an empty void. Izuku shuddered. Would leave his mother to burn? He thought, clenching his fists. For a split second, his irises flashed from verdant to vermilion. This wasn't right. Inko was gone. Izuku couldn't allow these illusions to scare him. They shouldn't scare him. Despite his shaking fists, he glowered at Inko. "You're not real." Instantly, everything around him melted away, his surroundings turning back into their original black. The roar of the flames silenced, and his mother was nowhere to be seen. Cautiously, Izuku glanced around with narrowed eyes. "Where am I?" No answer. "Kid," Izuku whipped around, not expecting a response. He saw a bald man with goggles on his head. A black leather jacket with golden shoulder plates was the only clothing on his upper body, matching breaths covering his lower half. "Who are you?" Izuku raised his hand, attempting to summon his flames, only to find that he couldn't. Momentarily, he stared at his hand, perplexed. Then it clicked. The illusions, Inko and Mieto, seemed so real, yet he knew they weren't. It was almost as if he was in a dream. "Bingo," the man said. Izuku glared at him, distrust in his eyes. "I was surprised when you figured out how to use my quirk within 5 seconds of having it." "What are you talking about?" Izuku tilted his head, his hair falling over the side of his face. The man sighed. "I'm a fragment of One for All. The quirk you used against All for One earlier was mine." He folded his arms. Izuku's eyes widened. "The black thingy?" A tick mark appeared at the side of the man's head. "It's called Black W," he yelled angrily, then sighed. "It requires you to have full control over your inner desires. Just now you thought, I'm gonna die, and I need to catch it, when the spear flew towards you, right?" "Ah, I see," Izuku rubbed his chin, smirking mischievously. "It's just like my telekinesis, though more physical. It shouldn't be too difficult to mstr." The man huffed, almost fondly. "You will receive 5 more quirks other than mine. To unlock all of them, you need to strengthen your body to ensure that you can handle them. They'll probably be harder to control, but I believe that you can do it, kid." "You're disappearing," Izuku suddenly said, blinking owlishly at the man's disintegrating form. "Yeah, I have a limited time here. But I think I've told you all that you needed to know. You can figure out the rest by yourself." The man nodded approvingly at Izuku. Then his face turned grim. "Also, a fair warning, not all of the previous users of One for All like you. Mostly because you're a villain." "I'll take note of that," Izuku muttered. Katsuki's eyes widened in horror, glued to the screen that held his fate in its hands. His mouth hung agape, lips quivering. The cooling nocturnal air only contributed to the cold feeling in his body. Shaking, his knees buckled beneath him, making him collapse onto the stone ground. "Bakugo," Kirishima muttered, concerned for his friend. Katsuki didn't answer. What was he supposed to say? That he was okay? As crimson irises stared at the lifeless form of who was once his lover, Katsuki felt a heavy burden pull his heart down to his stomach. He felt like weeping, yet no tears leaked from his eyes. It all seemed so pointless now. Izuku was gone. Why did he want to become the #1 hero again? He wanted to impress Izuku. Well, it was meaningless now. Izuku was gone. "Todoroki? Where are you going?" Iida's yell caught his attention. Numbly, Katsuki tilted his head up and saw Todoroki running towards the direction they were all trying to avoid. Towards All for One. Katsuki's eyes lit up dimly, and he shakily got to his feet. "Bakugo?" It was Yaoyorozu this time. She looked panicked, with her usually tidy hair in tangles and eyes wide. Katsuki didn't answer her. Instead, he gritted his teeth and forced his body to comply with his will. He followed Todoroki. If Izuku was dead, then fine. Katsuki would get revenge for his lover. No matter what it took. Shudo expected many outcomes to the battle against All for One, but never did he consider Midoriya dying even once. That was just how confident he was in his friend's abilities. He realized how naive he had been for thinking so highly of one individual. Midoriya might have many quirks at his disposal, but that didn't make him invincible. After all, he was a mere human being. Midoriya had grown in importance to him. He felt more than just a friend, a leader, an ally. And maybe Shudo had already discovered what the warmth in his chest meant. Like a flower blooming on the peak of a snowy mountain. However, When he saw Midoriya close his eyes, chest halting its rise and fall, Shudo felt the heat disperse. Then all he could feel was emptiness. It was familiar, but not comforting. Fleetingly, he longed for the warmth to return. But it didn't. Wouldn't. He didn't understand, couldn't understand. What was Midoriya doing to him? Everyone was surprised when a bright light obscured the battlefield. When the camera refocused, the news reporters gasped at the sight of a man rising to his feet. Decipher grinned, liking his bloodied teeth as he stood back up once again. He promised himself that this would be the last time. A skinny All Might held his broken fist, staring wide-eyed at the child. Decipher stretched his limbs and grunted, as if he had just woken up from a deep slumber, not as if he had just died momentarily. Tears gathered in All Might's eyes, a relieved grin on his bony face. "You're okay?" "Impossible," All for One said, disbelief palpable in his tone. Even to him, it was unprecedented for a cold, lifeless body to regain its former warmth, quickly at that. "How are you still alive?" "I can't die yet," Decipher rasped, his voice equivalent to sandpaper. He coughed and rubbed his neck, wincing at the movement. Knives were still embedded into his thigh, arm, and shoulder, and blood seeped from his wounds. It didn't surprise him that everybody thought he was dead. "I still have to kill you, remember? So you can even cheat death." All for One mumbled. "What's that?" "Speak up, old man." Decipher taunted, feeling pure rage seep from the other villain. He pressed his lips together, a drop of sweat trickling down his knitted brows. He gripped onto the weapons embedded in his flesh, gritting his bottom lip as he yanked them out. A pained hiss escaped his lips, and he bit back a cry of agony. Not giving him a chance to recover, All for One charged at him. Decipher used his telekinesis to dodge the attack, all the pain in his body numbed by the adrenaline that coursed through his veins. His crimson eyes scanned through the battlefield. All Might could barely go on in his state. It would be wise to let him sit out the rest of the battle. It seemed that his skeletal self had already been revealed to the world. What a shocker it must have been. All for One pulled back his arm and tried to punch Decipher, but due to the weight he carried in his bulky arms, Decipher was able to avoid the hit. He placed one of his hands on All for One's shoulder, flipping himself over the other villain and landing a painful kick on his spine. All for One stumbled forward, growling underneath his breath. He was no doubt annoyed by Decipher's persistence. He shot multiple strings of black metal at Decipher, its ends attached to his fingers. Decipher twisted his body in ways he never thought possible, dodging every attack sent at him with great precision. "When this battle started, I would have never thought that you would be so much of a problem," All for One admitted, hiding his annoyance behind a facade of smugness. "What an honor," Decipher replied with faux graciousness, rolling his eyes with a grimace afterward. By then, all of his wounds should have healed. Well, healed would be an overstatement. He could only heal his wounds to a certain extent due to his lack of energy. Curse his immature body. "Tell me more, I'm so interested." Getting frustrated, All for One pulled his arm back and slammed it onto the ground, the concrete cracking and splitting unevenly. Decipher stumbled, but before he could completely lose his balance, he levitated himself using telekinesis. He could feel the back of his head ache from how much he was using his quirks but couldn't care less at the moment. Lighting a plume of flame above his palm, Decipher aimed and shot at All for One. It was like a bullet cutting through the air. Unfortunately, the villain managed to dodge, and the stone ground had to suffer its consequences instead. Before, Decipher had never fought someone as proud and formidable as All for One, even though it was to be expected, him being the leader of the underground and all. Decipher shouldn't have gotten complacent, pledging to kill him with so little knowledge of his current quirks and their weaknesses. Being at the top made him reckless. He had to get stronger. Settling when he could improve? When did he become so petty? How could he call himself Bakugo Katsuki's boyfriend with that kind of mindset? Katsuki himself would be disappointed if he found out that Izuku was planning to maintain his position instead of rising higher. Before, no 5 quirks at his disposal, Izuku was capable of so much more. Decipher breathed in deeply, closing his eyes. There were a few experiments he would like to Try regarding his quirks. Decipher raised his hand, and flames combusted from his body. They condensed into certain areas around him and formed solid objects. Then, a faint verdant glow encased them. Spears made of flames pointed at all for one threateningly, and Decipher folded his arms, smirking proudly. How do you like my new technique? I call it blazing ordnance. He said melodramatically, his hand gestures implying that he was putting it up for display. It's creative, but won't be a hindrance to me, All for One responded eerily, his voice harsh through his mask. So salty, Decipher said, rolling his eyes. He flicked his wrist, and the spears whizzed towards All for One. The villain tried to dodge, but two of them managed to injure him. One penetrated his leg and the other grazed his shoulder. Internally, Decipher couldn't help but celebrate. Decipher squealed with excitement, finally finding his composure as he coughed into his fist, feeling a mix of embarrassment and satisfaction. Blood trickled down All for One's breathed leg, and the villain growled in annoyance. Decipher's veins illuminated a fierce cerise, engulfed in viridescent sparks of lightning. He felt the gratifying warmth of power flow through him, realizing he had been too focused on keeping his identity a secret and had forgotten a basic rule of fighting: never hold back. Without giving All for One a chance to recover, Decipher pulled a blade from his combat boot and charged at him. To others, he was a blur of green, too swift to be seen. He stabbed All for One in the shoulder and quickly pulled the blade out to stab again. Payback, he said defiantly. All for One attempted to kick him away, but Decipher evaded the attack, going behind him and stepping harshly onto the back of his knee. The villain dropped to one knee, instinctively reaching out to cushion his fall, only to aggravate the wound on his shoulder. Before All for One could react, Decipher pinned him to the ground, his limbs restrained. Stepping onto his chest, Decipher checked his nails leisurely. Didn't give you a chance, did I? He sighed, smiling ruefully. You didn't give me one either. Izuku, a voice muttered from behind him. Decipher turned, ready to yell, but paused at the sight of glistening ruby irises. Katsuki? He asked, raising an eyebrow. What are you doing here? It's dangerous. Katsuki wrapped his arms around him, prompting Decipher to stop talking. Decipher sighed, patting him on the head as Katsuki sobbed quietly into his chest. I'm sorry. Shut up, you idiot. Katsuki yelled, half angry and half relieved. His grip tightened on Decipher's vest, as if afraid he would disappear. I thought you were dead. Don't ever do that again. Decipher mumbled apologies, rubbing circles on his back gently. He tiptoed to kiss Katsuki's forehead. I'm sorry. I won't worry you like that again, he promised soothingly. Shuda watched from afar, his expression blank, but his lips twisted into a frown. Despite his best efforts, he felt a pang of jealousy he didn't understand. Toshinori made a mistake. It was uncharacteristic of him to ask a child to finish what he had started. He held Midoriya's hand as the boy slept peacefully, having been comatose for over 24 hours. The doctors said he would wake up within 3 days, but Toshinori felt uneasy. What if Midoriya never woke up? He refused to leave the boy's side, even as Aizawa insisted he needed to hold a conference to address the public. Kamayagi, you haven't even watered your plants today. Yamada had to do that for you, Aizawa sighed. Fine, Toshinori finally conceded, glancing back at Midoriya before getting up. He groaned, stretching his back. Wow, I shouldn't have sat for so long. Really? Aizawa retorted sarcastically. They were startled when Midoriya sat up in bed, sipping from a small teacup. Why are you sipping tea? Aizawa asked after a moment. Midoriya laughed lightly, tilting the cup, and instead of tea, a rich red liquid spilled onto the floor. The heroes instinctively backed away as it splashed across the tiled floor. This isn't tea, Aizawa groaned, slapping his forehead. It's red wine. Midoriya, drinks? Toshinori muttered in disbelief. The revelation left him confounded. Why am I not surprised? Aizawa deadpanned, staring at Midoriya with regret. Midoriya shrugged in response, but the look on his face told Toshinori that he knew the answer to Aizawa's question. It's actually a good time to wake up, Midoriya, Aizawa stated, his earlier tone of annoyance fading as he spoke professionally. Toshinori clenched his fists. He knew what his coworker was going to mention and couldn't help but dread Midoriya's reaction. Midoriya raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes, beckoning Aizawa to continue. It was supposed to be about All Might's retirement, but due to the public's demands, you are to participate in a press conference held this evening. Unexpectedly, Midoriya's expression remained neutral. However, his eyes held so many mixed emotions that even someone with a mathematics degree would startle. Huh. Midoriya tilted his head to the side, staring at his homeroom teacher with those wide, round eyes. Boo but. His stutter took Toshinori aback. Midoriya had always been so confident. Hearing him fumble was unfamiliar. It somewhat relieved him because this proved that Midoriya was just a child after all. The Hero Commission issued the command. If you reject their proposal, since you aren't in their control, there shouldn't be any consequences. For a moment, Midoriya's shoulders slumped in slight relief. However, when he saw Aizawa's grimace, he furrowed his eyebrows in what Toshinori could assume was distrust. But Aizawa continued, his voice stern. They threaten to reveal your identity to the public, should you do so. Toshinori barely noticed the subtle twitch of Midoriya's eye. His fingers gripped tightly onto the white bedsheets, crumpling them. He lowered his head, his forest green hair casting a shadow over his eyes. Midoriya almost looked forlorn to Toshinori. That thought alone sent dread pooling in his stomach. I see, Midoriya stated, his tone surprisingly calm and steady. However, Toshinori could feel the sheer intensity in those words. He could hear the small quiver in Midoriya's voice as he said that two-word phrase, as if he was holding back his frustration. Then, Midoriya lifted his head and smiled at his teachers. A certain danger lingered in those hollow emerald green eyes, his seemingly delighted smile radiating menace. Well, how could I reject such an opportune request? He queried with a short, quiet chuckle. It was so cold, so bitter. Young Midoriya, you don't have to. Toshinori was cut off when Midoriya raised his index finger. His smile dropped, and he frowned, staring at Toshinori with those dull eyes. Don't fret, I can handle it. I command several armies. A few questions from the press wouldn't make me falter even slightly. He grinned widely, and his eyes held a certain glint that Toshinori couldn't help but recognize. Then I'll take care of the Hero Commission. One by one. Toshinori felt a shiver of fright run down his spine as he witnessed the child laugh, bittersweet and filled with malice. They realized that Midoriya, no matter how much they tried to reform him, would always remain a villain. Belatedly, the heroes understood that there was no saving Midoriya because he didn't want to be saved. Tightening the tie around his neck, Izuku looked at himself in the mirror. He had a peculiar dream while he was unconscious. He didn't recognize anyone inside of his dream, which was strange. Flashes of a battered hand reaching out to him flickered in his mind, and Izuku felt a jab at the side of his head. He winced slightly. After putting on a black vest, he draped a blazer over his shoulders. The president of the Hero Commission was giving a speech, though Izuku couldn't care less. She went on, and there was no doubt the audience was eager for it to end. The majority of them were there for him and All Might after all, not for the manipulative woman. Young Midoriya. All Might approached him, putting a hand on his shoulder. Izuku turned around, noticing the formal outfit the nearly retired hero had adorned. It was a business suit. Everyone participating in the conference was required to wear formal clothing. All Might, please, call me Izuku, he replied, smiling fondly at the almost retired hero. He had saved him a few times while they battled against All for One, so the least Izuku could do was be appreciative. All right, young Izuku. Good enough. All Might gave him a small, sad smile. Then, please call me Toshinori. Izuku nodded, proceeding to fix his outfit. Toshinori winced. You really don't have to do this. I could figure something out. Haven't I already told you? Izuku inquired, glancing sideways at the almost retired hero. He combed part of his dyed ebony hair back and secured it with hair gel, giving him a somewhat polished vibe. In addition, it helped to prevent anyone from recognizing him, there was no doubt his classmates were watching. "I am not concerned about how tonight will turn out. If I get arrested, so be it." For some reason, Toshinori was very disapproving of Izuku's cooperation with the Hero Commission. It made sense. Izuku was a villain. He should be attempting to take down the commission, not comply with their demands. It shouldn't matter if his identity were to be revealed to the public, he couldn't care less. However, Kaken and he were known to be in a relationship by many others. Should everyone find out that he was a villain all along, Kaken's chances of becoming a hero would significantly decrease. He couldn't do that to his lover, not when Kaken had tried his entire life to achieve his dream. For both of them. Therefore, Izuku couldn't reveal his identity without ruining the life of someone he cared about the most. It was evident that the Hero Commission was aware of this, though their informant remained a mystery. Young Izuku, Toshinori was cut off by Mr. Aizawa, who peeked through the curtains. The teacher's hair was slicked back, a thin layer of foundation applied to his face. He wore a tidy business suit, similar to Izuku's own. "The president is almost done with her speech. Midoriya, you're up first," Mr. Aizawa informed him. He didn't sound too excited about this conference, either. Despite his attitude, Izuku knew that his teacher cared deeply for his students, even if one of them was a villain. For that, he held some respect for him. Izuku took his masquerade mask out from the pocket of his blazer, looking at its shiny exterior for a moment. His fake ruby irises glimmered in the dim backstage lighting, his eyes narrowing contemplatively. Mr. Aizawa came up to him and lightly patted him on the head, cautious not to mess up his meticulously neatened hair. "Problem child, good luck out there. No matter what questions they ask, try your best to answer them." Scowling, Izuku slapped the hand off his head. "I don't need your advice," he stated harshly. He strapped his mask on, obscuring his freckles and defining his face shape. Mr. Aizawa sighed knowingly and forcefully took Izuku's hand, shoving an earpiece with a microphone sticking out. Izuku scoffed but didn't protest as he attached it to his ear. "This device will modify your voice to make it sound deeper," Mr. Aizawa informed him. "If, for some reason, you need to communicate with me," he added, tilting his head to the side and pointing to his ear, revealing an earpiece of his own. "I'll be able to hear you and vice versa." Izuku mumbled, adjusting the microphone in front of his face. He respected the man, but that didn't mean he liked being bossed around. Mr. Aizawa huffed in response to his attitude and went back behind the curtain. Seemingly perking up, Toshinori held Izuku's shoulder once again, making the latter pause. "We need to talk about one of your quirks," Toshinori stated bluntly, squeezing his shoulder. His cerulean irises held determination and worry, but his face displayed a kind-hearted smile. "We will," Izuku replied gently, glancing at the hand on his shoulder. "After everything has blown over, that is. Now we shall begin." Izuku heard the final words of the president's speech and frowned at his mentor. His chest swelled with a certain emotion, one he couldn't pinpoint. Toshinori loosened his grip knowingly, giving him a stiff but encouraging nod. "Good luck." Beads of sweat trickled down Katsuki's forehead as he bit the inside of his cheek. His feet tapped anxiously on his house's wooden floorboards. A hand landed on his shoulder, and Katsuki didn't need to turn to know that his father was worried for him. "Now we shall begin." The womanly voice of the president of the Hero Commission filtered through his living room's television. Her voice was stern, her eyes sharp, as if judging everybody watching. Katsuki's parents sat on both sides of him, silently questioning his strange behavior. It was to be expected. Katsuki was leaning forward, his foot tapping, leg shaking. Their stares implied that they wanted to ask but were hesitant. Maybe they thought his jitters were related to the Camino Ward incident and didn't want to bring up the sensitive topic. Whatever, it wasn't like he cared. The only thing that mattered was that Izuku would be conducting a press conference on live television. He wasn't naive, he knew how persistent the press could be. "Katsuki," his mother's voice was uncharacteristically soft, worried. Katsuki slowly inclined his head to her direction, noticing the concern in her eyes, which were irritatingly similar to his. "You've been really nervous all this while. Are you okay?" Ever since the Camino Ward incident, his mother had tried to lower her volume and speak more kindly towards him. He kind of appreciated it, but it made him feel pitted. "I'm fine, Mom." Katsuki snapped, scowling as he turned back to the television. Why couldn't everything stay the same? Why did Izuku have to fight that monster? Why did All Might look like that? The #1 hero shouldn't look weak, and it was his fault, wasn't it? Katsuki blamed himself for how All Might turned out. If he hadn't gotten kidnapped, none of this would have happened. All Might wouldn't be in such brittle condition, Izuku wouldn't need to risk his identity. In all likelihood, Izuku's voice filtered through the television, thankfully cutting off Katsuki's train of thought. It resembled the tranquil waters of a sea, seeming deeper than usual. "Everyone has figured out who I am." "Yes." The press was silent as they stared at the brunette in disguise with slight fear and reluctance. Katsuki felt pride swell in his chest, a small smirk gracing his lips. Those reporters deserve to be afraid. While Katsuki was practically grinning, his parents stared at the television screen with wide, fearful eyes and trembling bodies. They weren't used to Izuku's intimidating aura like Katsuki was. Then again, almost nobody was. Izuku felt a surge of mixed emotions as he placed a hand on his chest, a smile spreading across his face as he addressed the audience. His vermilion irises sparkled under the spotlight, and the black masquerade mask covering the top half of his face seemed freshly cleaned. "My name is Decipher," he introduced himself, his voice smooth and calm. "You're a Shiku. You may start asking questions," Decipher stated, his gaze fixed on the audience, who looked back at him with palpable fear. They were so intimidated that none dared to click their cameras, knowing that even the slightest noise or movement could provoke the villain before them. Amused by their tension, Decipher chuckled, sensing the room stiffen further. "To be so tense is unnecessary, everyone. I just woke up from a coma a few hours ago, so my body is still healing. I will not waste energy harming civilians." He gestured toward Mr. Aizawa and Toshinori, who were observing from behind a curtain. "And let us not forget that heroes are just behind that curtain." After a moment of silence, a hand hesitantly rose. A middle-aged man with neatly cut brown hair, his forehead glistening with sweat, stood up. Decipher nodded, showing a hint of interest. "Mr. Decipher, can you confirm that you only target villains?" the reporter asked, his voice trembling. "Indeed, my only targets are villains too dangerous to be left alive," Decipher replied nonchalantly, as if taking lives was a regular occurrence for him. "And, might I ask, do you still kill? Everyone has noticed your group's lack of activity lately." The reporter's voice trailed off, though the tremors seemed to lessen. Decipher mused, closing his eyes for a moment. He glanced at Mr. Aizawa, who was peeking through the curtains. "As of late, no. Certain matters have come up, and He realized he had not even checked on his subordinates after losing consciousness. "And you?" a young woman reporter interjected. She had blonde hair that curled elegantly and sharp, sparkling eyes that assessed the room. "My apologies," Decipher said, brushing off her lack of respect with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I couldn't focus on my regular activities." Before the male reporter could continue, the blonde stood up, causing him to shrink back into his seat, eyes glued to the floor. Decipher turned his attention to her, intrigued by her fearless demeanor. "My name is Catherine Lauren of the U.S. News Station," she introduced herself in fluent Japanese. "Your branch in my country has caused quite a stir. I am here to ask you some questions." "Proceed," Decipher commanded, maintaining a stoic expression. "Do you feel any remorse for the people that you have killed?" she asked pointedly. "Why would I?" he replied without hesitation, shocking the audience into whispers. The tension between them was palpable as they locked eyes. Catherine's fists clenched subtly, revealing her underlying animosity. "You're a monster," she spat, switching to English for emphasis. "I know," Decipher replied, mirroring her tone in English, which left the audience confused. Catherine took a breath, steadying herself. "The UA student, Bakugo Katsuki," she continued, her voice rising to ensure everyone heard. "What's your relationship with him?" Whispers erupted again, and many scribbled notes. Izuku felt his heart race, fingers curling into fists as he struggled to find a response. The silence was deafening, and he bit his lip, feeling blood seep from his palms. After the battle against All for One, he hugged you and cried on your shoulder. It's suspicious for someone with his pride to treat a villain with such care, Catherine pressed, narrowing her eyes. Unless. She trailed off, a smirk playing on her lips, as if she believed she had him cornered. He's the UA traitor. Excuse me? Izuku stammered, shocked by her deduction. The satisfied expression on Catherine's face made his blood boil. How dare she accuse his beloved of being a villain? He wanted to confront her, to make her understand the truth. Gasps sounded all around, and then scribbling and whispering filled the room. They all seemed to take Catherine's explanation into account, some already nodding in agreement with her statements. Noticing Izuku's silence, the noise inside the room increased. Reporters started shouting questions, their voices overlapping as they leaned forward with microphones in hand. The flickering of their cameras was blinding, and Izuku's head whirled. The fear that the reporters once held for him dissipated, leaving their selfish desires to take over. Midoriya, do you need us to step in? Mr. Aizawa's voice sounded a little irate, though it was expertly hidden. In the corner of Izuku's eye, he noticed him stepping out from behind the curtain but stopped when Izuku raised his hand. Izuku lowered his head, his teeth grinding as he breathed slowly. His heart pounded in his ears. Glancing at his hands, he imagined blood splattered on them. Calm down. You can deal with this later. In a split second, he took a plastic butter knife out from his pocket and threw it at the nearest reporter. It stabbed into the wall behind him, cutting off the ends of the reporter's hair strands. The reporter froze, and so did everyone else. The room grew quiet once more, and the people slowly turned their heads from the reporter to face Izuku. Piece of trash, he muttered, no longer caring about the press conference. I have done worse on live television before. Do not make me repeat the process. At his threat, the reporters scrambled to their seats, their fear returning in a wave. Even Catherine, who had earlier seemed fearless, seated herself quickly. Letting out a breath, Izuku smiled at the audience. It never faltered even when he turned his gaze to Catherine. Bakugo and I do not have anything of the sort. He thought I was a hero. After all, I was the one who fought against the League of Villains to save him. The lie rolled off his tongue smoothly. I see. Catherine, along with everyone else, knew there was more to their relationship than Izuku had claimed but decided to keep quiet. Oh, how Izuku relished the fright on their faces. Now then, he clasped his hands together, a wide grin on his face. Any other questions? Katsuki knew that his parents were staring at him. Their gazes felt like they were drilling holes into his head. He let out a breath. Oh, how can silence be so loud? Katsuki, Mitsuki said, her tone stern. It seemed she had finally had enough. Katsuki winced. What is your relationship with that villain? Minute. He should have just watched the conference in his room and supported his boyfriend secretly. Katsuki, Mitsuki's voice became louder. This time, Katsuki grimaced at his predicament. He whispered, I'll tell you tomorrow? Mitsuki, it's all right. Katsuki's father, said in an attempt to calm his wife. Sweat trickled from his brow. He'll tell us tomorrow. Please trust him. Mitsuki narrowed her eyes at her son before turning her attention back to the television. Katsuki nearly sighed in relief but held his breath instead. The reporters continued to question Izuku. Luckily, nobody else mentioned Katsuki. He did not want to see Izuku confront another person on live television. Although, Katsuki thought, Izuku looked kind of impressive when he threw that knife at the reporter. He noticed, however, that Izuku avoided questions like, how many quirks do you have? And what is your relationship with the heroes? There was also a question that made Katsuki tense. What is your relationship with the League of Villains? Izuku remained silent for a moment, a contemplative look on his face. We did business with each other a while back. It was strictly professional. Katsuki frowned. They knew one another? Are you still working with them? The reporter asked. No, Izuku shook his head slowly, his face indifferent. After the beginning of this year, we cut ties. However, I will not disclose anything about them. Izuku sounded like a professional. He spoke as if addressing crowds was an everyday thing. It probably was for him. Usually, Katsuki would not watch anything related to politics, but this was different. Watching Izuku talk made Katsuki's heart skip multiple beats. That couldn't be healthy. Finally, after a few more questions, the conference ended. Izuku gave the audience a slight wave and disappeared behind the curtain. Then, All Might emerged from where Izuku had entered. Katsuki clenched his jaw as All Might gave a long-winded speech about his retirement before answering some of the questions from the press, which seemed more level-headed than when Izuku was in charge. All Might's retirement was predictable, as everyone saw the state he was in after his battle with All for One. Katsuki felt responsible for All Might's decision to retire. No matter how much his pride wanted to deny it, he couldn't escape the truth. Lowering his head as All Might disappeared behind the curtain, Katsuki gritted his teeth. What was he supposed to do in this situation? "Good day, Toshinori," Izuku said, closing the door to one of the private staff rooms. He had just finished a conversation with Toshinori about One for All. Leaning against the wall, Izuku covered his face with his hands and sighed heavily. "Can my body even withstand 5 more?" He slid down the wall, bringing his knees close to his chest. He was worried. If he were to actually die, Katsuki would be devastated. He didn't even know when the two of them had gotten so attached. It just happened. Now, Izuku was starting to regret getting close to Katsuki again. He should have known the consequences of his actions. If he had known that creating a Yakuza would lead to such danger at his age, he was terrified. The stress of that realization made Izuku spiral. He had so many unfinished business, so many regrets, and so many people he cherished that the thought of death frightened him more than anything else. "You seem to have a bunch of liabilities holding you back, what a waste." He tried to ignore All for One's words, attempting to appear strong, but deep down he felt the temptation of the offer. If he had said yes, the fighting would have ended, and his friends and teachers would have been safe. All for One had seen value in him and would have kept his word. But the cost was too high. If he accepted, he would risk losing everyone. Mr. Aizawa would feel betrayed. Shudo would feel betrayed. Katsuki would feel betrayed. Everyone would leave him. So, he tried his best to ignore All for One's offer. In the end, Izuku felt selfish. "Me, Izuku?" Shudo's voice broke through his thoughts. Izuku peeked up from his knees, feeling vulnerable. He probably looked weak. With that thought, he averted his gaze from Shudo's, keeping his head lowered. A dark spot on his knees revealed that he had been crying. He silently thanked the fact that Toshinori's private staff room was soundproof. "Izuku, what's wrong?" Shudo's footsteps approached him rapidly, settling beside him. By the shadow that loomed over him, Izuku could see Shudo kneel down. "Did something happen?" "And no, Izuku attempted to wipe away the dried tears on his cheeks, but Shudo gripped his wrists. Izuku stopped, slowly turning to meet his friend's eyes. "Don't," Shudo muttered. His face was stoic, but his eyes held a warmth that made Izuku relax. "You're hurt. Mentally. You shouldn't keep your feelings to yourself. Sometimes, it's best to share your burdens with someone." He looked away, almost shyly. "I would know." Izuku's eyes glistened with tears as he turned his head away, hesitant, but ultimately jumped into Shudo's arms, embracing him tightly. "I saw my mother, I almost joined her. I'm pathetic." As Izuku sobbed into Shudo's blazer, Shudo rubbed soothing circles on his back, remaining silent and listening to Izuku's quiet rambles. He knew that Izuku didn't need direct advice at that moment. He just needed someone to hold him and remind him he was alive. Shudo closed his eyes, feeling Izuku shake beneath his fingertips. He understood the fear that Izuku felt. The least he could do was provide warmth, the warmth that Izuku had awakened in him. He felt special, knowing that Izuku was showing vulnerability to him, not to Katsuki. "It's all right, Izuku," Shudo breathed softly, burying his mouth in Izuku's messy hair. "You're safe with me." As Izuku stared out the classroom window, he contemplated Mr. Aizawa's words from a week prior. Now that the chaos had mostly settled, Izuku returned to his previous worries, picking a side. Was he truly a villain, or actually a hero? He had a lot to lose, no matter which side he chose. Katsuki meant everything to him, but so did his Yakuza. He considered them as close as family. Could he sacrifice them for one individual? The more he thought about his decision, the more questions surfaced and threatened to rip his mind in two. Izuku sighed deeply. His lover, or his family? He really desired to confront Mieto on this issue, but even if he did, she wouldn't be able to respond. The Camino Ward incident had left her in a coma. Izuku had ensured that she wouldn't die, hooking her up to multiple machines and rallying people to donate their blood. Furthermore, there was the new dormitory system that Nizu had set up. Supposedly, it was to keep all the students in check and ensure that none of their families would get caught in the crossfire. The League of Villains had surely outdone themselves. In addition, Taisei must be having a field day. Well, not quite. Due to Izuku's attendance at school and Mieto's comatose state, he had no choice but to take up the mantle of becoming the unknown Passcodes' temporary leader. Izuku felt slightly remorseful. After all, he was the one supposed to lead the bloodthirsty individuals, but there he was, playing the role of a student. Perhaps it would be more convenient if he focused on his occupation instead of school. The only problem would be the connections he would be leaving behind, such as Principal Nizu, Mr. Aizawa, Mr. Toshinori, and Katsuki. Izuku's fingers curled into his palm and squeezed tightly. In truth, he wasn't prepared to leave Katsuki so suddenly. He didn't think that he would ever be prepared. Though that wasn't why his chest ached. He merely wondered how Katsuki would react to such an abrupt breakup. The school bell rang, startling Izuku from his musings. He breathed out deeply and stood from his seat. Not even sparing a glance at anyone, he left the classroom. As he walked down the hallway, however, strong arms wrapped around his waist and stopped him from advancing. Izuku felt a warm breath cascade over his neck. Izuku! Katsuki's arms locked in front of him, his chin resting on top of his shoulder. You look stressed out. Something wrong? No. Izuku's freckled cheeks tinted a deep shade of crimson, and he turned to face his empty shoulder. Katsuki's warm breath tickled his ear, turning it red as well. Stop that, Izuku muttered, trying to escape the encapsulation of his muscular arms to no avail. A gentle kiss was placed on Izuku's neck, and he couldn't help the startled yelp that escaped his throat. Kaken! I can tell something is bothering you, Katsuki interrupted, his voice uncharacteristically soothing. You said that you trust me, so tell me what's wrong. Izuku winced. It seemed that there was no running away from this. Kaken, I want to... His voice cracked as he gulped down the lump in his throat and screwed his eyes shut. I want to break up. Why, you heard me, Kaken? Izuku couldn't bring himself to look him in the eyes, let alone repeat his previous statement. Tears welled up in his eyes, his vision blurring. Say CK right now, Katsuki breathed out, disbelief palpable in his tone. When a few moments of silence ensued, he inhaled sharply. You have to be kidding, please. The hallway was empty, which left the two to settle this situation by themselves. The muffled sounds of chit-chat could be heard from afar, where all the other students were having their breakfast. Despite the noise, however, all the two could hear were their own heavy breaths and rapid heartbeats. I'm sorry, Izuku mumbled, his eyes never once leaving the ground. None of them could move. They were afraid that if they did, at least one of them would break down, followed by the other. We can't be together. This was the only way. There was another option, but Izuku would rather not turn Katsuki into a villain. One of them needed to fulfill their childhood dream, and Izuku wanted it to be Katsuki. Thus, he needed to let him go. No matter how much it hurt. You can't be serious, Izuku. Katsuki sounded like he wanted to be angry, but his sorrow overlapped his frustration entirely. I love you. I can't lose you, not again. Izuku turned to leave, but Katsuki ran up to him and grabbed his wrist before he could start walking. Let go of me, please. Don't make this any more difficult than it has to be. You came back to me after years, just to leave not even a year later? His voice quaked. Similarly, the hand that gripped his wrist was also trembling. You must be joking. Kaken. Izuku turned his head to look back at him. Tears leaked from his eyes and trickled down his cheeks, but his expression remained mostly neutral. I don't want to do this either, but we're better off this way. We're supposed to be enemies. I'm a villain and you... He smiled softly. You're my hero. Before Katsuki could protest, Izuku swiftly knocked him out with a subtle jab to the back of his neck. Katsuki went limp, and Izuku made sure to catch him. He held him one last time, savoring his warmth, before it would be lost forever. You're leaving? Mr. Toshinori furrowed his eyebrows as he stared at Izuku. Tamura Shigaraki is still out there. He may be silent for now, but I know for a fact that he will strike soon, Izuku explained, folding his arms. He is all for one successor. Chaos would ensue if I just allowed the League of Villains to live. I understand. Though, I do wonder why you're telling me this. My battle against All for One taught me that I should utilize every opportunity and advantage I have, Izuku said, looking at his hand. I have One for All's power coursing through my veins. It would be wasteful to let it go unused. Don't you agree? Mr. Toshinori smiled slightly. Of course, my boy, he then laughed. I doubt that this is all you want to tell me. Even if you leave without saying anything, I would have assumed so. Ah yes. Izuku cast his head down. It's about Kaken. He acknowledged the hum of confusion from the retired hero and sighed. Please take care of him. Tell him what you must of our conversation today. Just make sure that he takes care of himself after I'm gone. I'll do my best, young Midoriya, Mr. Toshinori replied, his voice holding a certain fondness that was only directed at Izuku. It was a joy to have you as my student, even if it didn't last long. With a deep intake of breath, he added, take care of yourself. Izuku nodded and turned to leave. Before he left, however, he paused and turned his head slightly. His voice was barely above a whisper, but Mr. Toshinori found himself smiling either way. You too. Look, Kaken. Small, gentle fingers grasped Katsuki's significantly larger one, the other tiny hand pointing ahead. At the end of his finger, rooted to the dirt, was a dandelion. It's a dandelion. Mom said that if we make a wish and blow on it, our wish will come true. Don't be stupid, Izuku, Katsuki muttered slowly, the memory of this moment fresh in his mind. Although his words were supposed to convey enthusiasm, the only expression he could make was subdued. I'm telling the truth. Izuku retorted, his eyebrows furrowing. Watch. Izuku leaned in closer to the delicate flower, taking a deep breath in before pursing his lips and exhaling. The thin, white specks on the dandelion immediately traveled in the direction of his blow. They flew away mesmerizingly, Izuku's emerald eyes following in astonishment. Then, they faded, along with the scenery, along with the young version of Izuku. The safe confines of his dorm room seemed to darken with each passing minute, soon being engulfed in shadows. Katsuki stood in the middle of it all, one of his trembling hands outstretched, grasping at the cold, brittle air. He liked to imagine that he was holding onto Izuku's hand, and the two of them were enjoying each other's comforting presence. But that wasn't possible anymore, was it? It had been a week since Izuku had gone missing in action. Every phone call was met with a dull voice saying that his number couldn't be reached, and each night Katsuki went out to search, he returned to the dorms empty-handed. It soon became frustrating. And the night he went missing just happened to be the day of their breakup. Katsuki couldn't help but jump to the worst conclusions. What if the League kidnapped him? They were enemies, weren't they? What if Izuku was already gone, and the heroes had just been sitting ducks? Paying attention during lessons was a feat by itself. He was too restless to sleep at night, thinking of every possible situation. It wasn't just him either. Nowadays, his classmates bore solemn and contemplative faces. No more were the enthusiastic and participative responses the teachers would get. It seemed that Izuku's disappearance had put the entire class on edge. Todoroki, especially, looked quite worn out. Not as bad as Katsuki, but still worse than average. It was to be expected, wasn't he part of Izuku's group? Katsuki discreetly looked at Yaoyorozu, Iida, and Kirishima. They also looked a little more tired than the rest of the class, but clearly for another reason than Izuku's disappearance. They subtly spared glances at each other and at Todoroki, who likely hadn't noticed due to his fatigue. Katsuki was tempted to inquire about Izuku's disappearance, but it was probable that he wouldn't give him the answer he sought. This situation was getting on his last nerves. All Katsuki desired was to hold Izuku in his arms once more. It didn't matter that he was a villain, or that he had made mistakes. Katsuki longed for his affection. The past week had been torture for him. Each night spent without Izuku resulted in a morning with dried tears on his cheeks and irritated, puffy eyes. Never in his life had Katsuki felt so deprived of something. Younger Bakugo? A small voice murmured from behind his door. Katsuki weakly turned his gaze towards it, his expression unchanging. What? He ensured that his voice hid his true emotions, holding his usual confidence instead of the guilt that sank his heart and the emptiness that plundered his soul. I want to talk to you. Katsuki rubbed his forearm against his cheeks, making sure there weren't any dried tears staining them. Once he confirmed that there were none, he stood up from his mattress and advanced towards the door. Upon opening it, Katsuki's nose scrunched up at the sight of All Might in his skeletal appearance. What do you want? All Might's eyes softened. Can I come in? He glanced around the hallway warily. Without a word, Katsuki leaned to the side, making way for All Might to enter. The retired hero obliged the gesture, sauntering inside. His eyes searched the room. Your room isn't what I expected. It's rather plain and dull. I removed everything, Katsuki sighed. There's no point in decorating my room, besides you, nobody's coming in. All Might stared at the boy, eyes drooping. If young Izuku was here. That garnered Katsuki's attention. He straightened up in an instant, his eyes sparkling momentarily. Would you have decorated your room, then? Yeah. Katsuki trudged up to his bed and plopped down onto it, his face morphing into a deep scowl. So, what's your point? You two are close, are you not? All Might took the wooden chair that was tucked neatly beneath a desk and placed it in front of the boy, sitting on it. We were. Katsuki lowered his head, his nose scrunching up. We couldn't be together because he's a villain, and I'm a hero. Hero? I'll be honest with you, Kay? Fierce ruby eyes glared up at All Might, taking the retired hero by surprise. I don't want to be a hero. The only reason I even joined the course was in hopes of finding Izuku, and I did. I found him, and now that he's gone, I don't need to stay. I don't want to stay. But you know what? Katsuki let out a deep, ragged breath. His eyes glimmered and burned, but he wouldn't allow himself to cry. In the hallway, he said that he wants me to become a hero. For the both of us. I find that really irritating. He slammed his hands against his mattress. His breaths practically reverberated in the room, heavy and uneven. Taking a moment to catch them, he gulped and rubbed his eyes with his forearm. Demenit. I can't do anything right. His voice cracked as a small whimper escaped his throat. Thin hands, so thin to the point of bones being felt, wrapped around his upper body. All Might placed a hand in his spiky hair, the other patting his back. It was soothing and a little unwelcomed. Young Bakugo, he murmured, I won't say that it's all right because it isn't. All I can do is assure you that young Izuku is doing well, and so are you. He would be so proud of you, to know that you are holding up so much better than he interpreted. Katsuki took a deep, stuttering breath and let it out. He needed to think rationally, especially if he was going to ask this question. All Might, he whispered, is it my fault that you retired? Of course not, young Bakugo. It wasn't your fault that young Izuku went missing either. Really, you had no play in any of this? All Might chuckled softly. His voice was gentle, as though he was speaking to a lost child. Katsuki would never admit how much that frustrated him. Maybe that's why you're so upset. You want to be involved, don't you? After a small pause, Katsuki nodded into the retired hero's shirt. Izuku means everything to me. If you know anything about his whereabouts or whatever he's up to, you better tell me. You see what I can do. Izuku sighed as he looked over the bunch of messages that he and Toshinori had been exchanging. Katsuki was all right. That was a relief. Boss, Hanaki slung a baseball bat over her shoulder, its leathery material stained. Beneath her foot was the head of a sobbing man. This guy just told us that the League resides in Kyoto. Should we trust his word? I suppose. For a brief moment, Decipher looked back at her. He pocketed his phone and started making his way to the exit of the abandoned warehouse. He waved his hand in a beckoning manner. Come now, we mustn't waste time. I'm losing brain cells from just being here. Yes, boss. As Decipher left the warehouse, he looked up at the shimmering night sky. A small smile formed on his face. The sooner I get this over with, the more time I will be able to spend with you. So just wait a little longer. Boss. Decipher glanced to his side, his eyes crinkling as he smiled at his friend. His split red and white hair had been dyed a hollow black, the scar on the left side of his face textured with skin-colored powder, and his gray and sapphire eyes had been changed to a dull blue. Welcome back. Frostbite. Heavy footsteps thumped against the pavement, followed by tired breaths. Whenever a foot landed on a puddle of water, it would splash and alert pursuers of his whereabouts. The rain and thunder attempted to obscure his location, but with someone whose quirk was to track virtual footsteps, running was practically pointless. Nevertheless, it never stopped him from trying. He couldn't stop. His heart was beating rapidly, almost drowning out the sound of the rain. The fear that overwhelmed him clenched his heart tightly, prepared to crush it from its confines. They were after him. They were going to catch him. He really shouldn't have messed with them. Suddenly, as he turned the corner, a large barricade of crystallized water filled his vision. Taken aback, he stumbled and fell onto his back. Frost crawled onto the surface of his skin, making him tremble more than he already did. Woo, you sure made us run quite a bit. A dark, ominous voice stated from behind him. He immediately recognized it, and it was enough to make him shudder. Not even All for One could scare him like this. This kind of fright was on another level. Decipher. A sharp pain struck Dabi's gut, causing him to cough as he tumbled into an alleyway, away from prying eyes and anyone who could call for the heroes. He grasped his stomach, a pained hiss escaping his gritted teeth. You betrayed me, Dabi. Dabi groaned in pain, looking up from his crouching position. Decipher, who he had initially described as unusually short, now towered over him like a divine entity. Fingers gripped his hair and pulled his head up, forcing his eyes to meet his former boss's. Decipher smirked wickedly, though Dabi suspected it was more of a grimace. Pretentious scum, he uttered, fury lacing his tone. I allowed you to roam freely in our ranks, yet you repay me by joining forces with the League of Villains. Was never on your side, Dabi replied, despite the fright prickling under his burnt skin. He kept his pride, commendable but foolish. I was a spy from the League. I was never truly with you. To make matters worse, Dabi spat on Decipher's face. The hand gripping Dabi's hair trembled, and Decipher's entire body shook with rage. He muttered, his voice quivering. In the next moment, Dabi's head was no longer connected to his body. Decipher fumed, his eyes flaring furiously. In his rage, he hadn't even realized he had killed Dabi, or perhaps he simply didn't care. A shadow was cast over him, and he looked to his side to see Taisei holding an umbrella over his head. Took you long enough. Sorry I. Shut up. Get a move on, Decipher snapped, clearly irritated. He glanced at the giant icicle on his left. Good work, Frostbite. But do try to be more punctual next time. Yes, boss. Shudo looked away in shame, though a small twinkle of pride shone in his eyes from the compliment. He jogged up to Decipher and lit a flame on his left hand to warm him under the umbrella, avoiding the rain. He even stood outside the umbrella's coverage to give Decipher more space. As the months passed, Shudo had grown more attached to Izuku. No matter how many times he witnessed violence, Shudo found himself clinging to Izuku like a loyal companion. Izuku sighed. I think this is all for today. We've eliminated most of our obstacles. Jiren, Twice, Spinner, and Dabi are gone. This should make our goal easier to achieve, he said, devoid of compassion. He had lost his guilty conscience long ago. Remember, Our main objective is to dismantle the League of Villains. We will return to our regular activities once this is over. Yes, boss, the enthusiastic men and women replied, though exhaustion tinged their voices. It made sense, they had been running around for hours. Izuku smiled at the thought. Rest well tonight. For those joining me for dinner, we have a special treat today. His initial anger had faded, replaced by a smile. The group celebrated, their cheers echoing throughout the neighborhood. Shudo was thrown to the tiled bathroom floor, landing harshly. Had he not tilted his head at the last second, his nose would have taken the brunt of the fall. With fiery determination, Shudo glared at the one who had forcefully dragged him to the bathroom and shoved him down. What's your problem, Bakugo? Shudo scowled, trying to get up, but the blonde placed his foot on his chest, pushing him down again. Shudo's hands shook with frustration as he held onto Bakugo's ankle. He wanted to retaliate, but he couldn't. Izuku had made it clear that no one should attack UA or its students, especially Katsuki Bakugo. You know where Izuku is, right? Bakugo demanded, pressing harder with his foot, making Shudo wince. His heart raced, but he only showed signs of nervousness through the sweat trickling from his forehead. No. Liar, Bakugo snarled, leaning closer, his intimidating eyes making Shudo panic internally. Tell me where he is. My boss's whereabouts are confidential. Even if I knew, I would be killed before I could tell you. He was lying, of course. Shudo was among the most trusted in Izuku's circle. He could easily find him if he wanted, but he wouldn't tell Bakugo that. If he were to re-enter Izuku's life, not only would his work be hindered, but Shudo would lose his chance. Do you mean it? Bakugo muttered, his fists tightening as he lifted his foot from Shudo's ribs. The action allowed Shudo to breathe, but his relief quickly turned to irritation. Useless. Can't you do something? What do you expect me to do? Shudo replied, giving Bakugo a deadpan glare. Listen, I can't discuss anything about Izuku. He has eyes and ears everywhere. One slip up, and you'll see my head hanging from the UA entrance. Izuku would never do that and you know it, Bakugo said, turning away, his fringe nearly obscuring his eyes. When was the last time he got a haircut? Even through his hair, Shudo could see the pain in his eyes, but that wasn't his problem, was it? Nobody noticed his pain when Endeavor abused him. Nobody batted an eye, but Izuku helped him. Izuku was the only one worth Shudo's time and effort. Not his father, classmates, teachers, or Bakugo. Izuku has gotten more ruthless than he was before. His actions and behavior could even be classified as animalistic. Shudo breathed. People change, Bakugo. Acknowledge that. The fierce gaze that followed his statement almost made him shrink back. With heavy but quick steps, Bakugo stomped out of the bathroom and slammed the door loudly. As soon as he left, Shudo let out a quivering breath that he hadn't even realized he held. He's more persistent than I thought, Shudo muttered, his eyes trailing to the mark on his wrist. 3 black circles lined up to form a row, a question mark on the center circle. A mark that signals one's involvement with the unknown passcodes. Shudo sighed, the others are getting suspicious of me. I should be more careful. You're kidding me. Izuku let out a quivering breath, his eye twitching uncontrollably. His desk was flipped over, its contents spilled onto the pristine marble flooring. Shudo flinched at the reaction, his shoulders trembling. He dared not to look Izuku in the eyes, afraid of what might happen if he did. I'm sorry that I didn't say anything. Shudo, do you understand the implications of this? Izuku marched up to him and firmly latched his hands onto his stiff shoulders. His emerald eyes stared into Shudo's heterochromatic ones, holding a faint hint of anger and tons of panic. How could you forget to tell me that some of your classmates know about your involvement with me? I'm sorry, Shudo repeated, screwing his eyes shut. He was expecting the worst to occur. I thought that you'd be disappointed with me and I don't. Oh, Izuku sighed, his eyes softening. He pulled Shudo into an embrace and buried the bottom of his face in his neck. With his voice muffled by Shudo's blazer, he said, I'm not Endeavor, Sho. I would never be disappointed in you. Shudo merely wrapped his arms around Izuku, his head lowered. He muttered. I know. Izuku leaned away and cupped Shudo's cheeks gently, focusing his warm gaze on him. You different. I treasure you because you are more valuable than everyone else. I am. Shudo furrowed his brow. In reply, Izuku nodded with a small smile on his face. You are. Endeavor doesn't deserve you. Nobody does except me. Do you understand? With those glittering emerald eyes staring at him, how could Shudo possibly say no? The longer he stared at them, the more entranced he seemed to get. Shudo felt as though he was falling into an endless pit, deeper and deeper, into a wormhole in the earth, one called the obsession of Midoriya Izuku. Yes. Yes, I understand, Shudo breathed out. Izuku smiled and patted his shoulders. Wonderful. Then, I expect you to tell me whenever something like this ever comes up again. Izuku leaned uncomfortably close to Shudo, making him shrink back with a light blush on his cheeks. He attempted to turn his head away, but Izuku's hand abruptly reached up and grasped his cheeks, forcing his gaze to stay put. With a somewhat intense smile, Izuku stared deeply into Shudo's eyes. Look at me when I talk to you, he commanded, his fingers digging into Shudo's cheeks. If I find out that you are keeping more secrets from me, I don't think you want to know what will happen. Weiss. I understand, Decipher. Shudo gulped, his stutter evident as his jaw trembled. His face was pale and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could almost hear his shaky breaths until, finally, Izuku let go of his face. Izuku breathed out a quiet sigh. Fix it, he demanded sternly. Take responsibility for your mistake. Take responsibility? Shudo's voice quavered at the mere implication of confronting his classmates. That isn't a request, Frostbite. Izuku's gaze pierced right through him, and he felt as though a bucket of chilling water was poured over him. Yes, sir. With a slight bow, Shudo scrambled to leave the office. Once the door clicked closed, he collapsed onto the floor and held a hand to his chest. The beating of his heart could deafen those who listened closely. Each breath he took made his heart leap to his throat, disabling his ability to speak and breathe properly. His shaky fingers curled into his blouse, slightly crumpling it. Just what had he gotten himself into? Demenit. A harsh slam resounded throughout the lavish bar, its furniture almost vibrating from its sheer force. It nearly looked as if the decor was trembling, frightened by the wrath of one Tamura Shigaraki. Calm down, Shigaraki. Kurogiri's plea was merely a whisper in comparison to Shigaraki's petulant grumbling. Calm down. Shigaraki parroted, his voice rougher and fiercer than ever before. His face was red with anger, his teeth gritting hard. How do you expect me to calm down when all of our members are disappearing? Those cowards. Shigaraki's neck was practically littered with scratch marks, blood almost seeping through his injured skin. Kurogiri sighed deeply. His glowing yellow eyes then sharpened. No, I believe that the one making them disappear is someone. For once in the past few months, Shigaraki was silent as he stared at Kurogiri, his eyes widened in realization. You mean, you think that someone is taking our members? No, Kurogiri shook his head slightly, the dark mist that acted as his skin swayed. Someone is killing them. Who would be audacious enough to? Shigaraki paused, his eyes widening before narrowing into slits. Decipher. Kurogiri nodded slowly. I'm not one to accuse, but Decipher may just be the most probable suspect. He added, whoever our enemies may be, I will never leave your side, Tamura. Shigaraki grinned at that statement. Good, good. His expression then darkened. What would you say to being on the front lines of a war? Kurogiri was silent for a moment. Then he replied, I will fight by your side, Tamura. Mr. Tamura? He liked the sound of that. I think it's time. Kurogiri narrowed his wispy, golden eyes and turned his gaze to Tamura, who returned the look with a puzzled expression. Time for what? The Nomu opened a portal. Taking the hint, Tamura stepped through it without hesitation. When he arrived on the other side, he was confused to find the entire area pitch black. There were no windows or entranceways. However, as the ceiling lights started flickering one by one, the sight that greeted him made his eyes widen. A grin crawled onto his face as he glanced around. Nomu tanks were everywhere. Some were filled with green liquid, others with a pink and eerie black blend. When Kurogiri appeared beside him, Tamura turned to him. "What is this place?" He couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. He knew what the Nomu tanks implied, but he needed to hear it from the one his MST are trusted with this knowledge. "This is all for one's laboratory." In all honesty, Izuku should have learned his lesson by now. He should have acknowledged that forming connections were no longer needed. But here he was, in the Shai Hasaikai's main base to meet their leader, Overhaul. Izuku tightened the tie around his neck and adjusted the mask on his face. He glanced behind him at Taisei and Mieto's temporary replacement, Anna. She had shiny golden hair and bright jade eyes. Her quirk enabled her to create jade crystals with her fingernails, matching the color of her eyes. The crystals were small, but Anna could sharpen them for combat, making them effective during stealth missions. She could also sell the crystals for profit, but she refused to do so. Why she didn't want to remain a mystery to Izuku. "Be on your best behavior," Izuku commanded, his eyes narrowing. "Yes, sir," Taisei and Anna responded, lowering their heads momentarily. Izuku then turned his attention to the two members of the Shai Hasaikai, who wore strange plague masks covering the lower half of their faces and gloves. Judging by their attire, Overhaul was possibly germophobic. He noted this for future reference. "We're here," one of the Shai Hasaikai members said as they stopped before a wooden door. Each stood to one side and gestured for Izuku to enter. Irritated, Izuku thought they were clearly inexperienced. They didn't even open the door for him. He turned to Taisei and Anna, giving them a commanding glare. "Stay outside." He grasped the door handle with his gloved hand and pushed it open. "Pardon the intrusion," he said, stepping into the room and gently shutting the door behind him. You are much more polite than I thought you'd be," Overhaul chuckled, his eyes crinkling slightly. He gestured to the sofa opposite him. "Please, take a seat." Izuku obliged, sitting straight and placing his hands on his lap. Overhaul was a slender man with constantly narrowed eyes and piercing golden irises. His short, slightly spiky hair was neatly kept, and the plague mask on his face, along with the spotless room, confirmed Izuku's earlier assumption. Overhaul was indeed a germaphobe. "It's such a pleasure to finally meet you, Decipher," Overhaul said courteously. "I have much respect for your group." "Likewise," Izuku replied with a friendly yet businesslike smile. "Now, I heard that you are producing quirk erasing and quirk enhancing drags." "Yes, but before we move on to business, I have a question for you." Izuku's smile broadened slightly as he gestured for Overhaul to continue. "I really am curious, why did you decide to classify your group as a Yakuza instead of a regular villain group? I've heard about your association with the term Yakuza, so I suppose it shouldn't be surprising that you ask this question." Izuku laughed lightly, though it lacked humor. His eyes darted to the teacup on the coffee table between them. He took it by the handle and rotated it slightly, watching the auburn liquid swirl inside. "I wish to answer with a question of my own." He focused his gaze back on Overhaul, who wore an uneasy expression. "Why not?" "Excuse me?" "You heard me." Without even taking a sip from the teacup in his hand, Izuku placed it back onto the coffee table, his face still holding a polite smile. It was as though he had prepared his entire being for this moment. "I simply wanted for my group to be called a Yakuza. I don't wish for my name to be stained with the term villain." He and Overhaul shared a stare for a moment before Overhaul looked down, his expression seemingly pleased with Izuku's response. "A good answer. A very good one indeed." Overhaul's eyes crinkled, indicating the smile that remained obscured by his mask. "All right, that is all that I needed to hear. I am willing to cooperate with you." Izuku smiled at this. "Excellent. Then, on one condition." Izuku's smile twitched, along with one of his eyes. Really, he should not be so easy to provoke. A simple interruption should not be so irritating, especially since he had been interrupted so many times before. "Go on." "I want you." Overhaul brought up his finger and pointed directly at Izuku, slightly startling him. "To join my forces." Izuku chuckled sheepishly. You do realize what this proposal implies, right? His smile instantly dropped, his face darkening. I won't transfer the unknown passcodes to someone like you. Protective and blunt. I like that. Overhaul's chuckle then resounded inside the lavish room. Surely, you are worth an unlimited amount of our supplies. Izuku's intertwined fingers dug into his hands, his cheerful, professional smile no longer present. The only expression he bore was one of contemplation as he stared indecisively at Overhaul. He really needed those supplies. Very well, Izuku sighed, almost through clenched teeth. But this is temporary. Once I deem our partnership unnecessary, I am willing to end it. And you went unsaid, but Overhaul remained oblivious to that. Pleasure doing business with you, Decipher. Without rising from his seat, Overhaul bowed his head. Izuku clicked his tongue. It would seem that inexperience ran in the crime family, as even Overhaul himself lacked certain courtesies. Likewise, I suppose. Izuku got up from the couch he was sitting on and offered a small bow. Without even bidding farewell, Izuku opened the door to the room and gently closed it. How'd it go? Taisei inquired as soon as he was within view. The both of them fell into step with each other, Anna following from behind. He dared to condition me to join him. Izuku's lopsided grin was more like him gritting his teeth, trying his best to withdraw from attacking the nearest person, which, in this case, was Taisei. After letting out a frustrated sigh, his footsteps came to a halt in the middle of the hallway when he realized that there were only 3 of them. Where did Overhaul's guards run off to? One of them had to go to the bathroom, and the other had to take a phone call. Anna shrugged, tugging a strand of her golden locks behind her ear. Inexperienced, Izuku and Taisei sighed simultaneously. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps alerted the 3 of them. Perhaps the more alarming factor was that the footsteps were approaching them at a swift rate. It wasn't long before a small figure rounded the corner and bumped into Izuku's leg. The figure stumbled and fell on its back, frantically shifting to a more defensive position. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed. The figure was, in fact, a petite girl. Her unpigmented, wavy hair touched the floor as she remained cowering on the ground. The small arms that attempted to shield her face were covered with bandages, and her legs bore faint outlines of crimson. Her appearance gave Izuku the impression of a pitiful, abused child. Bending down to her height, Izuku noticed the way she flinched. She was trembling, and he could only imagine the amount of fear she must be feeling. Hello, he lowered his volume to avoid scaring her. May I know who you are? His inquiry was met with a subtle whimper, as the little girl refused to respond. No, perhaps she was afraid of what he might do if she spoke. Breathing a quiet sigh, Izuku gave her the kindest smile he could muster. I'm Izuku. What's your name? His sudden change of tone seemed to have given Anna whiplash, as she was not yet accustomed to Izuku's quick personality transitions. The petite girl slowly peeked through her shaking hands, her big, round eyes staring up at him tearily. Izuku's eyes widened when he laid them on her dull ruby irises. Your eyes are appealing, he said softly. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted them. Izuku's head whipped up, recognizing the men that stumbled through the hallway as Overhaul's lackeys. They huffed tiredly as they ran, grabbing their knees when they halted. Damn, for someone so malnourished, she sure can run pretty fast. Who are you? One of them snapped, noticing Izuku's presence. Irritated by their informality, he stood up from his kneeling position and crossed his arms in a reprimanding manner. I had a meeting with your boss earlier. Mind enlightening me on why a child is running around your base? The men instantly tensed up, their previous exhaustion almost non-existent. Why must be Decipher, they said, bowing. We're so sorry for inconveniencing you. She is Overhaul's daughter, and they recently got into an argument. She attempted to run away, so we were searching for her. Izuku's distrustful, narrowed eyes flitted to the little girl, whose face was filled with horror, shaking more than before. Something else was at play here. Ensure that this isn't repetitive. Now, can one of you lead me and my companions out? I'm afraid that the staff here are rather... Izuku scowled, incompetent. Yes, sir, right away. The one who had been speaking gestured for another to follow his lead. The other nodded and motioned for Izuku to follow him. As they left the group of criminals with the little girl, Izuku sent her a final glance of pity. He may not be a hero anymore, but that did not mean he couldn't save that poor child. Night Eye's agency? Why? Katsuki blinked in confusion at All Might's proposal. They were currently inside All Might's personal lounge, enjoying their lunches and discussing which agency Katsuki should apply for in his work studies. I have a feeling that young Izuku will be involved in their exploits. But of course, you don't need to do as I say. All Might had received a text from Izuku about his ongoing mission to infiltrate the Shai Hasaikai. Combined with information from Bubble Girl, who mentioned that Night Eye's agency was planning to raid the Yakuza's base, All Might was convinced that Katsuki should apply there. Right, I trust you, All Might. It's not like I have anywhere to go anyway. If you hadn't recommended Night Eye's agency, I would have picked a random bozo. Katsuki leaned back against the couch, the ceiling light illuminating his features. He had deep bags under his eyes, which only seemed to worsen. He couldn't sleep, not with the thought of losing Izuku constantly in his mind. The battle in Kamino was still fresh. Izuku's motionless body and the blood that seeped through his torn flesh haunted him. Even when he managed to fall asleep, he always woke in a cold sweat, the same memory more vivid each time. Are you okay, young Bakugo? You've grown paler these past few weeks. Have you been taking the sleeping pills that I've given you? All Might's brows furrowed in concern, his eyes softening with sympathy. Yeah. Katsuki's lazy reply did not convince All Might at all. How about your food consumption? Are you eating well? Katsuki clicked his tongue, growing annoyed by All Might's persistent questions. Every day it was the same thing. Yes, I have, he replied, a bit more forcefully than necessary. Listen, he breathed, I don't need you babying me all the time. I can take care of myself. All Might couldn't be blamed. Izuku had asked him to look after Katsuki, and since it might be his final wish, All Might felt compelled to follow through. He knew he was starting to annoy Katsuki, but he couldn't stop worrying about him. I know, young Bakugo, All Might sighed, but after young Izuku, he noticed Katsuki flinch at the mention of his lost friend. I can't lose you as well. You need to live, young Bakugo. To meet young Izuku once more. Because if you die here, there is no guarantee that you two will ever meet again. Katsuki was shocked into silence, feeling as though cold water had been poured over him, turning his blood to ice. A dawning realization twisted his expression into one of horror. Tears pooled in his eyes before falling down his face. Sobs racked his body as he covered his face in shame, gritting his teeth in frustration. All Might moved beside him, hesitating before patting him on the back comfortingly. It's okay, his mutter fell on deaf ears as Katsuki was too consumed by his grief. I miss him. He sobbed, his breath caught in his throat. I miss him so much. Sir, Anna approached Izuku and bowed politely. Toga Himiko of the League of Villains has requested to meet you. Her intentions are unclear, but her physical condition implies that she is unable to fight. She glanced at Izuku. Should I allow her to meet you? Izuku raised an eyebrow, along with a half-filled wine glass. He took a sip, a smirk gracing his lips. Bring her in, he commanded. Bowing once more, Anna rushed to the front door and opened it, revealing a blindfolded Toga Himiko on the other side. Her hands were cuffed, and judging by her unusually empty attire, she had already been stripped of her items. With Anna's assistance, Toga was brought to Izuku. The BLD was removed, and Izuku finally noticed her exhausted state. The bags under her eyes were proof of that. Her dull pupils made her look detached from the world, and that nearly made Izuku feel a tinge of sympathy for the girl 1 year older than him. Well. Izuku crossed one leg over the other, smirking at Toga. He then grabbed her face and pulled her near, until their noses were inches apart. She squinted her eyes and twisted her lips, but did not retaliate. What do we have here? Toga remained silent, her expression unreadable. Even with his face so close to hers, she did not blink or open her mouth. She did not complain, which made Izuku raise a brow. He had caused much misfortune to the League, disposing of their valuable members and ruining their operations as much as he could. Toga should have been like a cornered animal, ready to lash out at him. Yet she seemed so compliant. Strange, Izuku muttered, slowly moving his eyes to look into hers. Are you not bothered by your friend's demise? I'm bothered, all right, Toga spoke up, her voice slightly hoarse. It held a hint of malice, but it was restrained. Why have you come here? Izuku furrowed his eyebrows in distrust, his eyes calculating as he attempted to figure out her intentions. I can't take it anymore. Toga lowered her head, her shoulders shaking. Perhaps her comrades' deaths affected her more than he had expected. Tamura changed the... Shigaraki? Why would you be bringing him up? He doesn't care about us anymore, Toga sniffled, tears slipping from her eyelids. The way her voice cracked sounded so foreign to Izuku, even if he didn't know her very well. All he wants is to rule the world. The freedom that he promised us is just bait to make us work for him. Izuku hummed in acknowledgement. It seemed like a very Shigaraki thing to do, but something seemed off. That doesn't answer my question. Let me join you. Toga lifted her head, and he saw her resolve burning in those golden eyes. I won't let Tamura have his way. Now, this was an unexpected predicament. Izuku never expected to have someone from the League transfer to his side, especially Toga Himiko. He had heard that she cherished those close to her, and the members of the League suited that category. You're the only one who can combat Tamura. Toga gritted her teeth. Very well. But don't expect me to trust you so early into our relationship. I have no intention of getting close to those involved with the League. Fine. The corners of Toga's lips twitched upwards, and her eyes seemed to regain their previous glimmer. But I want to ask for something. Izuku grimaced. She really wasn't in a position to negotiate, but she might hold valuable information about Shigaraki that he could use against him. Go on. Once all of this has blown over. Toga stared into his eyes with a determination that Izuku thought only existed in heroes. I want to have freedom. Can you promise me that? Such a hefty request. Freedom is the hardest thing to obtain in this world. I will try my best to grant your wish, Izuku sighed, but on Earth, there is no such thing as true freedom. The only way to acquire it is... He decided to stop there. Now that you know I'm on your side, Toga muttered, raising the cuffs still attached to her wrists. Can you let me go? I won't lash out. Promise. Izuku leaned his elbow against his knee and squished his cheek with his fist, grumbling quietly. He then sighed and gestured for Anna to do the deed. Know that my releasing you does not imply that I trust you. I only acknowledge that you are tolerable. You sound like Tamura. Toga shook her wrists as the H's were taken away by Anna. But fancier. Izuku scoffed. Do not compare me to that leader. He is nothing but a fool with power that derived from his sensei. Tamura changed, Toga repeated. He's different than when you knew him. At first, he was someone who experienced trauma and wanted to be loved for once in his life, but recently he's been... She breathed out a sigh, a real meanie. Izuku went over her words in his head. A small, incredulous smile then crept onto his face. I find that hard to belie. He plans to start a war, Toga blurted, catching him off guard. Taken aback, Izuku abruptly stood up from his seat. A war? Surely he couldn't be so... There's no way that he's so daring. Toga voiced his thoughts, her voice melancholic. That's what you're thinking, right? In response, Izuku wrapped his thumb and finger around his chin. Assuming that he does plan to start a war, what can ensure his victory? As far as I'm aware, I've gotten rid of the majority of his assets. We recently got into a small war with an army. They lost, and Tamura became their new leader. An army? Izuku's eyebrows furrowed. I presume that they are the Meta Liberation Army? Judging by Toga's silence and her unusually serious expression, this would be very troublesome for Izuku. Shigaraki with an army of ambitious, quirked individuals in the palm of his hand. Izuku would need to start gathering as many members as he could, as soon as possible. He didn't know when this war would start, or when it would end. But one thing was for sure. No matter what, He wouldn't allow outsiders to be involved in this battle. Especially not UA students. Are you ready? Night Eye looked behind him, where Katsuki was doing some stretches. He adjusted his glasses that reflected the sunlight as he patiently observed. Katsuki let out a breath and wrung his hands. What do you think, huh? He replied, giving the pro-hero a fierce glare. It had been a week since he started interning at Night Eye's agency. Although their personalities were a stark contrast, Mirio and Katsuki got along rather well. Night Eye maintained a strictly professional relationship, but Katsuki would let out a humorous huff whenever he told an indirect joke. Interning at the agency had helped Katsuki redirect his thoughts from Izuku, but the distraction was temporary. Just a few days prior, Mirio and Katsuki had encountered a small girl with long faded blue hair and scared red eyes, along with the very recognizable face of Overhaul from the Shy Hasaikai. After discussing the matter and collecting information, they discovered that the girl was being held captive. They made it their mission to rescue her from his clutches. Right now, they were about to raid the Shy Hasaikai's base. Katsuki's nerves were all over the place, but like the others, his determination took precedence over his anxiety. He had no time to be nervous. There was a child in need of saving. Meanwhile, Izuku was planning on keeping the girl safe. As he stroked her wavy blue locks, he hummed a soft tune that lulled her to sleep. As the days passed, Eri had swiftly grown to trust Izuku. Unlike when she first met him, she no longer had fear in her eyes and didn't hesitate to embrace him whenever she needed comfort. It was remarkable progress, considering all the trauma she had experienced. Izuku knew about Overhaul's terrible experiments on the poor child. Just thinking about it made him tighten his hold on Eri. She was so young, so innocent, and yet Overhaul had shattered her childhood for his own selfish reasons. It sickened him beyond words. Don't worry, my dear, Izuku whispered, brushing a strand of Eri's hair from her sweat-drenched face and tucking it behind her ear. He cupped her pale cheek and leaned his chin on the top of her head. I will rescue you from this nightmare. I promise. A sudden tremble in the walls alerted him and stirred Eri awake. Mr. Zuku? What's that noise? Eri curled into him as the frequent shakes continued. Izuku buried her head between his arms, eyeing the walls in curiosity. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Izuku instinctively got to his feet, holding onto Eri tightly as a gasping Shin Nemoto stood at the doorway. Heroes have invaded the base. Escape with the girl immediately. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows and reached under his sleeve, pressing a button on his watch that would alert Taisei. He nodded and rushed out the door, still cradling Eri in his arms as he ran. Mr. Zuku? Don't be afraid, Eri. I'll protect you. He glanced down at her and smiled reassuringly before returning his gaze to the front. She snuggled into his chest further, no doubt hearing the rapid beating of his heart. Once he reached the outside, his eyes widened. Police cars were everywhere. The police surrounded the building like ants, prepared to confront anyone who posed a threat. Izuku stomped on the ground and put up a blazing wall of fire as gunshots rang out. The bullets turned to ash the moment they touched the flames, and Izuku crouched down to set Eri onto the ground. He unbuttoned his black vest and draped it over her shoulders before giving her his watch. He held onto her shoulders firmly. Listen to me, Eri, he breathed, looking directly into her tearful eyes. Keep this watch with you at all times. It'll protect you. Don't run off, and don't answer to anyone but me, okay? What's going on, Mr. Zuku? Eri stammered as she tried to hold back the tears pooling in her eyes. It pained Izuku to leave her alone like this, but he couldn't let such a perfect opportunity slip away. Don't cry, all right? He stroked her cheek and smiled comfortingly. I'll be back for you. Izuku had been training his quirks for the past few months. He looked at the controlled flames that protected them from the bullets still being fired. Shouting could be heard from the other side, but Izuku didn't have to worry. His flames were incredibly difficult to extinguish. Even if an ocean were poured over them, they would still stand strong. They operated based on Izuku's willpower. As Izuku turned around and left Eri behind, he smiled wickedly to himself. This was the day that Overhaul would face justice. Mirio! Katsuki reached out a hand as Mirio phased through the wall blocking their path. He gritted his teeth. Was that idiot so confident to stride on without backup? Bright flickers glistened on Katsuki's palms before he slammed them against the wall, effectively creating a hole. That lackey, mimic, tried to close the gap, but Katsuki leapt through before he could. He could hear his hero name being called by Night Eye and the other heroes, but he couldn't care less. His new friend was in danger, and he couldn't let that happen. As he sprinted through the halls, Mimic's quirk seemed to fade away. Just as he was about to slow his pace, the whole building shook, causing specks of concrete to tremble around him. What followed were frequent rumbles that Katsuki could only hope meant the heroes were defeating the villains. He encountered a few minor obstacles along the way, but it wasn't long before he reached another dead end. Gritting his teeth in annoyance, Katsuki blasted through the wall once again. As he stepped through, his eyes widened as they settled on Mirio and Izuku? Where is the girl, Decipher? Chisaki pinched the bridge of his nose as he approached the other villain. She is in a safe place, Izuku replied, bringing his hand up to his mouth and biting the tip of his glove. He then slowly retracted his hand, using it to remove the glove from between his teeth. Which is? Not here. Overhaul narrowed his eyes dubiously at Izuku's words. A smile crawled onto his face. Decipher, you really are daring. A compliment, I presume, Izuku said, waving his hand as an army of rubble levitated from the ground at his command. He could use a faster method to defeat Overhaul, but where was the fun in that? Watching him struggle, only to realize that Izuku was just playing with him, was the most devastating feeling of all. A manic grin formed on Decipher's face as Chisaki reached down and touched the ground. A concrete spike emerged. It would have pierced anyone else, but Decipher was not just anyone. His feet lifted from the ground, startling Chisaki greatly. An emerald luminescence surrounded Decipher's body, but before Chisaki could analyze the glow, his back made contact with a hard wall. The stone cracked and splintered, knocking the air out of Chisaki's lungs. What the? He coughed, standing on unstable legs. He removed his mask and gagged at the taste of copper on his tongue. One of my quirks, telekinesis. Chisaki looked up quickly, his eyes meeting Decipher's red contact lenses. The unnerving grin he wore made Chisaki feel as if he were facing a demon. Oh my, you're trembling. Decipher's smile broadened, sending chills down Chisaki's spine. Are you cold? In an instant, Decipher was right in front of him. Chisaki was a few centimeters taller, but at that moment he felt dwarfed by Decipher's presence. Crimson eyes squinted through a masquerade mask, or just afraid? A loud crash echoed in the two enemies' ears, followed by thumps as rubble fell. The ceiling collapsed, cascading the area in a murky cloud of dust. Once the haze cleared, the underground cave was abruptly filled with light. When Chisaki opened his eyes, they widened. His vision was obscured by vibrant green that surrounded all the rubble, which floated in midair effortlessly. Chisaki turned his gaze to the cause of this phenomenon, Decipher, who stuffed his hands into his pockets and let out a huff as he glanced around. The scene left Chisaki's jaw slack in disbelief. Do you understand now? Decipher smiled sinisterly, the difference in power between us. Chisaki's teeth gritted. This was utterly humiliating for him. He swore that anyone who dared to tarnish his legacy would face consequences. Yet when it came to Decipher, one of the most powerful villains in the world, Chisaki felt like cowering in a corner. It was unbecoming. He admitted he made a grave mistake by underestimating Decipher, and that would lead to his downfall. But he couldn't go down without a fight, as that would tarnish his name. With that thought in mind, Chisaki took off his glove and slammed his hand onto the ground. The gravel exploded, turning into sharp spikes aimed at Izuku. Izuku allowed one for all to flood his veins, viridescent sparks of lightning surrounding his body. Their lush green color soon faded into vermilion as Izuku increased its output. 56%. That was how much of one for all he could control. The spikes twisted and turned, flowing with the wind beyond the capabilities of regular stone. Izuku leapt from one to another, destroying each one on which he landed. Chisaki! Their incoming battle was interrupted by an enraged voice. The two villains turned to see a peculiar blonde boy in a hero costume. A red cape fluttered behind him, with an obnoxious 1,000,000 displayed on his chest. Despite his cartoonish appearance, the boy's expression was one of utter fury. He did not seem to acknowledge Izuku's presence as he directed his angered gaze toward Overhaul. "Where is Eri?" Izuku's brows furrowed at the question. The heroes knew about Eri? Were they there to take her away? No matter the reason for their search, Izuku would not allow them to touch a strand of Eri's hair. She was his to protect, no one else's. "You," Overhaul snarled, narrowing his eyes at the hero. "Eri is mine. Why are you all trying to take her away from me?" "The answer is right in front of your face," Izuku replied, letting out a huff of laughter that grew louder before abruptly halting. "You dulled her. You cannot be trusted to care for someone like Eri." Finally noticing Izuku, the blonde boy looked over, his eyes narrowing before widening in recognition. He took a step back. "Your Decipher," he breathed out, "the one who took down All for One." Izuku chose to ignore the comment, his gaze focused on his current opponent. Overhaul's golden eyes glared at him, but everyone knew that his bravery was just a facade. Izuku could vividly see the fear in them, which made him grin wickedly. "Don't interfere, hero boy," he said, not even sparing the blonde a glance as he launched himself towards Overhaul. Expecting this, Overhaul rolled out of the way, brushing his fingertips against the gravel. Dots were starting to appear on his skin, a nasty drawback of his quirk, which irritated him. Just like the other times, spikes arose from the ground, attempting to pierce Izuku, but to Overhaul's frustration, he managed to dodge every attack. After a couple of minutes, Izuku grew bored of the consistent spikes. With a wicked smile, he raised his hand and sent Overhaul crashing into a wall. The harsh impact caused Overhaul's mask to detach, revealing blood leaking from his nose and mouth. The sight made Izuku grin. "Oh," he cooed, "you don't look well?" Overhaul gritted his teeth, eyes darting around until he spotted his assistant, Chronostasis, lying in a pool of blood. Next to him was an unconscious Eraserhead, who looked worse for wear. The blonde boy from earlier tended to his wounds, glancing at Izuku and Overhaul warily. "How rude of you to avert my gaze," Izuku said, grabbing a handful of Overhaul's hair and forcing their eyes to meet. "You..." Before Overhaul could finish, an explosion crackled in the air, drawing attention. Izuku's head whipped around, his eyes widening at the sight of a familiar blonde. Katsuki and he made eye contact, faltering at the sight of each other. "Izuku?" "Katsuki." Izuku remembered the situation just in time as a spike nearly pierced him in the back. He swerved away, relieved when it passed harmlessly. "How impatient, Overhaul." Izuku pivoted just as another spike rose from the ground. He stepped on it and propelled himself towards Overhaul. The two engaged in heated hand-to-hand combat, Izuku shoving Overhaul's hands away while Overhaul showered him with relentless attacks. They became a blur of dark colors to the onlookers, who observed the match with sweaty palms. One person in particular looked as though he could pass out from anxiety. "Izuku," Katsuki whispered, a hint of sorrow in his voice. He wanted to help Izuku fight Overhaul, but it felt like he would just get in the way. Katsuki had been harboring guilt over All Might's retirement for months, never having the chance to express his regrets. Slowly, he felt himself sinking deeper into self-pity. Before he could get lost in his thoughts, arms wrapped around him. Instinctively, Katsuki grasped the person as his feet left the ground. Sharpened cement pierced the surface where he had been standing, and he tightened his grip on his savior. As they landed on solid ground, Katsuki looked at the one who saved him. "Izuku." His eyes watered as he stared at his long-lost friend. Izuku's appearance hadn't changed too much, but those warm emerald eyes he loved had turned cold and distant, making his heart ache. "Katsuki." Izuku sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "We'll catch up later, all right? I just need you to get to a safe place. If anything happened to you..." Before he could finish, Katsuki wrapped his arms around Izuku's neck, resting his head on his shoulder. "God, I thought you died," Katsuki whispered. "How could you just ghost me like that?" Izuku winced. He didn't mean to. I wanted to protect you, Kaken. Not that you need protection. You're strong. But I can't help myself, all right? Katsuki remained silent. Reluctantly, Izuku pushed Katsuki away, grasping his shoulders. Now, listen to me and go find some other villains to beat up. Okay? With a hesitant nod, Katsuki bolted off towards the hole in the wall he had created, hoping to find a villain. Izuku returned to where Overhaul was, only to see a bullet inches away from hitting the blonde boy with a 1 million on his chest. What surprised him more was the little girl cowering in the arms of the blonde hero. Izuku held his breath as he used his telekinesis to catch the bullet just in time. The hero seemed startled, his trembling arms tightening around Eri. What was she doing back here? Didn't Izuku tell her to stay outside? With a frustrated sigh, Izuku hopped off the platform and landed in front of the hero and Eri. Once the small girl met his stoic gaze, she seemed to shrink. Eri! Overhaul gasped. Everyone is going to die, because of you. Enough with your bluffing, Izuku laughed. The only one dying here is you. Mr. Zuku. Eri's quiet voice was barely heard, but both Izuku and the blonde hero caught it. Lemillion, Mr. Zuku would never hurt us. He saved me. Decipher. Lemillion, as Eri referred to him, furrowed his eyebrows distrustfully. Saved you, Eri? Overhaul's menacing chuckle disrupted their thoughts. Decipher, you've planned this since the beginning, he breathed harshly, barely able to lift his head to glare at the fellow villain. And you should have paid more attention to the signs of betrayal, Izuku scoffed. You are at fault for your gullibility. You bastard. Despite his fatigue, Overhaul slammed his palms onto the ground, rearranging the cement once again. Izuku had to commend him for his persistence. As spikes rose from the ground, Izuku leapt out of the way and snatched Eri. Unfortunately, he had to take Lemillion along as well due to Eri's oddly quick attachment to him. They landed quite a distance away from Overhaul, and Izuku bent down to reach Eri's height. What did I tell you to do, Eri? Izuku gave her a gentle gaze, yet she still managed to cower. I'm sorry I didn't listen to you. I was worried. Eri mumbled, looking at her bare feet shamefully. Izuku sighed and patted her on the head. There's no need to apologize, Eri. Just don't interfere anymore, okay? I don't want you getting hurt. I won't, Mr. Zuku. Eri nodded meekly, leaning into his touch. You can't be trusted. Lemillion was cut off by the stern glower Izuku shot his way. The glare sharpened and narrowed. Take care of her while I deal with Chisaki. If she has a single scratch on her by the time I am finished, you will pay the price. Scared into silence, Lemillion's mouth kept shut no matter how hard the words tried to spill. Izuku smiled at his response and turned his back on him, strolling back to where Overhaul was as though he was going to pick up a pet. It was over in a matter of seconds. One moment, Overhaul was fighting with vigor. The next, he was lying on the ground, a puddle of blood pooling below him. Heroes and villains alike gawked with widened eyes as they observed the scene. Using his foot, Izuku pushed Overhaul's face deeper into the concrete. The shape of his head may have already been engraved into the stone, but Overhaul's expression remained dull. His eyes were rolled to the back of his head, his mouth slightly agape as blood escaped through his lips. However, despite the motionless body below the heel of his boot, Izuku checked his nails. He was planning on painting them black or red. Izuku! His thoughts were abruptly disrupted when a familiar voice called out his name. Turning to its source, Izuku's face darkened upon seeing Katsuki running up to him with tears streaming down his face. It wasn't long before a pair of arms wrapped around his torso. Izuku didn't try to pry Katsuki off of him. Instead, he snaked his arms around the blonde's neck and deepened the long-awaited kiss. It was passionate enough to send the two into a spiral of affection. Izuku couldn't stop the tears flowing from his eyes as he closed them, his arms around Katsuki's neck tightening slightly. He hadn't realized how much he had missed the other's touch, too consumed with his business and whatnot. To both of their disappointment, Izuku decided to pull away and look into Katsuki's eyes regretfully. He didn't want to leave again, but he had to. His work was not finished. Shigaraki was still breathing. He needed to push away. but his heart ached at the mere thought. The implication of leaving his loved one once more ripped him from the inside. Katsuki. Bakugo? Two pairs of red eyes, one artificial and the other glistening with tears, snapped to a specified direction. There, stiff and shocked, was a small group of people who had joined in on that mission. 3 people, to be exact. Uraraka's eyebrows furrowed as she stared at the two. It must have looked strange. Katsuki's arms were wrapped around a villain's waist, and the villain had his hands on Katsuki's shoulders. Anyone who took a glimpse at the scene would jump to conclusions at the first sight. Bakugo! Uraraka uttered again. Her voice was clearer this time, sterner. The anger in her tone couldn't be hidden. What are you doing with a villain? Broken out of their stupors, Izuku and Katsuki quickly removed their hands from each other. It can explain, the blonde muttered. No, he couldn't. Izuku knew, based on Katsuki's expression, that he was searching for a plausible explanation. No! Uraraka yelled, taking a step back. What's there to explain? You're together with a villain. With Decipher, no less. Now, that was just offensive. Izuku frowned. What was wrong with being with him specifically? And did she forget that he was right there? Uraraka, calm down. Amongst the small group of people, Night Eye emerged and placed a hand on her shoulder. That didn't seem to hinder Uraraka, however, as she seemingly didn't even register his existence. And Midoriya? What would he think if he saw you with him? Before Katsuki could lash out, Izuku grabbed his arm and pulled him close. The people watching, Uraraka, Azui, Night Eye, and Bubble Girl, got into a fighting stance on instinct. Izuku breathed out a sigh. Don't move, okay? He whispered gently into Katsuki's ear, not bothering to wait for a response before he wrapped his hand around his neck. Then with a louder, more threatening voice, he glared at the heroes. Try to attack, and Mr. Dynamite gets it. Izuku made sure to stare directly at Uraraka, Azui, or Bubble Girl, avoiding eye contact with Night Eye at all costs. With a quirk like that, he could easily figure out that Izuku was just bluffing. But now, how was he going to get out of this one? Should he just eliminate them all? Katsuki probably liked them. He would be upset if they were harmed. Suddenly, every instinct in Izuku's body screamed at him to dodge to the left. Not thinking much about it, he stepped aside, bringing Katsuki with him. A bullet rushed past him, embedding itself into Bubble Girl's head. Uraraka and Azui's screams soon followed, the two of them staring at Bubble Girl's lifeless form in horror. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed, and he quickly looked behind him. His face blanched, eyes widening further at the sight of a horde approaching them. One of them had a gun pointed in their direction, and Izuku recognized that face from a mile away. Shigaraki Tamura. We need to move, he cursed, turning to the heroes and pulling Katsuki closer to him. Run and call for backup. The Paranormal Liberation Front is coming this way. Para? Night Eye raised a brow, but when he saw the approaching army, he immediately complied, his face becoming a few shades lighter. He did momentarily look back at Bubble Girl's body, but only winced and turned away. Bubble Girl! Azui gasped, tears pricking at the edges of her eyes. Her gloved hand covered her mouth, her entire body shaking with fear. Uraraka was reacting similarly. Didn't the two of you hear me? They slowly turned their heads towards Izuku, seeing his panicked expression. Get out of here! With that push of motivation, the two girls scrambled to leave the area, water blurring their vision. Izuku turned to Katsuki, who couldn't seem to take his eyes off of the corpse. Kaken, Izuku caressed his lover's cheeks, staring into his eyes caringly. Stay strong, all right? I'll finish up, and we can be together again. Tears pooled in Katsuki's eyes, and a spike of anger rushed through Izuku's veins. He took a sharp intake of breath. Bubble Girl? Don't worry, love, Izuku's fingers brushed against his cheek. I will avenge your friend. So, get to safety. All right. With a slow, shaky breath, Katsuki nodded and rushed to join the other heroes. Izuku watched his retreating back, his hand reaching up to touch his ear. Once he tapped his black, circular earring, it flashed blue. What is taking so long? Hurry and get here, he hissed into his secret earpiece. One step ahead of ya, a voice said from beside him. Izuku didn't even seem to notice, however, as he reached towards the metal cylinder strapped to his thigh. Once unclipped, that metal cylinder unraveled to reveal a scythe. Izuku spun it around for a moment, quickly adjusting to its weight. He looked behind him to find Taisei, along with an army of his own, awaiting his command. A crazed grin formed on his face before he turned to Shigaraki's army in front of him. The two hordes faced off against each other. Any past or future they may have had together had been obliterated. Because, at that moment, let there be a lesson taught by this, Shigaraki Tamura. Izuku spoke first, crimson eyes glinting dangerously. You and your subjects will always be below me. No matter how hard you try, by the end of this battle, the Paranormal Liberation Front will be the one falling. A war began. A golden-haired male slammed his fist against the stone wall of an alleyway, slightly cracking and denting it. He then grasped his hair with his fingers, bending down in frustration. I shouldn't have joined this group. Now I have to fight in a war. Pull yourself together, a lavender-haired female said. Her hair was tied into a bun, but it was loose and untidy due to the ongoing battle. Her face scrunched up, her fingers curling into her palms. We knew what we were getting into the moment we signed that contract with Decipher. Don't let him hear you complaining about this now. Our contract stated that if anyone were to hurt us or anyone related to us, they would be punished accordingly. Another person said, a man with lengthy black hair and neon highlights, tied into a low ponytail. His oceanic gaze glimmered with pride as he lowered the sunglasses sitting on the bridge of his nose. Shigaraki has hurt a lot of us. I have faith that Decipher will teach him a lesson. I have faith that Decipher will emerge victorious in the end. The other male and female in the room looked at him, a certain glimmer in their eyes. The lavender-haired woman smiled. I believe in him too. I guess you're right. The golden-haired one meekly admitted. The earpieces in the three's ears flickered to life, garnering their attention. A spark of hope fluttered in their hearts when they heard none other than their boss' voice. Are all of you all right? Decipher's slightly breathless voice inquired. Alive and well, I hope. Please, hold on for a bit longer. I apologize that you have to go through this because of my mistakes. Thunder blared, nearly overlapping the voice in the earpiece. Rain tapped against the pavement, onto the ground right next to Tsunaka Reiko's ears. The water dripped onto her face, but Reiko found that she couldn't move no matter how hard she tried. The blood smeared on her face turned the rainwater a light pink as it trailed down her cheeks. Her silver hair practically blended in with the pavement, and her lifeless brown eyes stared at the night sky, admiring its beauty. It was a shame. I promise that by the end of this, Reiko thought, knowing she wouldn't be able to see Decipher again. He was her only friend, the only one who accepted her despite her quirklessness. The Mafia had become like a family for her. But now that she thought about it, she really shouldn't have joined. You will all go back to your families. Because then, she didn't want to leave. Izuku let out a breath as he glanced at his surroundings. He didn't even know where he was, but it seemed like a graveyard. Corpses littered the streets, blood splatters covering the walls and ground. His face darkened. Among those empty shells were some of his comrades who had regrettably fallen during this battle. Izuku turned his gaze back to Shigaraki, who was breathing as he kneeled on the floor. His wavy hair had turned white, reaching just below his shoulders. He wore a suit with a cape. Did he think he was some sort of king? It seemed that Shigaraki's childish demeanor hadn't changed during his time away. Are you done? Izuku quickly caught his breath, acting as though his brief scuffle with Shigaraki hadn't affected him. He crossed his arms, but his eyes never strayed from Shigaraki's movements. This is pointless. I won't allow you to win. Ha. Shigaraki laughed breathlessly. His head tilted up, allowing Izuku to see his slightly glimmering red eyes and feral grin. The skin on his face looked cracked, almost like fragile glass. I haven't even started. Shigaraki stumbled but managed to get back on his feet. Izuku's brows furrowed, his breath seething through clenched teeth. You ruined everything, Shigaraki hissed, his voice rough and aggressive. Twice. They were our key members. And you got rid of them. Izuku laughed mockingly. Are you complaining? He wheezed, holding his stomach. Taking in a deep breath, Izuku wiped away the tears in his eyes. Weren't you the one who decided to start this war? Honestly, don't tell me you're beginning to regret picking a fight with me. Shigaraki growled, taking a step forward, and Izuku nearly flinched back. Toga, you killed her too, didn't you? Another core member of the PLF. I did. Izuku waved his hand nonchalantly. So, what? Are you going to avenge them or something? He was abruptly forced to lean back when an aggressive swipe was aimed at his face, doing a backflip to broaden the distance between them. A devilish smirk adorned Izuku's lips. Sorry to break it to you, but... He looked directly into Shigaraki's flaming red eyes. The veins on his face seemed to have gotten more prominent. Your efforts will be in vain. Himiko's hands trembled as her golden eyes stared down at the corpse of who could have been her friend. She glanced around, bodies surrounding her. A crazed grin soon split her face, her eyes squinting with mirth. Who was she kidding? Sure, she would have lived a fulfilling life if she stayed with the Paranormal Liberation Front, but she was honestly getting bored. She giggled to herself as she hopped over the corpses of the PLF members. Shigaraki was starting to step over some boundaries. Did he think they were friends just because she helped him with his plans? Himiko's ultimate goal was to do whatever she wanted. Lately, Shigaraki had been telling her what to do, like she belonged to him. That was silly. Himiko didn't pick sides. She had her own. She hummed as she plunged a blade into an already still body. Another giggle escaped her throat. Blood was splattered all over her middle-high uniform and her brand-new masquerade mask, which she had hidden inside the pocket of her skirt. Decipher. Himiko sang the name of her superior, relishing in the smell of rotting flesh. She spun around and skipped over a bunch of dead bodies, a wide smile on her features. Decipher, in contrast to Shigaraki, knew exactly what she wanted. Bloodshed, murder. He allowed her to do as she pleased. Even the masquerade mask and tattoo that every other member had to have were optional for her. If she didn't know better, she would have thought that Decipher was in love with her. That was how well he treated her. Himiko liked him a lot. If he ever confessed his feelings to her, she might even look past the fact that he killed all her friends. What? Himiko looked up, the smile on her face disappearing upon noticing a certain Pomeranian look-alike staring at her. Judgingly. Her eyes soon lit up, however, as she recognized him. Oh! She exclaimed, you're Bakugo Katsuki, right? Shigi kidnapped you before. Bakugo seemed to wince slightly, before he pinched his nose with a grimace. That wretched smell. How many did you kill? Don't worry, they're all PLF members. I'm actually helping the heroes. Himiko giggled. She grinned and poked her cheek with a bloodied finger, almost to resemble a dimple. Bakugo's eyes examined her for a moment until they struck the pocket of her skirt. They seemed to light up in recognition. You're part of the unknown Passcodes. Yep. Himiko twirled around rather gracefully. With all the blood below her shoes, it would be a surprise to anyone that she hadn't slipped. That goes to prove how much she was used to doing stuff like this. You don't happen to know where Decipher is, do you? Bakugo asked hopefully. Cipher? Well, Himiko tapped her finger on her chin and tilted her head slightly upwards. She then turned to him with a mischievous grin. Hey, why should I tell you? You might be after him. Bakugo furrowed his brows. I don't want to catch him. I just want to see him. What are you, his boyfriend? Himiko hummed tauntingly. Her smile dropped, however, when she saw Bakugo's face turn a light shade of pink. She reached for the knife strap under her skirt, pulling it out and throwing it at him. Bakugo, sensing the air changing direction, ducked just in time as the blade cut a strand of his hair. What the heck? Bakugo yelled, turning to face Himiko with an expression of dread. You like him, don't you? Himiko already had another blade in her hand, her head tilted down to cast a shadow over her eyes. Katsuki stared at her with narrowed eyes. Slowly, he stood on his feet and opened his hands. His palms were sweaty. which could be very detrimental. Without warning, Toga came running at him, sticking out her hand with a blade aimed for his head. Katsuki dodged to the side and blasted her in the face. Ugh! Toga covered her face, her mouth forming a scowl. Soon, however, the corners of her lips upturned into a grin. Katsuki got into a fighting stance, prepared to face off against her. With a snarl, he muttered under his breath, "Does he have a charm or something? Why's everyone interested in him? Cypher-kun is cute, hot, kind, and he looks even cuter with blood on him," Toga exclaimed, covering her blushful cheeks with a deranged grin. With the blood on her, she looked like one of those characters Katsuki had heard so much about. "Back off," Katsuki shot back, a fierce grin on his face. For once, his eyes illuminated with a flame, a fire only reserved for his beloved Izuku. "He's mine." "What?" Toga's arms dropped to her sides. Her golden eyes seemed to glow as she looked at Katsuki. Her expression was calm, yet it emitted a sort of danger that would deter even the bravest creatures. As for Katsuki, he was unaffected. There was a burning in his chest that blared even brighter than before, a feeling that he was rather familiar with: jealousy. The soles of Izuku's dark boots clanked against the metal flooring. Each step thundered in the halls, echoing throughout the domain. Soon, there was a creak as the door in front of him started to open. "Doctor, how is it?" Izuku strolled inside as though he owned the place. Well, in truth he did. But this area was his doctor's domain. He dug his hand into his pocket and took out a rather expensive-looking lighter. It had a dragon's head on the very top, and when he flicked the head up and pressed the rectangular button at the side, a blue flame lit up. Lighting the cigarette in his mouth, Izuku returned the lighter to his pocket. Once he took a deep breath in, he removed the cigarette from his teeth and blew out a puff of smoke. "It's almost done," the doctor breathed, pulling out a tray of test tubes. The liquid inside glowed an ominous white that seemed to light up the dim room. A smile soon crawled onto both of their faces. "Do you think it is prepared for testing?" The doctor chuckled. "Well, we have volunteers for a reason. Can you guarantee that they will live?" Izuku sauntered nearer to the doctor, looking at the test tubes with stars in his eyes. "We'll see." A bellowing roar reverberated throughout the neighborhood. Many people who had been battling against one another fell to their knees, letting out cries of agony. If one were to look closer, they would notice that their eyes were gradually changing to a violet hue, and blood was beginning to leak from their sockets. Those that were previously fighting them backed away in surprise and fear. What is happening to them? I dunno, but it's gotta have something to do with their boss, Decipher, since it's just happening to them. Izuku grinned maliciously as he looked behind him. Many of his members were starting to turn. Good, that meant that this project was a success. He could only hope that the antidote would be just as effective. He tapped his earring twice and it lit up. "Proceed with Plan A," he said aloud, his eyes squinting as he smiled at Shigaraki. "Let's resume, shall we?" Shigaraki charged toward Izuku, ducking down right before brushing his fingers against the pavement. In an instant, the stone disintegrated, leaving a crater filled with dust in its wake. The cloud of dust wasn't meant to obscure Shigaraki's sight, but using his telekinesis, Izuku controlled the dirt and redirected it towards his opponent. Shigaraki spun around, attempting to find his opponent through the thick haze. A moment later, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by the scorching of flames on his skin. "I feel like a hypocrite," came Izuku's voice through the gray fog. A plume of flame drew Shigaraki's attention, and the smoke eventually subsided. "I claim to despise Endeavor, but his flash-fire fist is rather useful. Speaking of heroes," he continued, "they must be helping civilians evacuate, which explains their lack of participation in this so-called war." "You're annoying," Shigaraki growled, scratching his neck. Izuku chuckled as he extinguished the flame in his palm, only for his entire body to ignite in a blaze. The orangish-red flames shifted to a cerulean hue, a reminder of Dabi's flames that irked him. He knew he had to go all out to defeat Shigaraki. Nearby, a large explosion erupted as Katsuki, breathing heavily, activated one of his grenade braces. The blast scorched the ground, scattering corpses that littered the battlefield. Initially, he tried to avoid stepping on them out of respect, but the sheer number made it impossible. Reluctantly, he used the bodies to his advantage, kicking them toward Toga to obscure her vision and create openings for his attacks. Blood trickled down his cheek from Toga's knife, but he retaliated with blasts aimed at her face. She was agile, and after several hits, her playful demeanor shifted to a sinister scowl. Toga muttered something and rummaged through her utility belt. Katsuki braced himself, expecting another knife, but instead, she pulled out a test tube filled with red liquid. His eyes widened as she consumed it, her form beginning to change. Her hair transformed into puffy, curly green locks, and her golden eyes turned emerald. "How do you like my trump card?" she said, her voice eerily resembling Izuku's. Katsuki's heart raced as he realized she had taken on his appearance. Toga removed her sweater, revealing a schoolgirl uniform beneath, but Katsuki's fears were alleviated when another set of clothes appeared, Izuku's villain costume. Toga giggled, and Katsuki felt a flush of embarrassment. She was a near-perfect replica of Izuku. "I wish I had a mirror. I want to admire Cypher without his mask. I bet he looks adorable." Katsuki shook his head, focusing on the fight. Toga ignited her hand, flames spreading up her arm as she twirled, surrounded by viridescent lightning. The corpses around her began to levitate, and Katsuki took a hesitant step back. For a moment, he considered fleeing. After all, he didn't need to fight Toga to find Izuku. But leaving would hurt his pride far more than facing her. Slowly, he opened his palms and grinned. "Bring it on, boyfriend-stealing rival." Toga charged at him, flames engulfing her arm. If she had studied Izuku's quirks better, she might have realized she could use telekinesis to control the flames. As Katsuki dodged, he barely avoided a punch that could have knocked him out. "Wah!" Toga began, but he seized the moment to land an uppercut. She stumbled back, blood spilling from her mouth. "You beach." "I wasn't done talking," she spat, surprisingly coherent despite her injuries. Katsuki pressed forward, feigning a kick to her knees. When she focused on his feet, he unleashed an explosion to her face. He was surprised she never protected her face during their exchanges. Was she doing that on purpose? What could her reasoning be? Did she hope that Katsuki would be hesitant to lay a finger on Izuku's skin? She was right. Due to all of the injuries Toga had on her, it looked as though Izuku had been the one horribly injured. It worried Katsuki sick. "Decipher looks pretty intense with blood splattered on his face, doesn't he?" "That's what you look like right now," Katsuki somewhat provoked. "Not to brag, but you're missing out." Toga's face grew red. Katsuki couldn't tell if she was blushing or angry. Judging by the way her brows creased, it was the latter. "No one can see Cypher's blood but me." Possessive much. He was one to talk. Abruptly, a barrage of screams echoed throughout the street. The pebbles and debris that littered the ground trembled as what seemed like war cries and exclamations of pain traveled to the two opponents' ears. The sound resounded in Katsuki's brain, like a recorder playing those agonized wails on loop. What is happening?" Katsuki whipped in all directions, attempting to find the source of those screams. Alas, the way they propelled between the buildings made them seem as though they were coming from everywhere. Meanwhile, the seemingly forgotten Himiko Toga pressed a finger against her ear. After a moment, her expression lit up like a bunch of glittering stars. A giant smile grew across her face, and she couldn't help the squeal of pure joy that escaped her throat. "It's starting!" Katsuki was confused by what she meant, but didn't have much time to think about it when grueling yells replaced the agonized screams. It was as if the people who were in pain suddenly gained a fighting spirit. In the far distance, Katsuki could see the silhouettes of people fighting. The scuffle seemed to be ending with relative ease, a one-sided battle. Even from the gaping distance, Katsuki could faintly see the glowering purple hue that adorned the people's veins. Although Katsuki hadn't understood the situation, the strange sight made his blood turn cold. "Appealing, isn't it?" Izuku's voice filtered through his ears. For a moment, a smile almost broke out on his face, but then he remembered his predicament. He tried to whirl around, regretting the fact that he had turned away from his opponent, but a hand grabbed his chin and faced him forward. What followed was a piece of cold metal pressing against his neck. Forced to halt all of his movements, Katsuki stood awfully still. Decipher and the doctor created a serum that enhances emotions. They've been working on it for months and finally decided to test it out on a few lucky individuals. I wanted to be one of them, but Decipher refused because I'm new to the family. A serum that enhances emotions? Katsuki muttered, wary of the blade pressed against his throat. Even breathing could mean the end of his life. Decipher created it. Toga's breath hitched. You know his real name. Her breaths then became heavier and quicker, the knife on Katsuki's throat almost piercing his skin. Ugh. He couldn't move, but he uttered a subtle noise of discomfort. Tell me. Toga blurted out, the grin in her voice apparent. Katsuki winced as the blade was so close to being pushed into his flesh. Tell me his real name. I don't think so. Being born with a quirk that could restore fatigue at the expense of his own was an unfortunate case. Tsujikame Taisei was bullied throughout his childhood. He had no friends, and some of his peers somehow made it to becoming small-time heroes. As Taisei sat in a rather empty bar, his sixth glass of tequila in hand, he couldn't help the jealous scowl on his face. He didn't make it through any of the hero course exams he took. Although his quirk was perfect for hero rescue, it seemed that he couldn't even do that. Life had always been mean to Taisei. From Monday to Saturday, he had a part-time job at a convenience store. He would also get wasted on Wednesdays and high on Sundays. That was his weekly routine. A shot of vodka. Thanks. Taisei turned his head beside him to see a young man. He couldn't be over the age of 13. He had curly hair that messily stuck out, black with common tinges of forest green. The boy had wide, but slumping eyes with sparkling verdant irises. Adorning his face were freckles that faded over his nose, with some more visible over his cheeks. He donned a black hoodie and graying ripped jeans, along with a pair of painfully prominent red sneakers. Without even realizing it, Taisei was staring at the young man. The corners of his lips twisted downwards. What's a kid doing here? He had meant to mumble, but the kid had caught his question. The freckled boy looked over at him, a slight expression of surprise on his face. Then he smiled. I seek recruits for my Yakuza. Are you willing to volunteer? And just like that, Taisei became a part of the unknown Passcodes. Granted, his drunk self thought that it was brilliant to abandon his part-time job and work for a villain boss instead. Izuku had made his life so much more interesting, and Taisei was proud to say that he would no longer die with regrets. Every time he thought back to the day Izuku recruited him by sheer chance, Taisei felt nothing but loyalty for him. I don't think so. He witnessed everything, from Toga's transformation to her using Izuku's quirks. He didn't step in because he figured Bakugo Katsuki of all people would be able to handle his opponent. Granted, he didn't even know if that boy was Bakugo or not, with that obnoxious hero costume he had on. Taisei emerged from the shadows and held Toga in a headlock, forcing her to release the boy she held captive. When he had a better look at him, Taisei was able to confirm his theory. This boy's appearance matched the description of Bakugo Katsuki, the person that Izuku had specifically told the Yakuza not to mess with. Spiky blonde hair and ruby eyes seemed about right. Touch a strand of his hair, and I'll make sure you experience hell before even going there. He remembered Izuku's exact words, noting that he never lied about such threats, especially when it came to his precious little boyfriend. Taisei turned his attention to the girl struggling in his arms. She had dropped her knife when he attacked her, so that wouldn't be a problem anymore. The thing that troubled him most was the girl's appearance. She looked just like Izuku. He had seen her transform, but to think it was so accurate. Wait, didn't the recruit have a quirk like this? Toga Himiko, right? Do you realize the trouble you could get in for hurting him? Taisei gestured towards Bakugo, who didn't look like he planned on running away. He tried to steal what's mine. Toga continued to flail, her energy seemingly endless despite fighting Bakugo for around 30 minutes. Bakugo clicked his tongue, causing Taisei to redirect his attention towards him. His red irises flared with irritation. Stop calling him yours, he scowled. Decipher is mine. Taisei couldn't believe his ears. Were they seriously competing for Izuku's love? He wanted to laugh but felt that one snicker could draw their glares towards him. Taisei sighed. In the middle of a war? Really? He sharpened his gaze at the two of them. Instead of battling against your allies, try to look for the thing the two of you have in common. Our love for Cypher? Toga blinked, her eyes widening in realization. Yes. Somewhat reluctantly, Taisei loosened his hold on Toga and shoved his hands into his pockets instead. If you guys love him so much, then why don't you fight for him? Fight for him? Bakugo's eyes glimmered. Whatever. Just tell me where he is so I can help him. I can't do that. Taisei rubbed the back of his neck. I'm under strict orders to interfere with his battle only if he requests assistance. Bakugo's determined expression turned into one of frustration. What if he's dead? He can't request assistance if he's dead. Taisei grimaced. Calm down, he soothed, though the blonde was barely listening. Have some faith in Decipher. He'll handle. That Shigaraki guy. Toga nodded in agreement, slightly weary. Yeah, I think Cypher will be fine. Katsuki clenched his shaking hands into fists, his voice quavering as he muttered to himself. Demenit. He could be dead. A pair of hands gripped his shoulders, making Katsuki stiffen. His eyes met brilliant golden ones that shone even in the darkness of the streets. He'll be fine. Taisei tightened his grip on his shoulders. In a few moments, you'll realize how silly you are for worrying about him. As if on cue, dark webs tinged with a vibrant green hue shot into the sky. They stuck onto every building, creating a connection in the center. It was like an artwork done by the wilderness. This Quirk. Katsuki glanced around, awed by the many overlapping webs. His mind flashed to Izuku's battle against All for One, the quirk that Izuku had suddenly manifested. He then turned to look at the very center of it all. The source, Izuku had to be there. A smile broke out on his face as he started using his explosions to propel himself over buildings. He didn't care if his wrists hurt, and he certainly didn't register the growing pit in his stomach. He landed on the nearest building and looked down. He paled. There was a massive scar going down Izuku's left eye. His eyebrow couldn't even be seen anymore. It looked sewn shut, and the corner of his lip was chipped off. The sleeve of his right arm had been torn to shreds. Katsuki could only imagine what had happened to it. Izuku's nose was bleeding, and from the way he swayed, he looked slightly concussed. Izuku's remaining eye glared at Shigaraki, who lay on the ground motionlessly. The villain's chest still heaved, so he wasn't dead yet. But judging by how both of his arms were nowhere to be seen, he was on death's doorstep. Tenacious guy. Izuku spat at Shigaraki's face vehemently, which took Katsuki by surprise. Exasperated, he combed his sweat-drenched hair back with his fingers. His boots slammed against the villain's ribcage, making him cough and struggle. Should I gouge your eye out too, since you took mine? Told ya. Taisei landed beside Katsuki, who didn't even stray his eyes away from the scene. Izuku's one tough cookie. His eyes kinda a problem, though. Before Katsuki could scowl at Taisei's comment, Izuku suddenly stumbled backward. He held his head with his hand, his body swaying. A gust of wind could knock him over at any second. When Izuku lost his footing and began to fall, Katsuki grabbed onto the ledge of the building and hoisted himself over it. Using his explosions to soften his landing, the blonde slammed to the ground and quickly stopped Izuku's descent. Don't you dare fall asleep, dim nerd. Katsuki growled and kneeled onto the ground with Izuku in his arms. He turned towards the building about to shout for Taisei to get medics, but his action seemed redundant as the brown-haired man had already left. So instead, he turned back to his lover and cradled him in his arms. Izuku, help is arriving soon. Don't close your eyes. Izuku's soft breaths wafted through the cold night air, his fingers matching its temperature as they touched Katsuki's face. A weak smile appeared on his lips. Kaken is so pretty, he chuckled, rubbing his thumb on the blonde's cheek. Normally, I would do whatever you tell me, but I'm so tired. Please, stay awake for a little while longer. Don't you want to look at me for a while longer? Katsuki squeezed Izuku's arm, hoping that the mild pain could keep his lover even slightly awake. It was agonizing to see Izuku so worn out, his eye missing, half of his face marred. "You love me, right? Can't you do this one thing for me?" Izuku didn't respond, only staring into Katsuki's watering eyes. Slowly, he raised his upper body despite his weariness and brought himself closer to his lover. Their lips connected, and for a moment, the two were able to forget all about the current war. As they closed their eyes, warmth enveloped the couple for what seemed like hours. When Katsuki lifted his eyelids, however, Izuku's head rested on his shoulder. It had been a month since the war had come to an abrupt armistice. The remaining members of the Paranormal Liberation Front had been brought into confinement by the government, who claimed they would face severe consequences. Katsuki hoped they were living up to that promise. He placed a bouquet of flowers beside the patient's bed. The gesture held solemnity, but Katsuki's eyes were narrowed sternly. It may have been because the one on the bed was a villain, or perhaps Katsuki was trying to figure out how to feel in that situation. Before he could get lost in his thoughts, a hand gripped his shoulder firmly. Turning his head, Katsuki's eyes brightened upon seeing his best friend, Kirishima Iida, with a strained smile. "Why do you look so tense, Bakugo?" he inquired, glancing at the hospital bed. "He's evil, despite his past," Katsuki sighed. "I know." He winced. "I just can't help but feel bad after Mr. Aizawa told us about his past. I mean, having no one to help you, even though you're openly asking for it. That's..." "I know what you mean, man," Kirishima grinned. "And you're manly for considering his part of the story." The two continued to chat as they left the hospital room. After the war, the villain had been brought into custody. Yue's principal felt sympathy for him since the government was partly to blame for his situation. Thus, they brought him to a hospital ward instead of leaving him to suffer. The metallic door shut behind Katsuki, separating him and his friend from the world's second most dangerous villain, Tamura Shigaraki. Standing outside of Tartarus prison, Izuku Midoriya sighed in impatience. He wore a black shirt with a white skull design and plaid briefs. Bandages wrapped around the left side of his forehead, over his right eye, and under the right side of his chin. During his battle against Shigaraki, a large portion of his face had been injured, and he had lost one of his eyes. Suddenly, just as he was about to let out another sigh, an arm wrapped around his waist. In a swift movement, Izuku took out a penknife from inside his hoodie pocket and brought it up to his offender's neck. Once he realized who it was, however, Izuku instantly withdrew his weapon and started to apologize. "Kaken. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." He breathed out a sigh of relief. "You're lucky you backed away last minute, or the knife would have been halfway through your neck right now." Instead of freaking out, Katsuki just wrapped his arms around Izuku's upper body. He kissed his forehead, muttering softly, "It's all right, Aizu, you don't have to be so on edge anymore. Both All for One and Shigaraki are out of the picture." His voice may have sounded gruff, but his hands rubbed Izuku's back gently. "You can relax." Izuku slumped in his boyfriend's arms, taking in his comforting scent. "Thanks," he breathed. He hadn't even noticed how tense he had been. Izuku looked over Katsuki's shoulder and saw Kirishima staring at them. But he quickly redirected his gaze when he realized Izuku had caught him. Izuku suspected that Kirishima had figured him out and had told Class 1A about his theories. He didn't care, his identity didn't matter anymore. He no longer had anything to protect. Katsuki could protect himself, as shown by how he fought Toga during the war. "Shitty hair's watching, isn't he?" Katsuki muttered, garnering Izuku's attention. He subtly nodded, to which the blonde responded by pulling away from there. "Embrace. I'll show him that there's nothing to be worried about." Before Izuku could express his confusion, the sound of crumpling concrete thundered from behind him. He whipped around, only to see a barrage of ice heading their way. Izuku summoned an equal amount of pure white flames, melting the ice in an instant. His skin sizzled as his regeneration kicked in, healing his burnt flesh. "That's..." Kirishima's eyes widened in recognition as luminous flames illuminated the area. They were fortunate to be near Tartarus prison, on an entirely different island than the other residents of Japan. A figure emerged, with pure black hair, shining cerulean eyes, and a red masquerade mask covering his upper face, dressed in a trench coat and plain black jeans. Anyone with half a brain would recognize him. Luckily, Kirishima was not part of that category. "Who is that? Another League member?" Kirishima yelled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the heat. He had already activated his quirk, his arms turning into skin-colored boulders. "No, that's..." Izuku raised an eyebrow at his friend as soon as he emerged from the smoke. Shudo stepped in front of the heroes in training and his boss, hands in his pockets and a mischievous grin on his face. Katsuki grabbed Izuku by the waist and pulled him closer, a gesture that seemed protective, but Izuku knew his true intentions when he leaned into his ear. "Play along, Strawberry." "What did you just call me?" "There's no need to be afraid," Shudo snickered at Kirishima's horrified expression. He then turned to Izuku, who clung to Katsuki's side. "I'm only here to present an offer to the little brunette." "What do you want?" Katsuki snarled, stepping in front of Izuku to block Shudo's view. "Whatever it is, he'll say no." Shudo smirked. Looking straight into the blonde's eyes, he said, "Midoriya Izuku. Your performance during the war caught Decipher's attention." His expression turned serious as he lowered his head slightly. "If you're willing, the boss has a special seat for you in the unknown Passcodes." Join the unknown Passcodes? You're insane," Izuku hissed from behind his boyfriend, gripping his shoulders tightly. "If you don't, we'll have to resort to force." "He'll never join the likes of you," Kirishima yelled. "Midoriya won't. He won't become a villain." "Rich, coming from you," Shudo smirked as the redhead stiffened in realization. "What do you mean?" Katsuki furrowed his eyebrows. When Shudo didn't reply, he turned to Kirishima. "What does he mean?" Kirishima glanced at Izuku, who looked at him with a fearful expression. His heart ached at the thought of even accusing his friend of being a villain. He gulped, "I don't. Izuku would never join a bunch of wannabe villains." Katsuki yelled, gritting his teeth as his grip tightened around his lover's waist. I know," Kirishima exclaimed, on the verge of tears. He couldn't stand arguing with his best friend like this. The similarities between Decipher and him are just... He paused. "I'm just worried for you, Bakugo." Katsuki grew angrier with each word he uttered. "I don't need your worry. Izuku will never be a villain, whether he wants to or not. I'll make sure of that." Then, with a resolute gaze, he turned to Shudo. "So kindly leave." Shudo frowned. With a click of his tongue, he turned his back on the three of them. But his exit was interrupted when Kirishima suddenly appeared in front of him, ready to strike. Fortunately, Shudo ducked under his arm and created some distance between them. "I'm a hero," Kirishima said. "I can't just let a villain go so easily." He turned to Izuku and Katsuki. "Bakubro, take Midoriya and run. Call Mr. Aizawa. I'll stall him." Katsuki shared a glance with his boyfriend. The two of them nodded in agreement. He scowled. "No way I'm running. Kaken, Kirishima can handle himself. Let's call for backup first." Izuku urged, giving him a reassuring wink. Katsuki smirked in return, and the two of them retreated while Kirishima faced off against Shudo. "Since we'll be opponents, we might as well get acquainted," Shudo said with a bitter smile. "I'm Frostbite." "You." "Red Riot," Kirishima replied, sweat trickling down his forehead as he prepared to attack. He was mildly surprised when Frostbite bent down and slammed his palm onto the ground. Frozen spikes rose from the ground, attempting to pierce through him, but Kirishima avoided injury thanks to his hardened skin. He leapt forward, ready to strike, but his knuckles met ice instead. Kirishima let out a startled yelp when flames melted the thick ice, nearly burning him. If he hadn't jumped back in time, he would have been scorched for sure. From the fire, a fist connected with Kirishima's chin, but he grunted in defiance. "Wipe that smug expression away," Frostbite snarled as the flames subsided. He gingerly ran his fingers across his slightly red knuckles, a scowl on his face. In truth, Shudo had made a deal with Katsuki. If he helped him just this once, he might consider sharing Izuku, provided Izuku didn't mind. Nobody had any idea how much Shudo hoped for this opportunity. Kirishima charged toward him, trying to punch him in the face. Frostbite prepared to put up a wall of ice, but it melted instantly, forcing Kirishima to back away. Non-luminous flames circled Frostbite, creating a protective barrier. This. Shudo gasped slightly, mesmerized by the flames that looked unbearably familiar. He glanced around, almost frantically. Tuya? Wrong. Shudo whipped around, only for his collar to be grabbed and pulled down. He was met face to face with Decipher's new mask, a shiny black half-mask that covered part of his face. His boss gave him a taunting smile, his only eye crinkling. Do you need some help? No, I was doing fine, Shudo swallowed audibly. He had never been so close to Izuku, their noses were almost touching. He struggled to think straight. He's not a difficult opponent. Izuku chuckled softly. Did Kaken put you up to this? His grip on Shudo's collar tightened, but the smile on his face remained bittersweet. Their height difference didn't matter, because, at that moment, Shudo felt like an ant compared to his leader. What do you get out of fighting one of your friends and possibly risking your identity? A date, Shudo admitted. Very desperately, he wanted to look away and bury himself in the deepest depths of the earth. But Izuku's demanding, unwavering gaze disallowed that. With you. Piafing, as if it wasn't even there to begin with, Izuku's frown vanished and was replaced with a soul-purging smile. The flames around the two of them dissipated, revealing Kirishima, who was injured in a crater. Startled, Shudo could only stare at his friend's condition. Nervously, Shudo looked back towards Izuku, who was still laughing uncontrollably. After a while, he started to calm down and wiped away a tear from his eye. He sighed, a smile still on his face. All right, fine. Let's go on a date. He concluded, combing his dyed hair back with his fingers. Pick me up at 7, tonight.